or two that we'll be able to, hopefully, if you don't think we've earned that title, to hopefully earn it. And we'll get better and better at those type of things. I think that the actual process, like, it definitely seems quite simple, but it really is complicated. I know you've seen a look at the warehouse and everything, and even since those early days, it's completely like been transformed. And in the actual warehousing, like, a lot of automation, and then we'll continue to go down that path even more and more. And I want to really push the balance, like even the warehousing side of things. Like, this is not something that has really been innovated on. Even if you look at Amazon and UPS, like, their technology is really, really old. And you may seem like from the customer standpoint, because you don't really know a lot about what their actual systems or how they actually look, but it's really old technology, and we're looking to push everything. Like, we're looking to use like 3D scanners, and we'll look to create custom boxes and completely automate as much of the process as we can to reduce our costs, but also just increase our throughput and efficiency and all of those things. But we still are like really, really early days. But the thing for us, and really important for me, is to continue innovating on the warehousing side of things, the actual transportation of the items between people, the pickup within a city. We want to get deeper in all of those things.
So courier services might be something you move into?
Yeah, it's definitely something natural that we could move into. And the reason actually like we haven't is just because the delivery is just so difficult. Like a traditional courier service will be used like usually for business to business. But for us, like, you could send anything anywhere, and we have a lot of times that you'll be sending maybe a gift to your friend that's a consumer that lives in a residential address, and how do you make that delivery? Because we don't know if they're going to be home, and that's actually really expensive to do, and that's the reason we haven't actually done that. And luckily, the partners that we use, they have a system. It's not great. It includes the little ransom notes that you get on your door, and they'll try to come and deliver it 3 times and then return to sender. But it does work, so we'll continue using that. But it's definitely something we'll look into doing.
So usually I hate this kind of question, like, what if Google tried to do what you do? But you look at Amazon moving into local services, and they're also rolling out warehouses for same-day delivery. What if they decide to one day flip a switch and say, well, what if this warehouse was working both ways? What if we were not just trying to get product in people's hands quickly, but also like maybe get packages back, and like we're already close to airports, we can handle this too.
You mean as far as the returns
go?
I think, yeah, absolutely they could. I think the really great thing for us as a business is that there are so many other companies out there. And Amazon, while they definitely are the market leader in e-commerce, they're still so small if you look at the overall pie of things. So there always will be other companies that, of course, will not do that type of thing. And we'll be able to provide a service for them. But more importantly, like, what we're aimed at today is providing a service to consumers. And there really aren't a lot of other options for them.
Right. Now, you guys recently raised a whole bunch of money, $50 million. So far you had significantly less capital than that and launched in 4 cities.
Yeah.
How many are you planning to launch in 2015?
Yeah, so we're still figuring that out right now, and we're just getting ready to launch LA. And the plan that we do, we initially planned a whole bunch of city launches and one after another, but then we just learned so much from the actual the launches that it informed our plan. So now we actually look to go to our next city after we are launched or almost all the way launched. So we don't have this big long list. I'd love to be able to share it if I could. And it's really like we just take the learnings that we have from all the cities and look to use them for future city launches.
I mean, are we going to start seeing oh, well, now you've been launching one by one every few months. Are you going to say, this summer, is it going to be, oh, well, now we're in 5 extra cities? Or, how is it going to ramp up?
It definitely will ramp up. The time between city launches will compress. We're a little different than a lot of the other on-demand services. We have a lot more physical infrastructure. We have a warehouse in every single city. We employ people and all of those things. So to get that set up is a little bit more work. So we're not going to launch cities as quickly. I hope that definitely will change and we'll get the process down. So we will be able to launch as fast as Uber is. But there definitely is a lot more physical infrastructure that we have.
Yeah, and again, in the on-demand space, whether you think you guys are in that or not, one of the most frequent ways that these companies recruit is via Craigslist, and I know that you guys do too. Is that something that you guys will have to move away from in order to ramp that up, or no?
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, like, if it's taking so long, you only have like 100 drivers across your 4 markets. If you are going to, go into like 5 new cities at once, is Craigslist still going to be it, and you just need to like hire a bunch of people to go on Craigslist for you, or do you maybe need to come up with a new process, and that's part of the stack you need to rebuild? Yeah,
the hiring of people in a city, I definitely wouldn't say that's the biggest bottleneck. I would say that everything working together, like including the warehousing and everything, that just takes a little extra time. Craigslist actually is really, really good. We've tried, which I'm sure a lot of the other companies have tried, all these other channels as well, and it brings still a lot of people into the platform. I don't see that going away from our strategy when we're launching new cities.
Yeah, one of the things, I signed up as a Lyft driver to try and make some extra money. I gave 2 rides and then never did it again because,
Why is that?
I'm tired at the end of the day. I don't feel like driving around anymore. So is churn an issue for you guys? Do you have to keep recruiting more, or?
It's actually been really, really good. Our churn is extremely low. And I think a few things. So our service, just the nature of it, if people choose, if they want to work longer hours, we can actually provide that. We don't have the really big peaks and valleys like a lot of the other on-demand services are. Like you think of like food delivery, there's like 2 huge peaks, maybe 3 if you consider breakfast, that you have to staff up to that. So you're just not, like a lot of your workers aren't able to actually get very long hours, where with us, just the nature of shipping, we have people using it all throughout the day, and it's actually quite level. So that in itself is really good. But we're different than everybody else. Like people that maybe don't like, maybe yourself, didn't want somebody inside your car. Like you don't have to have somebody in your car. You're dealing with items. People are really excited when you show up at their door. Like you've now taken a process that's been like 1 to 2 hours and reduced it to a few minutes. People, especially your first-time users, like they're really excited, and like as a driver, that's really exciting to you as well. And just the nature of our business and our business model, we're able to pay a little bit more just because we make money on the margins off the shipping rates, and those tend to be quite high. So we could offer the actual pay to be higher. So I think a lot of those combinations, and we just treat our people really good. And I think like from my personal standpoint, it's our only physical touch point. So we need to do everything that we can to make sure that they're really happy, because that's going to rub off on our customers, and then that's going to hopefully add to the entire overall experience.
Given the relatively small number of drivers you have, again, 100 across 4 markets, do you think that you guys could kind of preempt some of the controversy over contract work in the on-demand space by maybe just making them full-time employees? I mean, you would have set hours of 8 to 8.
Yeah.
It seems like making them, just actually part of the team is something you could do.
Yeah, and this is something that we continue to look at and to figure out what's best for our business and our drivers, and something that we'll continue to evaluate. But yeah, just the nature of us, especially being able to provide longer shifts, I definitely think that we're better positioned to potentially do that.
Looking forward, CEOs that run unicorns tend to get lovey-dovey profiles in Inc. and Entrepreneur and Fortune. So I assume those are going to keep coming up for you. What are we going to find out about you? Like, what are your crazy hobbies? Like, do you want us to go to the moon, Mars?
Not right now, but maybe. I don't know. I don't have too many crazy hobbies. I actually just took up kiteboarding, which is pretty awesome. Okay. I'm a Canadian, so I'm a hockey player as well. A lot of those things. I'm definitely addicted to work.
Where do you play hockey in San Francisco?
It's extremely hard to find. It's right now not a team, but I've always played that all my life.
Are your coworkers afraid to play hockey with you? Like, with you?
Nobody, none of my coworkers play hockey.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay. Other than that, just really, I would definitely say addicted to work.
Okay.
Yeah.
That sounds kind of sad. What do you do in your free time? Like, when do you make time for yourself? What do you do?
Hang out with friends. I just recently got married.
That takes a lot of time.
A lot of those type of things. Try to get away sometimes when we can. Definitely, like it seems backwards, but the last 6 months or so, my work-life balance has definitely been a lot better than it has previously.
Okay.
And then just because I've been trying to do that, and actually you're able to reflect a lot, and actually, like for me, able to get a lot more ideas on things that we maybe should do when you're like on your downtime and all that. You're not just focused on work, and that's been really, really good. But it seems backwards that you like as the company grows, you'd probably spend more time, but it's kind of been the opposite for me.
Okay. Well. Looks like we're about out of time, so I'll let you get back to work, I guess.
Great, thanks.
Thanks for joining us.
Thanks.
Take this one.
Good work, guys. Kyle has this awesome habit of going way over on interviews, and he didn't. So I think he deserves another round of applause, to be perfectly honest. Thank you. Thank you. So I think I've made it pretty clear that I love New York. But there is one caveat. New York hotel rooms, unless you can pay the big bucks, can be very, very small. I think that's why wide-angle lenses were invented. And while we are in a beautiful neighborhood, Port Authority is beautiful this time of year. We're staying in the New Yorker, and it's not my favorite. And I was actually looking through Hotel Tonight and just kind of dreaming of where else I could be. And that's all thanks to our next guest, Sam Schenk. Please welcome him to the stage, as well as Anthony Ha.
Yeah, it was so funny.
All right, so I guess just to kind of get a sense of the audience, how many of you have actually booked a hotel room through Hotel Tonight? All right, so a decent number, but definitely not everyone. Well, I think we're actually going to show you how it works, in part because, Sam, you're going to Vegas after this, right?
That's right. I'm flying right to Vegas, and I don't have a hotel yet. So
okay, let's see how this goes. And he really does not have a hotel yet, so this could go really badly.
Right, so let's.
I mean, that's a sign of
Really
confidence on his part. That's
it's going to
what I
go
meant.
perfectly. All right, so let's go to the demo. Here is tonight in Las Vegas, and
So we're going to the phone now?
we're going to the phone.
Are we? Maybe. Well, just tell us a little bit about what should be happening.
So, Hotel Tonight,
there it
what
is.
we do
Got it.
is we work with hotels that have empty inventory day of, and then now we've expanded to a week in advance, which we'll talk about. We provide the best deals for those hotels, and then we make it really easy to book. So what you're seeing right now is our collection of the very best hotels. We have probably about 50 hotels in Las Vegas, all the major hotels. They're all competing for the limited shelf space on Hotel Tonight. It's about 15 slots on Hotel Tonight. And we categorize them by these categories, these moods. So you've got solid, luxe, basic, something for everybody. But within those, they're all the very best of those categories. We quality control these, we screen them before they come in, and then we monitor their quality in the reviews before they come in. So
do you have a favorite Vegas hotel?
I like to try different hotels,
Yes,
right?
that's part of the job,
and
right?
and I like to go to new places, and that's the discovery is a big part of Hotel Tonight.
Right.
And so, but I'm kind of more of a luxe and a hip guy than I would
Okay.
be
I can tell,
than
yeah.
a solid, and especially with these prices in Las Vegas.
Not a solid guy, no.
Sometimes I'm solid. It just depends on. But I'm going to be there for a while, and so I wanted to book at a nice place. So, what do you think?
How do people feel with the Aria? Do people like the Aria? Yes? No? Raise your hand if you think you should book at the Aria. All right, what about the Palms? No. What about
I want to be on Strip. So we've got the Palazzo, we've got Planet Hollywood, Hard Rock is a little off Strip.
Wait, what was that? Palazzo. What do you think of the Palazzo?
It's very nice.
All right, what's the rate there?
$259. You can.
Do you feel good about that? Not to put you on the spot.
So what you see is it was $399. So we track these rates over time, and rates decline as you get closer to the booking day, and even on the same day, then you've got the best deals. And so I feel good about it because it was $399, and now it's $259.
All right.
And you can see we've got all the photos.
I'm just really excited that we're going to see your credit card information, Sam. But it'll be the corporate card.
We don't
so
even
it's
see.
fine.
No, we don't even see the credit card information. All right, so here we go. It's all my information saved.
What are you going to Vegas for, by the way?
I'm there for this founders conference.
Oh, okay.
After
Cool. Oh, yeah, right.
Patty Crossroads.
Yeah. You notice I got really quiet when somebody started talking about a competing conference.
It's not
Good.
competing.
It's not competing. That's right. It's definitely not competing. So you have a hotel room now.
So I have a hotel room. We're booked. I traced the Hotel Tonight HBed. Got all my information. I can add it to my calendar, and I'm good to go. And we can get on with the rest of the
So if he does not like his experience, whoever shouted out Palazzo, it's your fault, and you have to carry that in your heart. But OK, so now we've seen the experience. I'd actually just love to hear how you first came up with the idea for Hotel Tonight.
Yeah, so I'm a serial entrepreneur in the travel category. This is my third online travel startup, which means I'm a real glutton for punishment. Every time I do one of these, I say I'm not going to do another travel startup. And travel is just a really hard category. You're dealing with an episodic purchase that's infrequent. You're dealing with really large competitors that have lots of money. The Expedia spends over $2 billion every year on marketing alone. It is like we have spent about as much money in the entirety of Hotel Tonight as they spend in a day, right? So it is a brutally intense and competitive category. But
you've convinced me this was a terrible idea.
But and despite that, I saw this opportunity doing my second company called DealBase, which is a web-based travel search engine. And I started watching TV at home, and I was watching TV holding up the phone in front of me, and I was like, this is definitely the next great computing platform. As an entrepreneur, you wait for these big platform shifts, these new platforms that the incumbents haven't taken advantage of. And I went to the App Store, looked at the apps for hotel booking, and they were really, really bad, or if non-existent in the case of Expedia and Orbitz. And then the other apps were really, really bad and didn't bring anything new that took advantage of mobile.
And when was this? This would have been like?
This was in 2009. I started thinking about it, yeah. And so started thinking about what is new about hotel booking for mobile, started thinking about it's about really last minute, it's about then making last minute incredibly awesome. So really great deals, really great hotels. You don't, almost brain dead simple. You don't have to read through thousands of hotels and thousands and hundreds of thousands of reviews to find the right hotel for you, with all the quality control and curation ahead of time. And then the booking was only 3 taps and a swipe, which compared to the big guys were talking about how great it was that you could book a hotel in under 5 minutes. I was like, 5 minutes? Let's talk about 5 seconds, right? And so we built everything from the ground up for mobile, and that gave me confidence that we were going to be able to compete with really these large incumbent players.
So you're talking about sort of designing the experience for mobile. Did that all immediately go to, oh, and then it should be same day?
It was, yes, definitely. They went hand in hand. So what does mobile bring that's new from booking on the web, certainly at that period of time, which is that you can book when you don't have your computer anymore. And we thought that we could unlock new use cases. We thought that we could provide a much better service to what was the state of the art at the time, which was either walking around to a bunch of different hotels and not knowing if you're getting the best price, or that big bank of phones at the airport, where you'd call each hotel, like, sort of hotel roulette. And that was the way you booked a same-day hotel then. So we thought we could do a better job at that, but we also thought we could create new use cases for people that might be out, might be convinced to spend the night, might be convinced to book an incremental hotel stay for our hotel partners.
So given that, at least to a certain extent, you were thinking about sort of new, like you said, new use cases, what made you confident that it wasn't just, I imagine you probably talked to some people and they're like, oh yeah, this sounds like a great idea, but what made you confident that it wasn't just going to be a handful of people, but actually there'd be a large audience that wanted to book hotels this way?
Yeah, actually, we didn't know. Okay. And we felt a lot of conviction around it. We thought that it made sense. We were able to sign up hotels, and we could talk about how that worked, which was hard, but then we got the best prices from these hotels, and we had a really slick product that provided a lot of value. And based on our conversations with hotels, it was about 15% of their bookings were same day. They're mostly walk-ins or phone calls. And that's so we said, hey, this is, of a $1 trillion market, 15%, it's a really large market. We should be able to build something here that resonated. Now, it didn't work out that way. It took a while. So, the first month we wanted to do 100 bookings, and this was January of 2010.
Okay.
Just 100 bookings, 100 rooms, right? And we ended up doing 55, and about 3/4 of those were ourselves. Right? So we looked.
So you had about like 15-ish like non-Hotel Tonight employee bookings.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Like one every other day, and we didn't expect there to be a huge flood of bookings initially, but we expected more than like every other day to be high-fiving in the office, right? Especially given that we had the best prices, we had a really great product. What we found is it took a lot of time for people to be in the right place in the right time to need a hotel, but when they did, then they really started loving Hotel Tonight.
Right. Well, that also I think brings up something about, like, in terms of onboarding consumers, the risk is that, oh, I hear about this cool app, Hotel Tonight, I download it, but then 6 months goes by before I am actually in a situation where I'm going to use it. I'm probably going to delete it or forget about it before then, right?
Absolutely. That's another challenge, right? So I told you I'm a glutton for punishment, but it means we have to do a really good job at staying top of mind in the press, really good job staying top of mind with our marketing and our retention, our CRM. And then we also have to have a great product that people just want to come back in and look at and say, hey, maybe I'm going to go away this weekend, maybe I'm going to go to New York, maybe I'm going to stay an extra night. What would it look like on Hotel Tonight? They say, oh, this would have been great, even if I'm not using it right now. This is cool. I'm entertained by the hotels that they're showing me, finding new places. That gets people back in the app over and over.
And then in terms of bringing the hotels on board, you were mentioning that they have 15% same-day bookings. Is that kind of how the conversation started? You said, well, you've got this 15%, we'll just help you with that, with those numbers?
Actually, we wanted to talk about how we could provide incremental bookings for them. So it wasn't that we wanted to take their same-day bookings.
Okay, right.
And that's still the case. And we've proven that we haven't done that. But what the conversation started was like that, hey, do you have empty rooms tonight? And invariably, our hotel partners would say yes. About 40% of all hotel rooms in the country, in the world, are empty right now. So there's a lot of excess capacity in the system, and excess capacity that we could help fill with Hotel Tonight. So the bigger challenge was in late 2009, 2010, most of the conversations around hotel discounting were around the Groupon model. This was before Groupon filed their S1, before the balloon was off that rose, and there was like, a billion Groupon clones. So our hotel partners were getting calls every day from these Groupon clones saying, hey, great news, we're starting a Groupon clone. Give us your rooms at half price and give us then 30% margin on that, and we'll fill your hotel up. And the hotels were like, why would we do that? So we went in with a very different message. We're mobile only. We're asking for a discount, but only on the rooms you're not going to sell. Which is very different from the Groupon model, which was for advanced bookings. And that resonated incredibly well with our hotel partners and continues to resonate incredibly well.
So in talking about sort of that consumer onboarding experience, I mean, it sort of parallels my own experience where I think we probably talked a couple times like, this sounds cool, but I never had the occasion to use it until one time I got stuck in New York a day longer than I expected. I was like, oh yeah, I remember like Sam, like I'll download the app. And one of the things that really surprised me was that it was actually like a really good room. I think in my head, I'd assumed that since it's a discounted room, last minute room, that the hotels were just going to give you, whatever the not great rooms were. Why wouldn't they just do that?
I mean, well, you're kind of famous, so they probably
that's
you,
true. They looked at my cloud score.
Exactly. No, but one of the interesting things, we hear about people getting really great rooms through Hotel Tonight, and I think one of the reasons is because we don't compete with the hotel on their website for hotel bookings. We don't compete. You can't say, I booked at the Standard, had a really great stay. I'm going to wait to book on the Standard the next time I'm in New York. If you really want to book at the Standard, you need to go to the Standard website, for example, or the Ace or whatever. We always have something interesting, we always have something great, but it's a rotating collection of inventory, sells out, the next thing gets put in there, et cetera. So for that reason, when a Hotel Tonight customer shows up, a hotel sees that as a marketing opportunity. And if at that point they have 10 rooms available, you're checking in, say at 6 o'clock, 8 of those rooms are the regular rooms, and 2 of the rooms are better quality rooms, maybe a suite even. Why not put you in the suite so that then you're more excited about coming back to that hotel directly next time?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that makes sense.
And we also track the hotel quality scores, and if there is a problem with the rooms that people are getting into, we'll work with that hotel. But we want to make sure that, most importantly, that our guests are having a great experience, that the quality stays really high, and we work with hotel partners that also have that philosophy.
So you mentioned that in the first month you had 55 bookings. I assume you have more than that now.
Just a few.
What can you say about the traction that you're seeing now?
It continues to grow and continues to be wonderful. I think we have such an opportunity still to tell the Hotel Tonight story to a larger audience and to get the word out. But last year we grew triple digits. We're projecting similar growth for this year off a much bigger base.
Triple digits in terms of bookings or
revenue? In terms
of
all of our metrics, yeah. Room nights, bookings, revenue, margin, et cetera. And so we're really proud of the growth. And we're seeing then a lot of growth, especially overseas. We've been investing a lot internationally. We're in 28 countries now. We just launched in Russia. 29th country will be coming soon in Australia. And we're seeing really good traction with that team and with just getting the Hotel Tonight model out there to Europe.
How many of those users are traveling for business versus leisure? Do you have a sense of that?
Yeah, it's the patterns look sort of similar, but based on surveying our audience and talking to them, it looks like it's about 45% or 45% business, and the rest is leisure. So it's a really nice balance. And what we found is that if you build a really good consumer product that solves a problem of a great last-minute booking solution, that works for business travelers that have sort of like the traveling salesperson, somebody that doesn't want to get locked into their plans. Like, I may not have ended up going to Las Vegas tonight, so I didn't book that room until today, and I would have done that normally, not just because I wanted to show the audience how to do it, but also I wanted to, so that ultimate flexibility for the business traveler, and then for the leisure traveler, it's this discretionary weekend getaway, night in the city, staycation that really works well. So we're seeing a really nice blend, and as we improve the product, it gets better for both sides of the market.
And I should say, I mean, I believe you actually book basically all of your travel through Hotel Tonight, right?
Yeah, almost all the travel.
Almost all the travel. Does that ever get a little stressful, or you always feeling very confident?
Oh, I get more confident every day because we have more hotel partners, we've got more visibility in the inventory, but we really never sell out. We always have something, and we typically are going to be the guys that have the last rooms in a particular city. So we work really closely with our hotel partners to make sure that we have inventory at all occasions.
Because I think one thing you mentioned to me was that when there were times when you had like same-day hotel rooms for South by Southwest, which sounds completely insane.
We had great rooms. They were downtown.
Why? Just because people would cancel at the last minute, and then you'd get those rooms to.
Yeah, in the industry we call it wash, and hotels have this problem a lot of the time. So they might like overprice early on, and then that causes people to cancel, and maybe like then stay with a friend, or then there's weather issues or a group cancellation, and then they have this block of rooms they need to fill at the last minute. That's where we can really help.
So you went to last fall, you went to the 7-day model, as you mentioned, and I'm curious particularly about why 7 days. I mean, why not 3 days or 2 weeks or what have you, or could that also change in the future?
So we looked at a period of time. So first of all, why did we do this, right? So let's look at that, and then we can talk about the duration. So we ultimately feel like we help people be more spontaneous in their lives. That's sort of the motto of Hotel Tonight: make the world more spontaneous, help people enjoy the serendipity of life. And for a lot of people like me, booking a same-day hotel for tonight, that is very spontaneous, and that's a reflection of that. But that's a little uncomfortable. It's sort of an edge of comfort for a lot of the world. And for them, it's booking on Tuesday for a weekend getaway is very spontaneous. And so we said, hey, if this is our theme, this is our goal, we can accomplish that goal for more people by offering Hotel Tonight experience, the Hotel Tonight pricing, the Hotel Tonight speed of booking, the curation, all the support, all the things we do really, really well, but with a little more flexibility around it. We chose a week because that's the period, 2 reasons. That's the period of time where you start knowing enough about your plans to be able to make a spontaneous decision. So start knowing what the weather's like. So if the weather looks good in Napa, like that's a great place to do a weekend getaway. If you can get a sitter, sort of know within a week what the plans are going to bring, right? That's one reason. The other is that hotels, on the other side of our marketplace, hotels start knowing what their occupancy is going to be like, and they can start a discounting program if they choose to do that to help fill those rooms.
Because in other words, the hotel starts to get a sense of, oh, okay, well, if we've only sold this much, then in a week we're only going to sell, X percentage more, so we might as well start discounting some of them at least.
That's right, that's right. And then the last thing is that we looked at just where the booking patterns were, and it's about 50%, surprisingly, 50% of all hotel bookings happen within that week ahead period. Those are this business travel, the discretionary leisure travel bookings. It's not the bookings where you talk about like when I don't use Hotel Tonight. It's not the plan 6 months ahead for a trip to Belize like our family did recently. We locked that in ahead of time. We knew where we were going. We needed to book that. We didn't want to show up in Belize and book a resort, right? It's not the use case for Hotel Tonight. We book directly with the hotel on that. We're going after that other 50% of the market. Again, a huge portion of the market. And I think that's the vision that we have, is that Hotel Tonight Plus for this long-term planned type of travel where you're doing a lot of research, then where you're calling the hotel to book or emailing or booking with the hotel directly. That's how things will work in the future.
So, I mean, the shift to 7-day, I mean, feels like a pretty big, change for the company. Can you say anything in terms of kind of, this year, will there be kind of other kind of new directions?
Yeah, we just continue to work on making the service better and better. In terms of the exact roadmap, we keep that close to the vest. But we have in the next 3 months, we have sort of the most exciting set of features that we've ever had rolling out in terms of customer facing. Certainly since the 7-day booking, and I'm really excited about what we'll have by the summertime, and the team's just doing a really great job.
So we are almost out of time, but last thing I wanted to ask you about was you've got the Apple Watch there, and we were talking a little backstage. You've been kind of playing with it, and you guys actually have an app for the Apple Watch as well. Which so there's been kind of a mixed response to it, but you seem to think you've kind of got a handle on what's working.
So I think that I've used it for a week, and this is a Hotel Tonight watch. Hotel Tonight, it's not my watch, and we have a rotation program. So when I'm going to go back to San Francisco, the next Hotel Tonight team member is going to have it for a week, because you really have to have it on your wrist for a while to really understand it, because I think the killer app on the watch isn't an app. Even though our app is, of course, great and worth the price of the phone, of course, but
yeah,
of the watch itself. But I think the killer app is the notifications. So when you get a text message notification, you were texting me, they're like, "Hey Sam, are you okay? Are you here?" You were like, "Where the heck are you?" Right? So I was right on time.
You were right on time, absolutely.
But instead of having to pull my phone out of my pocket, instead of having to open my phone, look at that message, I could go like this, see that that was Anthony, not something else, and go like that, and I'm done. So it's amazing how much you appreciate that savings of, it's only about 15 seconds, right, of savings, but you add that up over the course of 100 notifications per day for someone like me, and it actually results in material time savings. So I think that is the killer app for the watch, is about the speed of notifications, and then also the haptics. So being able to feel that you have a notification and sort of sense what it is, I think is really important. I'm going to make one prediction that I think a killer app for the phone is going to be something like a WhatsApp, but with haptics. So, okay. or you think of Yo, but
right.
with haptics. So there's different Morse codes and different patterns of vibrations on your wrist. Somebody's going to develop that, and I think that's going to be a cool app for we're not going to develop it.
Okay.
But I think that's going to be a killer app for the watch.
Right. Well, so hopefully you've sold a few more Apple Watches and predicted the future for Yo. So thank you for joining us, Sam. Don't forget your phone.
Yeah. Thanks, man.
Thank you.
Good job, guys. Okay, who likes Reddit? It's the front page of the... Better question, who's on Reddit right now? Oh my God, Matt, of course. Do your job. Okay, our next guest is kind of a jack of all trades. He is a friend to small creatures. He's an internet wizard, and he's an advisor to some amazing startups. We're really, really honored to have him here. Please welcome to the stage Alexis Ohanian of Reddit and Y Combinator, and our moderator, Alexia Totsis. I'm good. We're good.
So they actually pick who gets to interview who based on name similarity.
Yes, nailed it.
You guys
Great.
know how they arrange these things.
Greek origin names.
Yeah, any Eastern European. I know you're here to talk about Reddit, but I'm going to bring up Secret, which is in the news these days. Mm-hmm. You once called it the future of social networking. How does it feel like to be wrong?
I look really prophetic, don't I? I still absolutely believe in the model of this idea of a mobile, pseudonymous or anonymous social network, mostly because I see it work really well on Reddit, which is not a platform that is actually designed for mobile, but we'll get into that. And I think, there is still going to be someone who wins. Obviously, Yik Yak is the cool top one now. But I still believe in the idea. Obviously, the company did not bear out, though.
Bill Maris, who was here yesterday, called it a bank heist. Did you read this?
No.
No, he called it a bank heist to a New York Times reporter. Apparently, reporter was here and talked to him about it. Do you think that that's an accurate way to describe it?
That is definitely not how I would describe it. I don't know what the context of that statement was, but
because they raised so much money too close to when they raised the first round of capital?
When it works, I mean, when the company is in growth mode and it's Uber or it's whatever, it looks like the right thing. When it's not, you know, it looks like the wrong thing. But the good news is, I have to admit, the way that he shut down the company, the way that he addressed everything, the way that I know has worked really hard to get jobs for everyone who was there, was at the very least admirable.
When they were going through all of the privacy debates and the bullying debates, were you at all in conversations with them? Were you talking to them about what they should do to prevent bullying and harassment?
Yes, it came up. You know, the advantage of pseudonyms is that you at least have some kind of an identity. That's the way that we sort of handle it with Reddit and other platforms as well. But the challenge then is, with a totally anonymous product, you don't have that sense as a user of some responsibility in the same way, and so it requires a heavier hand of moderation. And I think it was something that was very top of mind for the company, and something that they definitely struggled with in terms of figuring out the way to execute that, where everyone in this world is thinking like grow, 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 but at the same time, they definitely knew that they needed to build something responsibly. And it'll be interesting to see how the other platforms handle it going forward.
And you've actually had similar conflicts or similar issues at Reddit with the fappening, I believe it's called, and a couple similar threads. You know, what did you learn from the fappening?
So to frame it properly, so at the time I was on the board of Reddit. 6 months ago, I came back into a full-time role as executive chair. And this incident was the thing that me and our interim CEO, Alan Powell, first talked about. When we got together, this was top of the list for us. And it was something that we wanted to address because we knew that Reddit missed an opportunity to be a leader when that happened. We brought it up, we had an all hands with the company, talked it over, met countless experts, people who had sort of been on all sides of this.
Did you talk to Jennifer Lawrence or Kate Upton or anyone whose photos?
We were less interested in individual celebrities and more interested in talking to, we spoke to victims of revenge porn. They didn't have agents, but they were human beings and they matter. And so that's why we were, you know, so staunch about creating the policy that we created. So like a month ago, we updated our privacy policy to reflect the new world we live in and how privacy is so important to Reddit users. Making this ban on revenge porn was something that we knew they would love, and it was. And it was well regarded, not only on Reddit, obviously publicly, and I think really what made me so proud of our community team and the team as a whole was that 2 weeks later, Twitter followed our lead. And that's where I want Reddit to be, and that was something that I know was really important for both Ellen and I when we got into these roles.
So yeah, brought up Twitter. That's another place whose product really allows for harassment. Why is the internet so hard on women? It seriously is. Like every time we have two women up here interviewing, you'll look at the comments, and the comments will be like, "What is she wearing? Oh, she's awkward." A woman and a man never get that.
Yeah.
Why is the internet predisposed towards just, you know, railing on women in a way that's kind of inhuman?
And I would go even further to say not just women, people of color,
Yeah.
and certainly LGBT issues. Like, I mean, unfortunately, the list goes on. The internet as a technology is incredibly liberating because it lets anyone sitting anywhere have a megaphone. And I really do believe the vast majority of time, and I see it.
But why do they use that megaphone to yell, "You look fat" at someone who had their photo posted online? Why?
So
frustrating.
It is deplorable, and I know that, like I said, the vast majority of people using these platforms are good, and then it comes on us as users and to some extent as product makers to help to try to create better platforms for this. But it's hard. But I'll say this, you know, the hope that I have, and we saw this actually so on Reddit you can upvote, but you can also guild, so you can pay money to essentially super upvote someone, like with real dollars. The most gilded comment on Reddit about the protests in Baltimore was from a user named Mock-2, and he went on this just amazing post, probably 1,000 words, about systemic racism, about how much he hates using the internet during, he's black, at least according to the, it's an anonymous account, but he hates going online during stuff like this because he just can't deal with the vitriol. But he wrote this amazing post, and the community responded overwhelmingly in support. And those are little glimpses of hope, and I know that, I really do believe the reasonable voices will win. But yes, it's extremely hard, and these are things that I can't even empathize with as a straight white dude. Like, I hope, though, that we can continue to get better at this, and it's going to take a collaborative effort, that's for sure.
That's true. So on the same gender relations bit, what was the atmosphere like at Reddit during the Ellen Pao trial?
I mean, it was business as usual. Certainly, it was unfortunate to have our CEO out of the office for so much time, but I think what was so heartening for all of us was to see the resolve and the determination and the just general awesomeness of Ellen during all of that. And it's great to have our CEO back. And I know that this is going to be this is one more step in the path towards progress. And she's going to continue to kick ass as our CEO, and that's going to continue to show more people that this is a different way that companies can be run and led.
She actually applied for the job after the lawsuit was filed. Mm-hmm. Did that complicate your decision at all?
To
hire her?
That was not my decision. Yishan was the CEO. So Ellen came on as an operational role back under Yishan. This was a couple years ago, so I have no idea.
Okay. Is she going to be permanent CEO?
I hope so.
Yeah. And what happened with Yishan? There was a news report that he didn't want to move the company to San Francisco.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was one of those stories. That was one of those stories where everyone was looking for some other thing, but there was a blog post that Sam wrote, and there was a Quora post that Yishan wrote in response. That is exactly what happened. I know it might be a little hard to believe, but that's...
San Francisco's so odious. People would rather leave a job than...
Like I said, it's all there. Yeah.
And where are you spending your time these days, New York or San Francisco?
So I'm about 50-50.
50-50?
Yeah.
What do you like better?
I know I'm sitting here wearing a net shirt, but...
50-50 with the Brooklyn shirt.
Well, I was born in Fort Greene, so that's... Yeah, I represent, yeah. So I was born in Fort Greene, and so I'll always have... There's always a part of me that will always be here, but yeah, 50-50.
So one of the interesting things about Reddit is it kind of won this big contest between Reddit and Dig. Mm-hmm. And the reason that it won was that Dig redesigned.
That was a part of it.
And everyone fled from the redesign to Reddit. And then Reddit, since then, hasn't redesigned. Mm-hmm. And are you afraid that another Dig is going to happen? Why are you Craigslisting?
It does have that kind of Craigslist chic. Well, so here's an important thing, and we tried so hard. Everyone, you got to understand, Kevin Rose, tech celebrity, launched his site like 6 months before us, and we had 12 grand, and he had VC funding, and we were just these two dorks trying to build something. And for so long, we're compared to it, and I know in their shadow. But the one thing we got right was that we knew we were a platform for communities, right? There are 500,000 communities on Reddit now for whatever you're into. And Dig was always one community. It was always this one monoculture with one front page. It had topics, but it didn't have different communities. And so the inevitability we saw was that at some point there would be a ceiling on the number of people who would want to come to the front page of Dig and look at things the Dig community was into. The redesign definitely precipitated that, but it was less about aesthetics and more about functionality, because the product was fundamentally changed. It basically became a place where people could, like publishers, could dump in an RSS feed, and users were expected to sift through it all. And there's way too much noise for that to possibly work. And So we kind of saw it coming, frankly, once the alpha was in our hands. But when it comes to Reddit, we know we have to modernize things. We built Reddit in 05 and there were no smartphones. So we don't have, we have Alien Blue, which is a great mobile app, but we need better native apps also on Android, which we're working on, as well as improving mobile web. And those experiences will continue to grow and continue to move. And all the feedback we've gotten so far from users about really any of the new things we've done in the way of design have been very well received, which is heartening. I think 170 million people are probably ready for something that looks a little bit more modern, a little bit more usable, but will never betray the core of like how it works.
So you're now a tech celebrity yourself. Have you talked to Kevin Rose and maybe at a tech celebrity party or whatever you tech celebrities do?
I don't go to those parties. I've never had a conversation. I met him once.
You've never talked to him and said, hey, buddy.
No, I met him once at a South by party many moons ago. But I'll tell you one of the things. I don't know. I don't go to any of those parties.
What were you gonna say?
One of the things that always really motivated us when we were sitting in the little apartment was there was this great video clip at a dig event where someone had thrown a Reddit shirt on stage and he blew his nose on it and threw it on the side. And I kept that clip. As a kid named Alexis who's overweight, like you get bullied a lot. And one of the ways
I know.
Oh. But as a kid, it was one of the ways that I dealt with that sort of thing. And so it was incredibly motivating. And I'm actually really grateful for that clip because it definitely helped me through some of those tougher days as a founder.
That needs to be a GIF. I wish we could show that clip because it sounds.
I'm sure you can find it on the internet.
I'm gonna find it. I'll make you that GIF. I'll make you that GIF. What's your new? So you're talking about having to innovate on the product. I agree. Our product is also a decade old. I can relate. What's your newest product launch? What's your next big? Okay, this is a little bit canned.
Well, I wanted to bring.
What's your next big product launch?
I wanted to bring something really special for y'all and new. And so in this year now, in the last 6 months, we've realized how much people love Reddit content, whether they love it on Reddit or somewhere else. We launched comment embeds to make it really easy for publishers to post Reddit comments in their articles. We launched a podcast called Upvoted, which is nearing 1 million downloads now. We launched a newsletter, a weekly digest, an email, the first time we've ever sent email to Reddit users. And these have all been steps on the evolution towards adding sort of original content to Reddit, amplifying the stuff that's already happening there to a bigger audience. And video, as you probably know, is not is a pretty hot thing right now. And we wanted to get the best people we could to help build Reddit video, because we know there are these amazing stories, and we want to find more ways and broader ways to share them. And so we're launching Reddit Video today. And we have 2 amazing people, Stephen Greenwood and Jordan Opplinger, who have joined the team, who are going to be leading this effort. And we have a clip.
Yeah, we do. A video about Reddit Video.
This is getting meta.
Reddit powers over 500,000 different communities of shared interests, geographies, and ideas, each consistently surfacing and sourcing the most relevant content of the day. Hundreds of millions of people all over the world set the global agenda.
Oh, it's okay, I can do the voiceover because I said it. Oh. Just to be clear, well.
They're going to try again. Guys.
Oh, there you go. Reddit
there you
video.
Go.
We'll be sure to post that on the internet.
500,000 different communities of shared interests, geographies, and ideas, each consistently surfacing and sourcing the most relevant content of the day. Hundreds of millions of people all over the world set the global agenda with their upvotes and downvotes.
It's a story that's quickly going viral on Reddit.
This person later posted the video of what happened to Reddit.
The slogan was captured in a picture and posted on Reddit.
Reddit?
Reddit.
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 Reddit. Reddit. During a Reddit AMA today.
Because it's happened on Reddit today. It's a place where people ask human questions and get human answers.
It was intense. I was really just trying to be open and be sincere.
About ready to start my Reddit Ask Me Anything. Hope you got some questions ready for me.
Where a vacuum repairman has just as much reach as Bill Gates. It's where curiosity is rewarded, where shared experiences are celebrated, and where everyone can find perspectives and insights from anyone, anywhere, about anything.
Hasta la vista, baby.
The stories that happen here are stories that deserve to be told. So we're going to start telling them in our own way, for our community and for our world at large. At Reddit, we have an unfair advantage. We produce our content with a community. Not only does that mean viewers, it also means collaborators who will help us make really special original video you won't find anywhere else. Join us.
And thank you to whoever got that video working. Oh.
That seems really impressive.
That's for Jordan and Steven.
I like all the Reddit mentions on mainstream news orgs.
That was the last 2 weeks of news clips, except for the Rachel Maddow one we had to stretch because it's Rachel Maddow. You got to get her in there. But
do you ever get mad that they're stealing your content? Do you ever get mad at BuzzFeed, for example, for just pulling entire Reddit threads and sticking it on their page?
I think it is a testament to how influential Reddit is. So I think it's great that Reddit can set the agenda in this way. I do wish users got the credit when sometimes they don't get credit, even just the link. This is why we make comment embeds. But at the end of the day, this is the internet, and it is just further highlighting how influential Reddit's content is. So I'm okay with it.
You've seen everything on the internet. You've got this sort of high level of what it means to be a networked human in 2015. What's your favorite thing on the internet, online? What's your favorite thing?
My favorite thing, and I'm not going to say a Reddit thing, is, because there's a lot of those, is when I get to see two normal, random strangers connect over something, and in a positive way, create something that didn't exist before. Because humans are just copy machines, right? Like, I would have gone over to your cave and seen some drawing on your wall and been like, cool, I'm gonna make one of those too. And when the internet is at its best, it's really letting people do that. And I know I've seen it at its worst, but it's seeing it at its best that gives me so much hope, because it makes me less afraid of the person sitting next to me on the subway. Like, it makes me feel better about my world, because for so long, the people who have had power, whether it's businesses trying to sell me more deodorant because if I don't smell good, someone won't date me, or politicians want to scare me so that I get their vote, like, the internet at its best can really make people realize that there is this common humanity and that we actually are mostly reasonable, decent people, and together we can do really amazing things.
Who is the one person you'd like to do an AMA? And you've had Obama, you've had Bill Gates, Jay-Z, really?
Yeah, Jay-Z and Beyonce. I'm not even kidding. I would, if Jay-Z's here, please.
You hear that, Sean Carter, wherever you are?
Also on the list would be the Pope. I think he'd do a really good AMA. I really do. He's a very, I think he's a very tech-savvy Pope. As far as the bar's not really high for popes, but yeah, Jay-Z and Beyonce would be the big one, or Kanye and Kim. Obviously, I got a shout out for the Armenian, so yeah, Kim and Kanye would be the other one then. That's quite a list. It's rare that all of those get to be together, but there you go.
Yeah, you should have the Pope, Kanye, Kim, and Jay, and be all at the same time.
That would be epic. Yeah, and then Jordan and Steven will shoot the video. It will go viral, and we'll shut down the internet. Yeah, we'll be done.
All right. Thank you very much, Alexis.
Oh, thank you very much, Alexia.
All right.
Thank you, everyone.
Excellent. And props again for getting the video to work. Technological conference. So in the future, I'll be up here probably still. I'm stagnant at my job. But you guys won't be here probably. You'll probably be at home on the couch with a big-ass headset on your face. And you'll be smoking a joint, and you'll be laughing at my jokes from afar, and I'm just going to be alone in here talking, because VR is most certainly coming, if it's not already here. We're going to sit down with Nate Mitchell from Oculus VR to talk about it. Please welcome him to the stage, along with Josh Constein.
Well, thanks for being here with me this morning, Nate. It's a very exciting morning for Oculus. A few hours ago, it just announced that the consumer edition of the Rift is going to go on sale later this year, and it's going to ship in Q1. So it's very exciting. Finally, 3 years after the Kickstarter, so congrats on that.
Thank you very much.
Cool. So I'm going to start with an easy question by demanding that you tell us how much it's going to cost.
So we haven't actually announced the pricing quite yet. I think overall, when we look at VR, we see these two product categories. You have the high-end, high-fidelity VR experience that we're targeting with the Rift. And on the lower end, on the mobile side, we have the product that we're doing in collaboration with Samsung, Gear VR. And Gear VR today is $200, obviously with the Note 4 or Samsung S6 that's coming out. But on the higher end side, on the Rift side, it is going to be a little bit more expensive, mostly around the fact that for that higher fidelity, higher immersion VR experience, you're going to want a gaming rig that you can plug into.
Okay, so is it going to be costing around like what a laptop costs, like a nice new iPhone, like Google Glass?
No announcements quite yet on the price of the headset. But the one really important thing for us has always been to make it affordable. You know, we want to reach a state where we have hundreds of millions, if not billions, of people in VR. And so nailing that affordability is really at the heart of the product that we're trying to build. We do see VR ultimately as a mass market product, and we want to get there.
If you're talking about this sort of as a game machine, how is it going to be priced versus PlayStation 4 and Xbox One and other gaming machines? Like, should people expect to pay a little bit more because it's different technology?
I think it goes back to that sort of like higher end, high fidelity experience. VR is so new, just like the dawn of any new platform or technology. Right now, because there is custom hardware involved, costs are relatively high and scale is relatively low. But I think as we see more and more companies sort of entering the space, what you're going to see is costs go down, right, as scale raises, and quality go up across the board. And I think that's going to be true for the PC side, the high-end, Rift side of the equation, as well as Gear VR.
So you're thinking around $1,000?
That's all the information I can give you right now.
Okay. So how are people going to be able to buy this? Are we going to be pre-ordering it on your website? Are you guys going to try to eventually sell this in stores like Best Buy?
So we haven't announced the total pre-order strategy yet. We are going to be taking pre-orders later this year, as we mentioned this morning.
So you're going to be taking them as in Oculus's website?
We will probably be taking them on Oculus.com.
Okay, that's good news. All right, we got something out of you.
But ultimately, I think retail is going to be a really important part of our strategy. So far, if you look at how we've sort of sold people on the idea that VR is awesome, that it's this incredible new thing, it really has been more about trial and experiencing it. Because when you put the device on and you have that first experience of being teleported to this other world and experiencing that sense of presence, that's when you understand sort of why VR is awesome and where it's going to go. And I think that's going to be required, again, to moving hundreds of millions of people into VR and into the Rift.
So it sounds like you guys are going to have like retail installations where people can try it out, not just like a box on the wall.
Like I said, we haven't finalized
You're smiling,
those
so
things
yes.
yet. Well, I think it's really important. I think if you look at what we've done so far on the marketing side too, almost all of what people would consider to be marketing is really events and getting out in front of developers and gamers and Kickstarter backers and showing them the technology and giving them a chance to experience it. And I think in a lot of ways the same is true with what we've done with empowering developers with the Oculus development kits. We've tried to just get the technology out there so that people can experience it. And I think that has had an enormous impact sort of on the rising tide of VR on the whole.
So one of my biggest questions about this is like, I don't own a gaming PC. Am I going to be able to run this Rift without buying something else? Is everything going to come in the box?
You are going to need your gaming PC. That's the main thing that you are going to need to have separately. But everything else that you need for the Rift will come inside the box.
Okay, so Oculus will require an external, third-party gaming PC to be able to run the Rift.
Yes.
Okay, that's interesting to know because, like, for instance, I own a MacBook. Like, I probably am not interested in buying a PC, and that's obviously going to raise the price a lot. You talk about affordability, but it's sort of affordable if you already have this other piece of hardware.
Yes, so going back to sort of the expensiveness of the device, it really is going to be that when you need that gaming sort of rig, you're going to want like a nice gaming rig. We're not talking about a high-end crazy computer, but something that would run modern games well today, plus the Rift itself. And so when you have those two things, we'll include everything else that you need to sort of dive into VR and have an awesome made-for-VR experience inside the box.
Will it work with Macs?
We are going to be releasing more on the technical specifications in the weeks ahead, basically in the run-up to E3. So actually, most of the details you want around the exact specifications of the computer that are going to run it, we're going to be talking about that very soon.
So what about partnerships? Like, have you guys talked at all with Xbox or PlayStation, Sony, and Microsoft about how you guys could work together on this kind of thing?
We have. We've talked to everyone. You know, there's a lot of people right now interested in the VR space, and we've said many times that we're really interested in bringing the Rift to as many consoles or platforms as possible. Ultimately, we haven't announced any sort of partnerships to date, but something we're always exploring.
Yeah, because I mean, I would love if I could just run it off of like a PS4, for instance. Is that something that you guys are imagining? Like maybe there's more interoperability on the the powering side or that back end side.
Anything is possible.
That's the whole point of virtual reality, right? Okay. In the announcement, you guys mentioned that there's going to be as yet unreleased or made public gaming experience that you called our own games. Is Oculus building its own games?
So the short answer to that question would be yes. The longer answer is we have a division within Oculus, the Oculus Studios team. It's our publishing arm. It's headed up by Jason Rubin, who's the co-founder of Naughty Dog. And Rubin's team is really looking at investing in the Oculus, in the VR ecosystem and bringing awesome made-for-VR games primarily to the Oculus platform. And so the same way that Microsoft or Sony might go out and publish a set of titles to bring them to their consoles, we're doing sort of the same thing. And we think that's really critical, ultimately, for kickstarting this VR ecosystem. You know, right now, there's a lot of risk associated with building a VR application, mostly around there are very few, well, there are no consumer VR headsets out there today, right? And so now with Gear VR coming later this year and the Rift shipping in Q1 2016, we've gone out there and we've really invested to help take some of that risk off developers and ultimately get the made-for-VR experiences, the experiences built from the ground up for VR that I think are really going to be the platform-defining, like, really exciting experiences that people play on the Rift day one.
So it seems a little bit like Nintendo, where they make their own first-party games, which are really beautiful and feel really natural on their console. But then they also allow third-party titles, including things that have been ported from other systems. Obviously, it's not really going to be a porting situation, considering it's...
Yeah, porting is tough.
That's a little tough just to stick Mario into 360.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you guys, how did you get the talent to be able to make these games? Did you guys buy anyone? I know that you hired away some heads from Pixar to be able to run your story studio, which is what's making the cinema experiences that you're using to sort of show off the potential of Oculus for cinema. So did you guys buy anyone or buy anyone out, steal anyone from top game studios?
I wouldn't frame it stealing anyone from top game studios.
Did you hire anyone that formerly worked at big game studios?
I mean,
and what studios are they?
So there's two parts to this. One is Oculus at its heart really is this gaming company. So most of our team comes from the games industry. We're gamers, game developers, engineers, people really trying to transform gaming. And I think that was sort of the call to action, sort of the revolution that we wanted to kick off when we started the Kickstarter, and that's the sort of incredible people that we've attracted in the industry. On to your original question, sort of first versus second versus third party, a better framing for my original answer would be that we're doing all three. So where Ruben's team is investing in the ecosystem, which can often be seen as sort of second party to third party, we also have some small first party teams internally, like Oculus Story Studio, which is the group that you just mentioned. We also have some very small game teams. Actually, if any of you guys have tried Gear VR, which is out there today, Hero Bound, which is one of my favorite experiences for Gear VR, was actually built by two guys internally with the support of an external studio. So we're actually already shipping some of the games that we've made internally today. What I will say is we don't have any 50, 100, 300-person studios within Oculus investing in games. We really are focused more on the platform, the technology that enables awesome developers out there, like whoever it is, to make great experiences that are going to knock gamer socks off when the Rift ships.
Cool. So I'm excited to go check out Hero Bound, which is now one of Oculus's first official games.
It is.
Great. But to play games, you're going to need a controller of some sort. That's one of the few things you guys have been really cagey about. Whenever you've done your demos, have all been, just headset-based. You look around a lot. Maybe you on the Gear VR, for instance, you tap the little side pad. But the DK2 and none of the other Oculus prototypes have had a real controller. So what are you guys doing around inputs?
Input is, it's been really tricky. I don't think anyone quite yet has cracked the code when it comes to VR input. We're going to be talking a lot more about input later this year. For us, what I can say is that we have two research paths when it comes to cracking the code on input. On the product engineering side, we have a team that's been focused for a long time now on sort of the 1 to 4 year outlook. What does input look like? What's the sort of input experience that we can deliver for Gen 1 or Gen 2 of VR? And then sort of parallel to that, we have the Oculus Research Division, which is a team headed up by Michael Abrash and Ottman Binstock up in Seattle. And that group is actually looking at the 4 to 10 year horizon and trying to look at what could input look like in the future? What do we want VR input to look like? And so they're investing more in the research around the breakthroughs that need to happen to bring sort of the VR input that we all dream of to life.
So I'm imagining VIA 1 is something more traditional that we kind of like what we've seen before. I'm imagining the Wii nunchucks, which are little handheld things but with joysticks on top. So you have the freedom of the joystick, but maybe some motion control and also some haptic feedback. You could have vibration, for instance. But I've heard from sources that Abrash in this crazy lab of his is testing everything from feedback responsive gloves and all sorts of things. Because ultimately, I think we'd all dream of playing a lightsaber game where when you knock against somebody else's lightsaber, you actually stop moving or you feel that resistance.
Yeah.
And so, but at least in this Q1, is this something does it look more like a gamepad or does it look like more things that you hold in your separate hands?
So we're going to, like I said before, we're going to be talking a lot more about input, especially in the run-up to E3, because this is really, you're absolutely right, this is at the heart of how people are going to be using the Rift. I think the biggest, we have like I said before, a very diverse input strategy, not only in terms of the research and investigations that we're doing, but in terms of the way we believe people are going to use the Rift and Gear VR actually at the onset. And so we have a couple different things we're excited to share in the near future, but nothing more to announce right now.
You sure?
I want to. I really do. I think one more note on input is that a lot of the experiences that people are developing right now are designed for a gamepad or the touch interface on Gear VR. And those have been really interesting to see developers sort of over the last 2 years with the DK1 and then DK2, and now some developers have Crescent Bays, investing in really building incredible gamepad experiences. And I think when the Rift ships, a lot of the experiences are going to be gamepad focused. And potentially, we could have some other input devices in there to make things more interesting.
Cool. So it sounds like you might have more than one controller eventually. Perhaps. That's my favorite implicit yes is the lean back maybe. What about third-party peripherals? Are you guys going to allow people to build extra things like surfboards that I could stand on or steering wheels or things like that?
The short answer is yes. I think for us, we're really focused on delivering out-of-the-box, awesome VR experience that's sort of all-inclusive. Like you said, it's when I get the Rift, is everything going to come with it? We want to nail that. And enabling developers to be successful, there really does need to be standardized input and standardized tech specs. And so that is really our key focus, is making sure our developers are successful. It's something we're sort of obsessed with on the platform side. When we think about the Rift, we really do we think about Oculus as trying to build the absolute best VR platform, and a platform where we're enabling developers to be extremely successful. And third-party peripherals don't always fit as well with that vision, right? If you want to make a surfboard game, sure, you can go out and do that. But sort of the audience that you're going to be able to address is going to be much smaller. Right. And so right now, again, that focus is on nailing the user experience for the broadest market. And that's what the Rift is all about, consumer VR that we've been waiting for.
Talking about creating the best platform, that to me sounds a bit more like a polished, more regulated platform like iOS than something that's super open to developers and less regulated but more liberated like Android. What kind of regulations are you guys going to be putting on experiences? Is there some level of this makes you too nauseous, this is too gory or scary? How are you guys going to regulate that kind of stuff?
So I think, like I was just mentioning, first and foremost, we think about building the absolute best VR platform. And then second to that, it's building the best VR platform that makes our developers super successful. I can point to a little bit what we're doing on Gear VR today. So on Gear VR, we have the Oculus Store available now. We actually have a curated experience where a developer will upload their build and we'll work with them to sort of distribute that worldwide. That's something we do think is incredibly important because we want people to have a phenomenal user experience on the Oculus platform and one that they know, whatever game that they go download is going to be absolutely stellar. I think you can expect something very similar on the Rift because we're going to mirror those sorts of things. But ultimately, I think our strategy on Innovator Edition with Gear VR and shipping development kits as fast as we can, enabling developers to build experiences, and having them really help shape the Rift and the Oculus ecosystem, that's the way we think about more of an open platform, and I think we've been pretty successful on that.
So you guys are thinking of it open in the sense of developers get a lot of time to try things out and build for it. You guys open source a lot. But in terms of what finally reaches the consumers, maybe like a little bit tighter of a grip to make sure nothing too weird happens in VR.
Yeah, I mean,
you don't want like random heart attacks or people like having PTSD.
Of course not. But I think for us, like I mentioned before, it's about the VR platform first, and that curated experience is right there on Gear VR. And we're working with developers right now on that. They're obviously making money today.
You guys bought a company called Nimble, which was sort of like a Leap Motion style motion controller. We haven't heard a single word about it since. What's up?
I can't comment too much on what the Nimble team is doing right now, but we'll reveal more in the months and years ahead.
If you work at Nimble, please DM me. But on a much higher level, we've talked a lot about the specifics. But what I really want to know is, what does Oculus define as success? Is that us spending as much time as possible in virtual reality?
We have two framings for success. The first would be sort of what I talked about before, that obsession with making developers successful. Because if we can make developers successful, then this VR ecosystem that we've been sort of throwing all our weight behind, sort of pouring our hearts and souls into over the last 3 years, is going to get the lift off that it needs to really bring VR to the mass market and ultimately make Oculus successful. I think that really is, for us, the main driving force.
Okay, but do you want, is one of your metrics like users spending more time in VR? Or, I know, like, for instance, like Facebook, they gain a lot when users use the product more. Google gains less when they use it for more time. What is your guys' philosophy on how much time people should spend in VR?
I mean, obviously, we want to drive engagement and retention. That's the simple sort of metrics. We want to have awesome experiences where people are coming back every single day to play the Rift and have just a stellar experience. We haven't internally. I mean, I have my own metrics that I would love to see. Ultimately, I think if we deliver a great product that people are excited about and that they're using every day, then we've definitely had success. And it's not. There's success in the short term, like what is success for Gear VR, its consumer launch, and Rift, its consumer launch. What do those look like? But for us, our focus is really not only that, but the long term. And again, getting VR out to the mass market and delivering an awesome consumer VR product as well.
My worry is not that this isn't going to be popular enough. It's the opposite. It's that we're going to have people neglecting their kids, people losing social contact, or people spending all their time in here, people truly addicted. And so do you guys have to have sort of a lack of apology for people abandoning their lives for VR?
I don't think so. I think
because I'll say this: I've heard sources say that a motto inside of Oculus is "fuck reality."
I have not heard that motto inside of Oculus, but maybe I'm hanging out with the wrong people. I think for us, again, it's just about delivering a great consumer product and giving developers and users the ability to decide how they want to use it. I think in some ways we should be so lucky as to having people coming back to the Rift every single day. That would be a dream come true for me and Palmer. And that's what we're driving toward.
Cool. So to quickly recap some of the things that you talked about, you gave us a lot of news actually, which I'm really excited about, including that Oculus wants to be affordable, but it's going to be in that high-end range. People are going to need a gaming PC to power this.
It's those two things together that are going to make it a little bit more expensive for that true holodeck-like experience.
Right, and you guys are going to take pre-orders from Oculus.com, but are also working on a retail experience, potentially allowing people to try it out in person, and that eventually you guys are trying to make this an open platform in terms of the development of hardware and experiences, but what gets to the end user has to be polished, because this is going to replace reality in some ways for us. So I hope you guys don't screw it up.
Thanks, Josh.
Cool. Well, thank you very much for talking with me.
My pleasure. Absolutely.
Cheers.
All right, quick housekeeping notes. I want to remind everyone that the selfie contest will shut down shortly. So please just do it. Just sit where you are right now and just hashtag TC Instagram. TC Disrupt. Last day. We're doing it. Founders tend to be really, really pushy people. Investors are boring. Founders are pushy. I'm going to get myself in so much trouble. So founders are pushy. They kind of like nudge their way into things. They're go-getters. Sometimes it can be too aggressive, but sometimes it's exactly what they need to do to be a winner. Our next guest got his big break by emailing Dennis Crowley, got his foot in the door at Foursquare, and has now created his own company. Please welcome to the stage Tristan Walker of Walker & Co. and our moderator, Kim I. Cutler.
These pops, or can I actually?
Yeah, you can drink them. They're real. So you're back on your home turf today, right? You grew up around here.
Yeah, I grew up in Queens.
Yeah.
Southside Jamaica, Queens. My family still lives in Queens. School of Hard Knocks. It was real true grit, and really taught me what it meant. Not only to be an entrepreneur, but really hustle. And I'm super thankful to be back. We have an office out in New York. I'm out here about a week a month, and it's always good to kind of get that energy back from New York. I love it here.
So, when you think about the neighborhood that you came from, what are the key moments, like when you think about your education and your history and your career? Like, what are the key moments that really helped you break into tech?
Yeah, so I think what's interesting is I've been very fortunate and blessed with great opportunity. When I was 14 years old, I got shipped out to boarding school on full scholarship.
How did that happen, though?
Yeah.
How did
So
that happen?
I was a part of a program called the Boys Club of New York. It was an after-school kind of enrichment program. I was a basketball player at the time, but they also had this education program where they'd get some of the highest performing kind of inner-city youths to take what was, I think, called at the time the SSAT. And if you did well, you can interview for all of these boarding schools. I did it. I did well, and I got a free ride to a school in Connecticut called the Hotchkiss School. And it was there that I actually, the 4 most transformative years of my life. I got to see how the
changed your life.
Yeah, it was next level. I got to go to school with Rockefellers and Fords and all that stuff. And it was the first time in my life that I got to actually see what wealth was. Right?
And what was that like?
What was seeing what wealth was
I mean,
like?
being but as a child coming from the community that you came from.
So it was interesting and eye-opening. Few people know, and I say this, like when I was 14 and got to boarding school, I didn't even know what a verb was, right?
Yeah.
And fast forward 4 years later, as I was a senior, I was excelling, right? Honor roll, et cetera. And at that time, I knew that I could compete with the best and the brightest, and I knew what it would take to do that. And Hotchkiss, again, as I said, the 4 most transformative years of my life, and I'm so thankful for that experience.
Yeah. So, like in light of that, I mean, when I look at entrepreneurs like you, I think that often in the tech industry we say, oh, look at Tristan or look at so and so, they've made it, and because they've made it, anybody can make it. But that really just sort of covers up all the different structural inequities in the way that our education system works, in the way that where people live. And so when I look at you, I think of how many other people are there like you that just didn't happen to get that lucky break to go to this school? And how do we find all of them?
Yeah, so again, I'm very fortunate and very blessed. I get a lot from folks saying, hey, Tristan, of course you kind of got that funding. Of course you're well networked.
you almost had the silver spoon in your mouth, and I call bullshit on that. And it's like, walk a mile in my shoes and tell me kind of what that's like. When I moved out to Silicon Valley about 7 years ago, when I was 24, and that was the first time that I heard about Silicon Valley.
How did you decide? How did you make that transition? Because you were in finance and banking before.
Yeah. So after I left university, I was working on Wall Street. I was an oil trader on Wall Street for 2 years. Hated it. It was the worst experience of my entire life. I was a victim of bad culture and knew I wanted to be creative, a great one. And when I was growing up, I realized I had one goal in life, right? And that was to get as wealthy as possible, as quickly as possible. And I realized that there are 3 ways.
Like that you're honest about it.
I keep it very real about that. There are 3 ways to do it. The first was to be an actor and athlete. That didn't work out for me at all. The second way was to work on Wall Street. Hated it. And I said, damn, I've already exhausted 2 of the 3. The last one was entrepreneurship. And the day that I came to that realization, I said, you know what? I hate Wall Street. I want to get as far away from this place, literally and figuratively, as possible. There's a school called Stanford. I think it's well known for entrepreneurship. I didn't really know what that meant. Let me apply. And fortunately, I got in. And it wasn't until literally I got out in August of 2008 that I saw other 24-year-olds not only making millions of dollars, but fundamentally changing the world. And I knew I wanted to be a part of that, and kind of the rest is history at that point.
Mm-hmm. You said that you had a really important mentor when you were, I think you were working at Lehman, right?
Yeah.
And he gave you a set of advice for your career.
Yeah.
Which was, what was it?
Yeah, so when I was at Lehman Brothers and working in finance, there's a gentleman, his name was Bill Lighton, and he was a managing director, African-American, most senior guy at the firm, and called me in his office one day, and he said, Tristan, I figured out life. Sit down, I'm going to tell you how to live your life. So I'm like, all right, tell me, Bill. And he said, Tristan, you want to spend the first third of your life learning, right? The second third of your life earning, and the last third returning, right? Now here's a guy, he left Yale when he was 20. He started working on Wall Street. The day he turned 40, he quit. He could have been way more successful, acquired way more wealth. But now he's dedicating his entire life to philanthropic efforts, right? And the reason he kind of ordered it in that way, he said too many people try and put the returning thing before the earning thing, which prevents them from scaling their returning efforts, right? So when I think about my career, I talk about wealth a little bit facetiously, but it's a means to that very end, right? So I think, I've done the learning thing and I continue to. How do I shorten the earning thing to maximize my ability to return and give back to the community, as evidenced by some of the stuff that I'm doing with like Code 2040 and other things as well.
So with the earning part, I mean,
I haven't earned yet, by the way.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you're on the process, but so you left Foursquare. You knew you wanted to do a company. How did you come to Walker & Company and the Bevel line of products?
Yeah. So when I left Foursquare, I joined Andreessen Horowitz. I was an entrepreneur in residence there. Ben Horowitz at the time said, come spend 9 months with us to figure out what you want to do. I spent all 9 months there, and I spent the first 7 months there wasting their time, right? Just chasing things that I wasn't uniquely qualified to do. They were ambitious, but I wasn't going to be the best person to do it. And I said, if I'm going to dedicate the next 20 plus years of my life to anything, I wanted to fundamentally feel like I was the best person in the world to solve said problem.
Yeah.
And it hit me 7 months later. And Ben would always, from the kind of Peter Thiel school of thought, he'd always encourage me to think of the one thing that you believe that few people in the world believe. And I had 2. The first really pertaining to culture, right? I had this fundamental belief that all global culture is led by American culture, which is led by black culture in the US, if you think about food and music and dance, et cetera. Yeah. And a big frustration of mine is my living in the earliest adopting region in the world, and it's knowing very little about the earliest adopting culture. That discord makes 0 sense to me. And then the second view of the world that I had pertained to health and beauty consumer packaged goods companies. I think they're all doomed for all types of business model and structural reasons. But I always talk about my experience of going to these retailers, going to some shelf that has some dirty, outdated packaging that hasn't been updated for decades, right? And it's a second-class citizen experience that this community shouldn't have, right? And you loop in Latino and Asian folks as well. We're the majority of the country in 20, 30 years, let alone the majority of the world, and we still have this second-class citizen experience. So I felt that there was an amazing opportunity to put those 2 views of the world together to build a very special health and beauty products company focused uniquely on the needs of people of color and leverage everything that I've learned in Silicon Valley to really reimagine the build-out of a kind of next-generation consumer packaged goods company.
Cool. So, I mean, you've got the shaving product out already. What's coming down down the pipeline?
Yeah, so Bevel is our first brand. It's a shaving system that has eradicated the irritation issue for both men and women. In a couple months, we're going to launch a new product to complement that offering, which I'm incredibly excited about. By the end of the year, one thing that we like to do is really invest in R&D. We're only going to make products specifically tailored to our community's needs and solve really acute health and beauty problems that exist in the community. One thing that I get excited about is building things not only for men, but women as well, right? There's a wide open opportunity to do something really special. One thing that really frustrates me is when you really think about it, there's nothing more unique in the world than an individual's physiological makeup, right? But there's nothing less unique in the world than the entire consumer packaged goods industry. It's like a very weird thing. You look at any other industry in vertical, there's some semblance of personalization, among other things. And one thing that we can do, we can make product, we can make good product. And I think more and more you'll see from us for kind of future brands and products, kind of that blend of great product, great service, but a little bit more personalization. And we can do that better than any incumbent.
That's a trend. I mean, we had Emily Weiss from Glossier here earlier this week, and then I think with those types of models like them, Warby Parker, they're kind of bypassing the on-the-floor retail route, and you can do more customization with that as well.
Absolutely. It's, and this goes back to why I think we're well positioned to do it, and the large incumbents cannot. Right? It's the combination of blending a merchandising experience online that's beautiful, useful, educational, with an offline experience that does the same, right? And we've been proving that we can do that effectively.
So you recently became a father.
Yes.
How does that affect how you think about work and entrepreneurship?
Yeah, so my son Avery is the best thing to happen to me and my wife, hands down. And I've been having this discussion a lot recently.
Yeah.
So the way that my wife and I kind of raise our son, we take him to daycare 8 to 5. I'm at home every day between 6 and 6:30. I always feed my son and put him to bed. And then once he's in bed, I do not go back to work. I have no email on my phone. If anything blows up, people know to call me, right? But I'm very deliberate about that. And one thing my wife and I talk a lot about is this idea of like the third shift, right? That's really advocated a lot in Silicon Valley and elsewhere, where you put your kid to sleep and then you go back to work for a couple hours and you come home and go to sleep. My wife and I always talk about seeing less of that, right? And once you have a kid, what's interesting is a lot of folks really start to focus less on their partner, right? And I don't want to do that.
match like each other. Here's a suggested bar to go to or suggested restaurant or
Yeah,
hotel.
it's possible for us to move into something like that, and we've explored that kind of thing. We look for things that are scalable and easy to do. We allow people to express themselves how they want to express themselves by which venue they're going to choose to go out on a date. So we try not to get for people. I mean, more the issue is scheduling and availability and that kind of thing, and not so much, I don't know where to go.
Have you thought about integrating like people's Google calendars into the app to suggest like you guys are both free Thursday at 4?
Yeah, I mean, a good number of people use Google Calendar, but not everyone uses Google
Well, you
Calendar.
integrate with also iCal, and I mean, there,
Yeah.
Outlook.
No, totally. It's something we've looked at. It's probably not something that we're going to pursue right now, but you're on the right track.
So one thing I've always thought that's odd about dating apps is like once you get good at using them, you find someone and you date them and you use the app less.
That's right.
So
but then you tell your friends more. So I was just talking with one of my friends who founded one of the other startups here, and he was just saying I'm your biggest advocate because I met my girlfriend on Hinge.
You want to shout out their startup?
Yeah, well, he's actually up next. I guess I just blew him up, but it's Chris from Mike.
Awesome. Cool, but so you don't really mind if the app is so good that they kind of stop using it once they execute the relationship set?
No, certainly not. I mean, as long as there's going to be single people in the world, then there's going to be a reason.
I think there's always going to be single people in the world. All right,
Yeah.
now before we go,
Right.
Do you want to trash talk Tinder a little bit?
No, of course
What's
not.
Tinder's biggest shortcoming?
I think the apps are very, very different, and it's not about
And your
one.
PR person told you to say that, but what's the worst part of Tinder? Come on.
No, I think ultimately we are about moving offline and not just being a game where you're sort of matching and chatting, and I think that's what's really, really nice about Hinge, and it's just a different purpose. People use Hinge who want to go out on dates and be in relationships, and I think there's a wide range of reasons that you would use something like
All right, last
Tinder.
question. How many new cities are you in by the end of 2015?
Actually, this year is much more about saturating the cities that we're in and working on this next set of product features. So
no new
probably
cities.
close to the number of cities that we're in now.
And you're in how many cities right now, total?
38.
38, all right. Well, good luck, and we'll talk to you next year.
All right, cool, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
All right.
Hi, we're here with Chris Alchek, the founder and CEO of Mike. Chris, for people who don't know, what is Mike?
So Mike is the leading news site for young people. We reach about 24 million monthly readers, and we are news and analysis for the next generation.
So when you say younger people, what do you mean?
So we focus on 18 to 34-year-olds, but specifically we look at college-educated 20-somethings. That's our audience. These are the people that are consuming news very differently than previous generations. And these are ultimately going to be the biggest spenders in the next economy.
So I want to talk a little bit more about the audience and how reading is changing. But before we get to that, one thing I do have to ask you about is there was a report in Business Insider the last couple days that apparently you guys had acquisition talks with Twitter, but you weren't interested, which makes you look really, really cool. What can you tell us about that?
So, I mean, first and foremost, Mike is not for sale, never was for sale. We think we're building something very big and very special, and are going to be pursuing it as an independent company. Second thing is we talk to a lot of people, both investors and partners all the time, and we can't comment on conversations.
Okay, so I won't grill you too much about the Twitter stuff, but I'm always curious, when people say that something is not for sale, I mean, does that mean that you just would not consider it at all, or that's just not the path that you're looking to go down?
No, I think, it depends on how confident you are in what you're building, and where you think it'll thrive. We started Mike 4 years ago now, and the vision was there's an opportunity to build the next CNN, the next New York Times, and now
I think it needs to come
They
back.
are beautiful, like little photons flying
Yeah.
out. Well, you can print out PDFs of all our tutorials.
All right, I'll give it a try. All right, Lamore, thank you very much for joining us. Thanks for joining us on stage.
Okay.
Where can people look for stuff?
If you want to learn all about electronics, go to learn.adafruit.com and pick one of the 800 tutorials.
All right, thanks for watching.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back TechCrunch writer Jordan Crook.
We feeling good? I have a burrito belly. Welcome back from lunch. We are going to take 5 minutes to talk to our Hardware Alley wildcard. Please welcome Boxen to the stage.
Where's Sandira? Okay, here we are. All right, hello, TechCrunch Disrupt. We were just ripped from downstairs and put on stage in front of you. So we're here to show the Voxy box. I don't know, by show of hands, have anybody been downstairs to see this in person at the Hardware Alley? Not a lot. Okay, so after this, please come on down because it's something you really have to see with your own eyes. Can we get a camera on the display? All right, so what you see here is, well, I'm Sean Keane, and this is Alan Jackson, and our CEO and founder, Sandira Kalviak, is also around here. You'll see her soon. And What you can see is the TechCrunch logo, but what you can't see from there and on that screen is that it's actually three-dimensional. It's the world's first spatial display that's on the market. And what that means is, depending upon where I'm looking, I can see a completely different view. So Alan Jackson has been working on this for the past 30 years, since 1985. Alan, why don't you tell him a little bit about it?
This grew out of a challenge by the New York Hall of Science. They asked me to build a three-dimensional model of an atom. And I said, sure, I can do that. And months later, we came up with a prototype. We demonstrated it. It went through a process of maybe a year or two of development. Yep. And we finally got a three-dimensional model of an atom up and running at the Hall of Science in 1986.
And we met each other around 2010 when the Kinect came out, because I wanted to create holographic videos based on the type of technology that's in the Kinect. But it was too expensive to do that for displays, and I found Alan, and we started working together with the aim of making it so that everyone could have a true holographic display in their home, every classroom, every workplace. And Sandira's here to tell you more about it. We'll just be running the show behind the scenes here.
Hi.
You're right over on the X. And also, could we cue the video? Yeah. I think that right on the X there.
Okay. What you're looking at is a combination of software and hardware. If you're familiar with 3D printing, instead of printing matter, we're printing light at extremely high speed. It's our proprietary algorithm that enables that. Showing 3D was not enough for us. We also wanted to make it interactive. So you can hook up a leap motion, any kind of input, and manipulate the content. Today we're talking to some of our first customers are actually Hollywood folks. They're making 3D movies, and they're very frustrated because there's no display to show them. We're also talking to a space company that's interested in fostering their collaboration between engineers, manipulating parts of their rocket ships. Yeah.
Okay. Could we get the camera back on the display itself? Sandira mentioned space. We were actually at NASA's annual symposium on advanced research concepts. Prior to that, we were invited to SpaceX because it seems that they have a problem that they need better tools to be able to visualize jet propulsion systems. And so they're looking at new ways where teams can collaborate in a space like this. If we all gathered around here, we could look at the part here, and Sandira would be able to see from a different angle, and she might say, well, you know what, this isn't really working out here, we need to make a revision. And live, they can make a revision. Previously, they would have to do rapid prototyping. That might take a whole day to print out a new engine part. But now we can do it instantaneously, switching to the next thing. So,
yeah. So we have an SDK available for developers who want to produce content for it. Today, it takes about 5 minutes to port a Unity game, if you're in the gaming space. Use cases are endless. It's like asking, what do you do with a screen? So we're starting with a variety of concepts such as, like I said, gaming. We are
Star Wars.
Star Wars.
We're a little bit past May the 4th, but if we can get the video back onto the display itself. And again, please come afterwards, come downstairs and see it in person. But we have, obviously, Princess Leia, Star Wars, all that kind of stuff. We make that science fiction real.
We took fiction out of science fiction.
So we think it's really special, and unlike any other display out there, it's spatial as well. So thank you so much for having us here, and we really appreciate TechCrunch. John Biggs, thanks for having us to this event, and we're so happy to be a wildcard. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. You're entirely dismissed. Yeah, okay. Quick update on the Wi-Fi. it is still not working. And we can do very little about it, unfortunately. The whole manhole thing, which is another beauty of New York, means that all those wires that serve internet to the entire block have just burned up in the ground. So we're actually working really hard to get like Wi-Fi situations for our battlefield companies, also working to get Wi-Fi to you as quickly as we can, but we really apologize, although I love seeing your faces. Looking at me, it's so nice, only a couple glowing apples, and then like the one-off Dell. Our next panelist is someone that goes way back with me. I met her back in 2012 when she was just launching a company called ClassTivity at the time out of Techstars. It was like search for fitness classes. It was a good idea. Turns out that like people really need a lot of motivation to go work out, and the company only did 100 reservations over the course of 2 years. So think about that as a founder. 100 reservations in 2 years, almost no traction whatsoever. And she actually found a way to pivot this company into a new model called ClassPass. And as of 2 months ago, they had a $60 million revenue run rate for 2015. They're doing, you know, just an awesome job. I can't stop hearing about ClassPass. People want me to sign up all the time. I tell them I don't work out, I eat burritos. But she's a true success story, and I'm really excited for her to, you know, be on our stage. So please welcome to the stage Payal Kadakia and moderator Daryl Etherington. Have fun, Dave.
Okay.
Hello, Payal.
Hello.
Thanks for joining us here. And you're in New York, or well, you're living in New York, right?
Yep,
you guys
I've
are
been
based
in New York
here.
for 10 years.
Yeah, so thanks for having me as a guest from
Thank
Toronto. Yeah. So we heard a lot about your success from Jordan, but it wasn't always that way. When you guys started out as ClassTivity, things were sort of more bleak, I guess, is how I could put it. But how would you put it?
You know, when we started this company, it was all about a mission to help people get connected to their passion. So, you know, my quick background, I've been a dancer my entire life. I was looking for a class, and it seemed pretty simple to me to say, why isn't this as easy as when I order food on Seamless Web or book a restaurant from Open Table? So the first version of the site, obviously technologically, it seemed pretty simple. Let's build a directory, get all this information into one place. And we launched ClassTivity. We spent about a year building that through technology, and we launched it right out of Techstars. And you know, there were crickets after that. It was one of those moments where, you know, a lot of, I think, companies can either get stuck in saying, this is all we're going to do. But, you know, I think me and the team were super motivated to say, no, like there's something else here. And we had so many people backing us. They could see our passion, and they were just like, keep going. And we started working on another idea. And it evolved into ClassPass, but there was actually even another pivot in the middle.
So, but it sounds like there was a lot of support there, you're saying, like throughout the process. So at any time were you just like, I'm done with this? Like you had tons of things, tons of options that you could have taken up. Like at what point, how do you get through that? Because me, I would have curled up in a ball and I would have been like, I'm done with this, whatever, like I give up, right?
You know, people are everything. I've always surrounded myself by really awesome people. From the beginning, you know, people like David Tisch, Fritz Landman have been so supportive. And even in those moments where we didn't know, they were like, you're going to figure this out, keep going. And I always had that encouragement around me. And at the end of the day, we just knew that there was an answer here and that we could really change the world. And that just kept us going. I don't know. I mean, I wake up every day saying, how do I, you know, improve myself? How does the company keep growing? And I think that motto stuck with us.
Great. So, but you never had a moment where you just almost gave it up?
No, I mean, I think failure is one of the most amazing data points. It tells you which direction to not go. And it kind of opens the doors into saying, hey, here's all the opportunity that does exist.
Great. So about the change, like about becoming, I guess ClassPass is a relatively new thing in terms of the name and the brand. Like when did you guys switch over?
So about a year ago, it was called ClassTivity. Before that, it was ClassTivity, then the ClassTivity Passport, then ClassTivity ClassPass, and then we finally stuck with ClassPass last February.
So like walk me through that change. Like how did that come about? How did you recognize the better opportunity, and like whose advice did you take in that process, and how much of it was your own thinking and anything like that?
So, at the time, the team was really small. There was 4 of us. We had launched a product called the Passport in the market. So once Classtivity didn't exist, we said, okay, let's go talk to studio owners, see how we can really make this marketplace take off. What we realized for the studio owners is they wanted people to come in their doors. They were giving away classes for free just to get people to come. And we realized we had an amazing technological site build. We had integrated with a lot of the back-end technologies already. So we decided to create this product called the Passport, which was a $49 offer. People got to try a variety of classes, but they had to be a new customer, and they could only go once. And we used that platform to say, we're going to do remarketing and targeting for you to get people to come back. We had an internal metric of saying 75% of people who gave something a positive rating should attend back, right? We wanted to make sure we were converting people and not just getting classes for free. And when we didn't see that number, we started to say, okay, is this going to work long term, right? It'd been 3 months. We knew that people loved the product. They loved it so much that they were trying to buy it over and over again when they actually couldn't. So whenever people are trying to give you money over and over again, it's just kind of one of those moments to say, hey, what's going on here? They want to keep giving us money. They were kind of trying to fraud us and buy it over. So that's
I've used the different emails with clearly contacts or whatever. You have a different thing here. That's a Canadian reference for Canadians in the audience. I can see why the temptation would be there. So you recognize that, and you didn't necessarily punish users for that.
No, and what we ended up doing, so we did some surveys. We asked people why they weren't going back. A lot of them were like, hey, I really loved the variety. And we were like, interesting, variety. Most people that wasn't the model that had existed before. And it took us about 2 months to go from, having a 1-month model to a subscription model. Our first month, we had 35 subscribers. The second month, we had 70. And now, we've done 4.5 million reservations to date on the platform. That's a lot of people working out, and most of those reservations are things people have never would have even tried before.
And how do you, is it just all user-driven in terms of making those choices to try something new, or are you guys guiding them and helping them with that process?
Yeah, to date it's been pretty much like a pull experience. We're working on massive recommendation algorithms. We have so much data. Every single class you've been to, we've collected a rating review. We're collecting what you liked about it, what you didn't like about it, so we can further recommend to you the best class for you, whether it's in your work, locally, to your home. There's so many ways that we're going to be expanding on the recommendations.
So do you share that information with your partners, with the fitness facilities?
Yes, we currently share all the ratings and reviews with them. It's a great way for them to improve their business. Sometimes they don't know, right? They don't know why someone doesn't like their class. It's important for them to know, hey, do you need water? Is it just, is it a location problem? Is it a teacher problem? People aren't just getting enough of sweat in your class. All that information is so important for them to continue to improve their business.
And so speaking of partners, that clearly is a nice thing that they've probably not had before, but are you getting any sort of resistance? It does seem like the model that you're offering, to me it seems like it's designed to keep people sticky to your service, as opposed to converting to, say, full-time members for these facilities.
So what's amazing is 80% of our users have purchased directly from our studios. So we actually know that they are being introduced to a new platform, and they're really engaging with our studio owners. And we've had 95% retention on our studio partner side over these 2 years.
And then do they remain ClassPass users, or is that a lossy model? Isn't that a problem too?
Yeah, they remain both, right? They're kind of realizing that ClassPass is a great way for me to keep the variety in, but they also want to, we have a cap on how many times you can go to any one studio in a given month. So a lot of people are like, I want to go my 4th week at the same studio, so they buy directly for them. We don't have all the inventory, right? So some of the premium inventory is restricted. The studios are able to do that. That was something we did early on in terms of inventory allocation. It was important for us to make sure that the studio owners were going to have sort of the ability to restrict their inventory and keep it for their loyalists.
Now, but does there ever come a point where it is more beneficial for you to sort of aggressively pursue these customers as ClassPass customers and turn studios into a more, not like a dumb pipe type model, or do you think that it's sustainable for you both to grow?
The market is huge, right? It's a $40 billion industry. We already know we're doubling it, which is amazing. People want to work out more. The most amazing thing that ClassPass has done is motivated people to get off the couch and get to class. And that's a win-win for everyone, right? The market grows. People are spending money now on the market and stuff that they would have never done before.
Oh, good. What about the unlimited thing? Is that sustainable? Because we had the company actually that was presenting, I think yesterday, the Blowout.
Yeah.
I don't know if you saw, but they were doing like unlimited Blowout appointments at hair studios, and some of the judges had commented like, if I had that, like I would just be in there every single day, all the time, right? Like taking advantage of that.
Yep.
So you have these super users, but and I realize there's a balance, right? But is there a danger that the super users eventually outgrow your ability to balance?
You know, we want to build the best product that works for obviously all of our partners and our business model. As we've grown, we went unlimited because most people actually go to a very different amount of classes every single month. So there's a lot of variance. We didn't want the person who is going to 4 classes to feel bad, and we don't want the person who's like, I want more of an appetite to feel like they can't do that, right? So as we've become unlimited, I think what we've seen is the average person goes to around 5 to 6 classes in an average month, right? That's sort of the standard thing. That's what's been in the gym industry for so long. We've actually been a little bit higher than that, of course, because it's a more engaging platform. 90% of our users work out versus only, in the gym industry, 60% of people have a gym membership don't go at all.
Mm-hmm.
So we've definitely seen higher engagement, and it's something that, we're looking at interesting services to add to the platform versus trying to cap the product, because that feeling of unlimited is what gives people that idea of, I can be anything on this platform.
Mm-hmm.
And that's something that we've, as a product, really cared about.
So unlimited is essentially the key ingredient, you think, to the magic? Because that is what made the difference, I guess, right? When you guys were experimenting with.
People want to feel like they can do anything, right? Who wants to buy something where they can't feel like, oh, I could work out every day?
Yeah.
You kind of have that aspiration, right? Of course, that's not always what happens, sadly, but we want to help you get there, and we want the model to work as well.
Nice. Now we heard Jordan also mention some numbers, so let's go through those numbers quickly. So the $60 million revenue run rate is what, 2 months old, I think, at this point. So you guys didn't confirm or deny at the time. How about right now? Can you confirm?
We've been growing at 20% month over month, so we'll let you guys do the math.
Okay. But that number might be out of date then, is what you're saying.
Yeah, we're growing really fast, I mean, it's the growth that we're seeing, and it's mostly all viral, has been phenomenal. We've launched 7 cities in the past 2 months, so we're now in 3 international cities, so super heavy growth.
And so the international expansion plan, are you guys, what's involved in actually your expansion, so your city to city? Like how much of that involves hiring? Do you hire local when you move to these places?
We've actually been managing it all from New York City.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Okay, so then walk us through an expansion then.
Yeah, so we go there, we sign up all the studios. What's amazing is so many people have heard of the brand now, so the studios there are so excited to be working with us. When we launched London, we launched it with 200 studios. And we've seen phenomenal growth since then. A lot of it, we know how to do our events, we know how to market to our users, we know how to get the right people, the influencers sort of involved with the product earlier on, and then from there it goes viral. And it's amazing because it's a product that gives back to people, right? They walk into class, the studio owner says, hey, are you here from ClassPass? The person there is saying, hey, I'm here from ClassPass. So it's something that, we know people like to chat about.
So you don't have boots on the ground in any of these the major cities where you're at?
Yeah, as a company, really, efficiency is one of our pillars. We focus on process, we focus on doing things in a really brand-centric way, and we wanted to centralize to make sure that we were able to do that.
And it sounds like community plays a big part in helping you be able to do that as well.
Yeah, I mean, what's amazing is we've launched amazing events on our site, like movies, ice skating. We've gotten people to go to things with complete strangers. So we've built a community.
Mm-hmm.
ClassPass is a community, essentially, and people are very excited to meet other ClassPassers, and we know there are so many stories of people becoming friends just because they saw each other at class.
That seems very valuable in terms of like expanding beyond. So are you looking at other areas like outside of the current market that you're tackling?
Our company mission statement
right now. But that's how we do it, and I think we have to make sure that somebody can see it and get rid of it, and send it off, however they share it, whatever their favorite way of sharing it, including something as old-fashioned as email. We have to allow them to get it out to somebody else. That's increasingly, we want our customers and fans to be our curators. Put it all up there, but let them curate and share.
Right. So when you talk about connected devices growing rapidly, there's been this famous quote around for a while that Steve Jobs talked about cracking TV, and I'm not so convinced that it was about what kind of remote you were using, and more along the lines of the experience that we have when we watch TV. There's sort of like an idealized way that some people are starting to think about that, which is a mix of channels, kind of all together. You pick what you want to watch, you mix them together, and you're able to watch, say, something from Netflix, and then flip a metaphorical channel or end that program and watch something from, say, the MLB or something else. Do you ever think that kind of thing will be a reality, or the deals and structures in place to keep these things channelized, are those too strong? Will that never break apart?
I don't think they're mutually exclusive. I think that for a lot of people my generation, the pay TV model is not going to go away. We're going to stay with it. We're used to it. We grew up with it. It's a great customer-friendly way it serves it. But I think that's not going to go away. It may be a melting iceberg, but I think it's pretty cold water. But I do think for the next generation, and I think this is what content owners are saying, is that they want it when they want it on the device they want it. And whether that's you share it on their big screen in their living room or increasingly on their personal device, that's how they're going to want it. And for live sports, we have to be cognizant that we are, a generation is coming along that has time and device shifted probably 80-90% of their video consumption. And live sports, DVR proof, all these other things, we have to make sure that we're part of that and at least let them device shift it. We're not going to let them time shift it because it is a live event, but we have to let them device shift it. And so there's a lot in front of us to make sure that live sports is as relevant today and tomorrow as it was yesterday. And I think we're way ahead of the curve. And I think we're going to get a lot new fans, a great new number of fans because we're so mobile friendly. All the sports, not just baseball, but we're all really worried about mobile. And I think the fan growth is going to really surprise people because it's instantaneous, it's live, it's fun, and I think people will give us 15 minutes and watch a live baseball game or a live other sport.
So speaking about Apple, they're rumored to get into the over-the-top game in some sort of streaming manner. Apple TV most likely is the hub for that. But there's also been some other reports that they want to offload the costs and maybe infrastructure of actually doing the streaming to other companies. And some of those companies may even be the ones that you already deal with. Are you interested in that business if it comes up?
Very much. Very much.
I mean, I guess the answer wouldn't be no, right?
No, the answer is not no. The answer is yes, we are. We're not, Apple is Eddie and the folks, and Phil and Tim, they run a phenomenal company. And they are very closed-mouthed and closed-fisted about what they're doing. But when they call us and ask us to work on the watch, we were there. When they call us to work on the tablet, we were there. If they call us and ask us to work on whatever's coming, we will be there. Yes, first in line, trying to be partners. They've been great partners, and in many ways, Steve Jobs, for good or for ill, changed the way a generation, and now every future generation, will participate in the world.
So if you look at the sort of job that might be, or any other future streaming job, and you look at the amount of capacity that you have now, and this kind of ties into some talks that there have been around spinning off the company and getting a minority investor to provide you with an infusion of cash to kind of expand. Is that about infrastructure? Like you need more capacity to stream the stuff? What kind of infrastructure do you have now, and how much more can you stream before you need to rapidly expand that way?
We need to expand today. It's both hardware as well as software, and by software I mean people. We just need more. We're getting more assignments every day, and so part of the capital raise would be to expand the infrastructure, if you will, both humans as well as hardware. But also I think increasingly content is not just going to be someone picking up the phone and saying, we're going to have a vendor relationship. I think some people would like us to have skin in the game, have some upside and some downside, not just be a straight vendor. And we're happy to do that. We've done that with some people already, some content owners already. So our view is, if that's what they want, and we want to be in this business, we have to be prepared to invest capital alongside them. And that's the other reason for the fundraise. And I don't know, again, we don't own the company, the owners do. So ultimately it'll be up to the owners whether they want to do this or not. We've talked to them about taking a minority stake and finding other investors. And we're meeting next month, or this month rather, to find out where we go. But that would be the reason. Some infrastructure, but also for those partners who want us to be true partners in an economic sense, to have the ability to do that too.
So let's talk about baseball for a minute. Since we talked about the owners and stuff, that's a good time to talk about as any. One of the biggest complaints of any baseball watcher, including myself, any MLB subscriber, is the blackout situation, right?
Really, we're going to start with that?
Well, yeah, hell yeah. If you're up here and I don't talk about blackouts, people are going to give me shit.
We're getting along well.
So the HBO Now-like service, where you say, hey, this is what I want to watch and when I want to watch it, as you were mentioning, do you think that ever comes to that, or you think the financials that are in place right now are just too strong to overcome, and nobody's going to kind of let go of those deals, those local deals?
No, I think we have to solve it. I think there's two kinds of blackouts we have to solve. One is what we call the Las Vegas issue, where you have 6 clubs who claim, baseball did it, the clubs didn't. And this is, from decades past, this is their territory, and some of the games don't come in. But because it's a home territory, we can't stream in there, and the content's not there. So we need to look at that. That's actually the number one issue that we get across our plate. The one that gets a lot more press, if not more fan interest, is local in-market streaming. And obviously, you can still watch the game locally. If you're a Yankee or Mets game, you can watch, just turn on the TV. But pursuant to what I said earlier, we need to solve this issue. And the fact that we haven't reflects, I think, 2 things. One is our respect for the economic model we have. We don't want it, we can't serve fan A if it hurts fan B. We have to serve fan A and still serve fan B. And we have an economic model that does a really good job, and we can't do anything to hurt that. That said, I think everyone has to give a little bit of an inch here to try and get us over the hump. And the new commissioner, Rob Manfred, I know this firsthand, spends an inordinate amount of time with owners, with our partners, with me, trying to find a solution. And dollars to donuts, this will be the year we figure it out in order to address it in a way, in a short-term way, because it may not be perfect, but a way to at least get our feet wet, as we did with MLB.TV so many years ago. And that evolved into a very different product from what we thought. But I think I know for a fact it's on his agenda. And based on what I said earlier, while we can't let people time shift games, they're going to want to be able to device shift them, and we have to give them that option.
Okay. Analytics. You guys just announced a kind of really pretty hardcore analytics program that, as I understand it, I've been watching the feed, in the feed inside your apps, you can tell how far a ball is hit. You can tell how far a home run ball is hit within seconds after being hit, that kind of thing. So what kind of plans do you have for rolling out more analytics into the app? Like what so far is in there, and then what's coming in for watchers of MLB?
Yeah, just taking a step back though, Matthew, I think the reason we did this, the catalyst for this is to talk up to our fans, not down. Give them more information. And again, I don't want to make everything generational, because I think every fan loves to have more information. If they don't want it, they'll turn it off. But to make our live games as stat friendly and data friendly as people want. Some people don't want it, that's fine. Don't turn it on. Don't turn on this feature. But other people do, and the kinds of things you're talking about, they want to know what the exit velocity of the bat was. Did the bat actually add power to the pitch, or did it absorb power? And you know that players are going to start talking about exit velocity. They want to know the guy on first who stole second, was it because the pitcher was slow, he had a good jump, or he had real speed, or all 3? Why was he out at first with a shortstop? Did he have a great release? Was his arm strong? Did he get a great jump on the ball? All these kinds of things we can now measure and make available in real time. And again, going back to what I said earlier, it can't just be the stat, it has to be video. So what we've launched so far is stats early, but video now, we're adding 3 or 4 videos every day. You saw it on MLB Network, they've launched it. We're working with our national partners, and we hope to have that done this month with all 3 national partners. So we roll out StatCast with all of them and give the fans a taste of how phenomenal these athletes are, and give them something else to discuss. These aren't biometrics. We're not measuring heart rate. We're not measuring your cholesterol level. We're just measuring the sheer athleticism of these players. And I think, as a baseball fan myself, I just don't want to show that he was safe. I want to know why he was safe. And one thing we looked at was last year's, the double play ball where Panic, moved. There was a man on first, ball hit to, well, you live out that way. Panic moved to his right, did this great glove flip back to the shortstop who threw out Hosmer at first.
Kind of a mirror of the play in the World Series almost.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And so we looked at the jump of Panic, and his jump was negative. That is, he was moving before the ball came off the bat. Now, had the ball been hit 10 feet the other side, first and third, nobody out. As it was a double play ball, pretty strategic. And yet he, for whatever reason, he guessed right, and not only right, but he moved right. And those kinds of things to actually tell somebody, and now tell them his jump was negative 3/100ths of a second, that's a pretty good jump. I mean,
Right.
to actually have it negative. But those kinds of things people will talk about, and you think about a baseball game, giving that information to our great broadcasters and their analysts, I think will make the game more enjoyable. Not only is the commissioner focused on the pace of the game, by making it shorter, keeping people in the box and things like that, all important things to do, but while we're watching it, to make it more fact-filled and data-filled rather than just some talk that is interesting, but I think facts, we have so many facts, I think it'll make the game better, make the presentation of the game better.
Right, and I mean, what kind of hardware do you have to roll in the parks to get that kind of information?
Our partner's Chiron Higo, and so we've installed, and if Joe Inzerillo would hear, he'd do it much better than I, but basically over third base we have cameras, 2 cameras obviously, and they are the right distance apart to view the stadium as if it were our eyes, because our eyes have perfect depth perception. So we have 2 cameras measuring that, and then we have radars to measure and capture ball speed, thrown ball, batted ball, whatever kind of ball you have, as well as how fast the runner gets to a ball or how fast a runner steals. And then you have to, we've had this for a year or so, but to turn it around in under 30 seconds takes a lot of heavy lifting, and that's what the tech team has worked on, and now we think we finally got it there. So more and more you're going to see some of these overlays during the game, not only to show it, but explain why it happened.
So, and speaking of the tech that you're working on too, that one of the things that I see a lot is the sort of splash screens that just say MLB during the stream. Isn't that lost ad revenue? If I'm watching it on, say, an iPad and I get a splash screen with just the MLB logo, can't you serve an ad there? I mean, I'm not begging for more ads, but just speaking in terms of revenue for your company.
Yeah, it's interesting. The mid-roll live insertion on a mobile device is not a snap easy thing to do, because if you think about what you're doing, you're actually stalling one stream, but you can't break it because the person's getting it, and you're now putting in something else. And we have we think we've done it now, but it doesn't work necessarily on every device. And I'll tell you, the worst ones are actually connected devices, where it's a different operating system on these devices. But on the iPad, I'm sad to hear that, because that just means our sales team didn't sell the app.
Oh, okay. So it's working on iPad, I'm just not seeing it.
Yeah, and we'll go meet with the sales team at 4 o'clock and find out what the hell's going on down here.
I'm sorry, sales team, I apologize.
Yeah.
All right, so one last question. Late last year, when obviously Mr. Manfred was appointed commissioner, there was some talk that maybe you should have been up for that slot. Was that a job you wanted?
No.
No?
They picked the right person.
Okay. It's very diplomatic of an answer, really.
He's also my boss.
Yeah, that's true.
No, he's the right person. He has the right background, the right pedigree for it. And I'm like hopefully everybody. I'm very lucky. I love what I do. And when you're sitting around a party or something, and you have people who really have a hard job for a living, and they do this and they do that, or they work and they travel. And then you tell them what you do. There's no sympathy. There's no sympathy. I'm very lucky with what I do, but like everybody else, the people I work with are phenomenal. They love the game. They love what they do. And this is, for all of us to be this old in a field that is changing this radically and this dramatically, with a generation that is this good. The millennial generation is socially aware. They're thoughtful. They're team-oriented. To see all this happen, live in front of us it's a great opportunity, and we're enjoying every minute.
Great. Well, thank you very much for talking. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Well, that was a home run. Just came up with that one, too. I think Matthew looks great in his suit today, right? He's like an earth angel, right? I love it. Okay, so Battlefield is obviously, you know, like one of the best parts of TechCrunch Disrupt, getting these companies up here, condensing 3, 4, 10 years of work into a 6-minute pitch, and really getting the emotion out of all of that. What's cool is that in the past, our Battlefield companies, after being on our stage and launching, have actually raised more than $4.4 billion after being on our stage. It's like one of the more successful investment portfolios ever, minus the fact that we don't invest. So without any further ado, we're going to bring up some of our former Battlefield winners and alumni, and they're going to chat with us about what they've been up to in the past few years. So the first one is our 2013 Disrupt San Francisco Battlefield winner, Ron Palmieri from Layer. Big round of applause.
Thanks, Jordan. It's really fun to be back on the stage, not competing, but coming back to give an update on the company. I want to congratulate everybody that's made it to this point. It's really exciting to pitch and to go through the competition. So again, congrats to everybody that's going to be in the finals. When I was up on stage in San Francisco, we were talking about how the entire exercise for the developer is to create an experience that just delights users. So it's been interesting to watch this. About all the successful apps have basically been really fantastic experiences that were built from some basic building blocks like payments, maps, and communications or messaging. So Layer is really focused on building all the key components of making a fantastic communications experience. The messaging components, any type of message, so the payloads can be kind of anything. Something we're calling Smart Push, which if some of you have started to wear the Apple Watch, you'll notice that the way push notifications are handled today is really not the most phenomenal. Things like offline, et cetera. So we were really excited because we focused initially on iOS and Android, which was itself fairly difficult to do. We're announcing today early access to our web product. We actually saw a huge number of companies were asking for web, both backend and browser support. So we're releasing that today, which is exciting. And then also we're going to be doing quite a number of things focused on wearables in general, but the watches, Apple and Android watches going forward. About 2 months ago, we released something called Atlas, which is an open source framework for kind of the basic messaging components. Initially, it was for iOS. We're releasing it for Android, web, and watch shortly. But that kind of covered the basic components of what goes into like an iMessage or WhatsApp-like experience. And we started to realize that there were elements within the communications kind of experience that needed to be kind of, made a bit better. So we've had a focus on maps, and we're also kind of doing some very interesting things with partners. One, if some of you don't know, a company called Mapbox, really incredible OpenStreetMap-based map elements that kind of completely changed the experience. We did a blog post on this yesterday about how the on-demand economy is going to be transformed with location and communication sort of embedded within it. So super exciting stuff coming from Mapbox with Layer. And then we're using that same model of kind of exposing and extending different kinds of content types to include things like payments, commerce, music, videos, so that really when the developer sits down or the designer sits down to create this thing, there's this rich palette of elements that can be kind of brought together to create these differentiated experiences. So one of the things that's been really exciting has been the growth story with Layer. We were in a fairly long early access period. We had a large number of companies and developers that requested access. We kept it somewhat limited at first, but then as we began to open it up with general availability in Atlas, we've seen an explosion of new projects on the platform. We're approaching about 10,000 projects on Layer now, and we've also seen an explosion of connected devices with more recently, as people roll out of kind of a beta period into production, the number of devices has begun to spike quite nicely. Another great part of our story is that we have 13,600 cities represented. So it's been really crazy to see as people build things in different parts of the world, how they're taking basic concepts and applying them really powerfully. We have a couple of customers that we've announced recently. PhotoBucket with about 100 million users. OneFootball, which is soccer for those of us in the United States. Transform the app with communications. And Woo recently is an app in India that's aimed at the particulars of the dating, kind of the dating dance for that market. Every major app category is represented. And I also want to announce something that's kind of exciting. Chris Dixon, some of you may know him, he was on stage yesterday, talked about eventually we'll see the single-person billion-dollar company. We're super excited because we've done both the infrastructure, the UI elements, and the scalability, and we're adding a kind of an additional component, which is giving people that are building on Layer access to more readily to capital. So we're announcing the Layer Fund with Layer's investors to target very early stage, high growth apps built on Layer with typically between 50 and 100K kind of seed stage investments. So it's sort of an interesting kind of ecosystem. It's called the Layer Fund. We're doing a demo day in San Francisco on June 24th, although it's going to be available to anybody globally that wants to participate remotely. And it's a really exciting kind of new chapter in helping developers build really highly engaging applications and give them access to things that can help them grow. So that's our update. Thank you very much for listening.
All right, our next Battlefield alumni was a participant in the 2011 Disrupt San Francisco Battlefield. Please welcome to the stage Michael Pryor from Trello.
Thanks for having us back. We were here 4 years ago. My co-founder Joel Spolsky was introducing Trello to you with our VP of product, Justin Gallagher. We were a tiny team of 5 then. A lot has happened since. We've grown to 50 people. We took an investment round from Index and Spark last year and spun out of our parent company, Fog Creek Software. We've been adding a lot of users. So just how many users? Well, we have 100,000 people a week. We're adding, we have 1 million active users a month, and we just passed 8 million signups. So there's a lot of people using it. Thank you. Thanks. And we got people in every country in the world, well, except for Myanmar, Nauru, and Tuvalu. So if you happen to be from one of those countries, please sign up for Trello so I can finish coloring the map. We're on every device you could possibly imagine: the iPhone, the iPad, your Android phone, your Pebble Watch, your Android Wear, your Apple Watch. Not your BlackBerry. We're not on a BlackBerry. But we got loads of companies using it, big and small companies. Layer was just out here. They're using Trello. TechCrunch uses Trello. There's people at SpaceX using Trello. So we've got a lot of good names up there, and hopefully we can add some more to the list. You can use Trello in your sales team to keep track of your customers. You can use it in your marketing team for your editorial calendar for your blog. People are using it for their HR teams to onboard new employees. And they're not just using it at work. We have lots of people using it at home. People are planning vacations with Trello. They're planning their weddings. They're hunting for houses. We have schools using it with teachers teaching kids with Trello. The Red Cross was recently using it to help with the disaster relief in Nepal. So people are using Trello in a lot of different ways. So what's next for us? In the short term, we're launching this month in Spanish, Portuguese, and German. And we have a bunch more languages that we're going to add soon. And we're going to spend a lot more time with bigger companies where they have hundreds and thousands of users using Trello, because we have a lot more of those now, and figure out how to keep making Trello awesome for them. In the longer term, we're going to make sure that Trello is fast, flexible, and fun, and that it takes away all the anxiety that you have, whatever you're planning, whether it's at work or at home, and make sure that you have the perspective that you need to get things done. Thanks for having us. Trello's free. Please sign up if you haven't tried it yet. Thank you.
All right. Last but certainly not least, we have our TechCrunch Disrupt San Francisco 2014 Battlefield winner. Please welcome to the stage Marcella Sapone from Alfred.
Thanks, Jordan. It's really nice to be back on the Disrupt stage. I feel like Pied Piper, but real. Next slide. So, last September, we launched the first service layer on the on-demand economy. That is to say, the single interface to manage all the things that matter. We're part home automation because we put together all the on-demand services you use and put them on autopilot. And we're part human because we give you your very own dedicated Alfred who visits each week to put everything away, all for $25 a week. Now, trying to remember what I wanted to say next. So basically, Alfred is a place you go if you want to get help from someone you trust. Since Disrupt, we've launched in Boston and New York. We've raised $12.5 million and tripled our team. We've done over 18,000 home visits and delivered over 3,000 pounds of dog food. We took the lead in the space, and we're excited to see others follow us. But most importantly, we have the privilege of actually changing our members' lives. We've saved them over 4.5 years of time since we launched. And since we like to announce things at Disrupt, I wanted to share some exciting news. As you may know, Alfred, as a weekly service, is currently only available in Boston and New York. But Hello Alfred is available everywhere, starting now. Next slide. What does that mean? It means please take out your phones and text this number, and we will text you back exclusive early access to our app, where from anywhere in the world you can have a conversation with Alfred. The app is a remote control that you can point to make your fridge stocked, your house clean, your laundry done, and have a conversation about special requests you need help with. Say hello to Alfred and come home happy. You can also go to helloalfred.com to sign up for Alfred and get your very own personal butler. Now, one more special thing I wanted to share with you, a little video we've made, and actually had the help from an Alfred client manager directing and putting it together. Let's ready for the video.
This is that ice cold Michelle fight for that white gold. This one for them hood girls, them good girls, straight masterpieces. Styling, wildin', living it up in the city. Got Chuck's on with Saint Laurent. Gotta kiss myself, I'm so pretty. I'm too hot. Call the police and the fireman. I'm too hot. Make a dragon wanna retire, man. I'm too hot. Say my name, you know who I am. I'm too hot. And my band bought that money. Break it down. Girls hit you, hallelujah. Girls hit you, hallelujah. Girls hit you, hallelujah. Cause Uptown Funk don't give it to you. Cause Uptown Funk don't give it to you. Cause Uptown Funk don't give it to you. Saturday night and we in the spot. Don't believe me, just watch. Come on. Don't believe me, just watch. 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 Hey, 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 oh! Stop. Wait a minute. Fill my cup, put some nigga in it. Take a sip, sign the check. Julio, get the stretch. Right to Harlem, Hollywood, Jackson, Mississippi. If we show up, we gon' show out. Smoother than a fresh drop skipping. I'm too hot. Call the police and the fireman. I'm too hot. Make a dragon wanna rip. Bitch, say my name, you know who I am. I'm too hot. And my band bought that money. Break it down. Girls hit you, hallelujah. Girls hit you, hallelujah. Girls hit you, hallelujah. Cause Uptown Funk don't give it to you.
So what's next, eh?
So what's next?
What's next?
Yeah.
Alfred. Oh, I'm on? Okay, I'm on. Give it up for Alfred. Matthew, Alexia.
Yes.
We have a very important task for you.
What?
Well, we've got to figure out the order in which our Battlefield finalists are going to present on this stage, because we are obsessed with fairness here at TechCrunch Disrupt.
Let's do it. Why don't
You know,
take
it
the
was
first
fair. Them not having the mics on during the song, you would have heard.
We would have heard some fun conversations.
All right,
Dance.
this is in order of first to last or last to first. First
to
to last.
First to last
Okay.
is the offstage voice.
So, first, PageCloud.
Next up, BioBots.
Yeah, printing ears.
Third,
BitFusion.
Next up, we have DigitalGenius.
Or Panzer.
Or otherwise known as Matthew Panzerino.
Analog Genius.
All right, 5th. CloudWear.
Yeah.
What you wear when it rains.
Next up,
clever up here.
Liquidity.
All right, so last is Liquidity. Okay, cool.
One more.
There's one more. You got it, Alexia.
companies.
You're in charge
So
here.
many companies. Guys, stop doing startups. Nucleus Scientific.
Yeah. One last round of applause for all of our Battlefield finalists as well as our alumni. You guys are excused for a minute.
Thank you.
Thank
Bye,
you so
everybody.
much. All right, so it's actually the end of our time together, folks. This is the last time I'm going to be on the stage. So I just, oh. So what I wanted to say is that you guys come up to me a lot during the show whenever I get a chance to see you guys. I'm stuck backstage a lot, but a lot of people thank me for this, and I'm literally like a puppet that just comes out here and says stuff. I don't make any decisions. I don't do any of the grunt work. And there are actually a lot of people, a whole team and squadron of people that come together to make this work. So if you guys don't mind, I'm just gonna like give them a shout out because they're amazing. So I'm gonna read this list and then I'd really like us to do like a legit applause, like the best one so far. So some people that we need to thank. Our Battlefield editor, Sam O'Keefe, who prepares all of our companies. The events team, Ned Desmond, Susan Hobbs, Leslie Hitchcock, Jason Kopek, Janelle Hasty, Emma Camo, Christine Cardello, Kim Murphy, Teresa Tong, Alex Ames, Jeff Taylor, Toby Benstead, Joey Hinson, and the folks at 511 Productions, specifically Emily Daniels and David Weil. They make this all happen. Please, huge round of applause. And last but certainly not least, I just as a host want to say thank you guys so much for making it out to my favorite city, my home city. I have had a blast talking to you guys and interacting with you on Twitter and here, and I just want to say thanks for being an amazing audience. So we're going to break, and thank you again. Bye-bye.
Hey there, I'm Colleen Taylor.
I'm Ingrid London.
And we're in the break right before really the icing on the cake of this entire Disrupt experience, which is the Battlefield
grand
Finals.
finale.
The
Yeah.
grand finale. And so I'm pretty excited about that.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a nice, I mean, it's been such a strong lineup this year that I think we're going to see, you know, it's been really, really good. So to even be able to pick people out of that has been difficult. And now we're going to see really some of the very, very top of the crop, really.
Absolutely. And the panel of judges is also really impressive, and so it's always fun to hear their feedback on each company because they definitely don't pull any punches.
No, they don't.
This time our finals judges are John Borthwick, Dennis Crowley, Eric Hippo, Alfred Lynn, Rich Miner, Brian Picorni, and Alexia Tsotsis.
Who are they?
Just kidding. Who are those people?
Ooh, look at
all
all
of
of
them. Each one of them is very, very well known
Yes.
in this space. It's like, oh, Dennis Crowley, never heard of him.
Who that?
No, it's a really great group. so-
Exactly. No. It's really impressive. You've got a really nice mix there of, so you've got a couple of very, very top executives from some of the very, very biggest consumer companies, and you've got investors, you've got people pretty much running the whole gamut of the spectrum of from consumer through to enterprise through to the whole value chain.
Right.
So I think you're going to hear some pretty interesting stuff out of them for sure.
Right. And We have the Disrupt finalist companies as well that we can go over really quickly here, I believe.
You can get
the
a
first
list
one
up
is,
for them. Maybe not.
I don't know if we're going to bring them up on the screen.
Can we get a list? No.
No.
That's okay.
Okay. We can talk about those in just a minute. But what have you been enjoying about being down here in the Startup Alley?
The white noise.
It's so soothing. It's like being in the womb.
I love the beautiful green grass and the warm sunlight of the stage lights.
Yeah,
coming
the
down.
stage lights here are really warm, but
It
it's
makes
been
you
really
feel like you're outside.
It does. It does. It feels like we're outside, even though we're definitely not. But it's been really
No.
fun down here. I think this has been definitely the best interview process that we've had down here, because it used to be that we were backstage, which has its own kind of fun vibe because you're backstage, with all of the speakers. But here we're right in the thick of it in Startup Alley.
I love it down here. Actually, I was kidding. In case you didn't know. I love seeing all the people. It really adds to the kind of level of excitement. When the studio's in the back of the stage, it feels like this hermetically sealed off process, whereas here you've got everything going on, and people are coming up, and I feel like there's more kind of a rapport between us and all the people who are competing. As I was saying earlier, it sort of draws the two parts of the Disrupt conference together really well, because you've got everything going on upstairs in the stage and people kind of on the stage having high-level discussions about what's happening in the industry and la la la. And then down here, you've got just this constant, flow of people talking and communicating. It's really awesome.
Yeah, it's really fun. And I don't know if you can see on the camera, we have a drone flying around, of course. It's kind of fun to see all of the wacky things that companies do. I saw a guy yesterday was walking around on stilts, as one does. I'm still not sure what his company was. I was trying to stay away from him in Crazy Fell, but
lots of cool kind of, well, not cool, but a lot of swag, a lot of sort of interesting kind of. So what I'd like to see is now that this is here, I'm interested to see how this is going to evolve in the future. I love it having it in the middle here. It feels like this is where it should have always been.
Yeah. And once again, if you're just tuning in on the live stream, we're just a few minutes away from the Battlefield finals that are going to get ready to begin. And the 7 finalist companies, this year we have 7 finalists, are going to once again pitch in front of the panel of elite judges here, and they're going to decide who wins. I think we can pull up one of these companies. Can we pull up the first one? This is BioBots,
right? Which
is certainly one of the most interesting pitches that I've ever seen, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, so we're talking 3D printing here, right? I mean, 3D printing is now becoming pretty commonplace. I mean, you can go and get, like our local kind of co-working space has, like a print shop attached to it where you can get things 3D printed. This is in like random bit of London. It's become pretty mainstream. It's not like a niche thing anymore. So what you're starting to see now are so many interesting iterations of the next generation of 3D printing, basically. It's what we've got going on here. Is
and
very cool.
This is printing human body parts. They printed an ear as part of their description. So I'll be interested
Which part
to see.
of the body would you like to have printed, Colleen?
Ooh, this could get interesting.
How about a head of hair? Does that count?
A new head of hair.
A wig.
I think just I would.
Hair extension, let's say.
Right. You could print prosthetics and wear them, and so it'd be
fake nails.
I could get fake nails. There are a lot of different
New
options.
nose.
Right, a lot of different options. But let's move on to the next company. This is BitFusion.io. And what was the next one? Let's just get these going so we get all 7, I think.
Yeah.
CloudWear, DigitalGenius, Liquidity, which is the water filtration system, which is pretty exciting. Nucleus Scientific.
Battery. Yeah.
PageCloud. And that's it. Those are the 7 companies. And it's a really nice array. We have like security companies and hardware companies and a lot of different things.
I would say it definitely runs the gamut of stuff kind of under the radar back end all the way through to things that are immediately touching consumers.
Right.
So I like that. It's nice to have the mix. Do you have a favorite in the list?
Gosh, it's really hard not to root for BioBot.
Really?
But I wonder how viable and feasible it really is, because I understand that as eye-popping as this technology is, there are a few other companies in this space.
Right.
So I wonder how much. I'm looking forward to seeing the judges really dig in with some questions that will show, if it's really a star company here.
Yeah. So this is a kind of a weird one, but do you think, what are the ethical implications of the BioBot? Because so you remember when they were starting to clone animals, and there's been this huge outcry of is this a good thing or a bad thing? And is it even in the name of just scientific advancement? What are we doing?
There is something, I think part of what makes it so exciting, and the thing that everyone talks about, is that there's something a little weird about it.
Yeah,
it's like, we, who are we to create living things?
Yeah. Although maybe I'm a bit kind of crazy, but I kind of almost turn the whole thing on its head. So I think, okay, there is something weird about that for the cloning. I think this, though, really democratizes a very, very urgent point, case in point. If you, we have a friend who needed, bone marrow transplant, and it was a big deal, and finding matches for people who desperately need body organs. It's a very difficult thing. If you can find something to shortcut some of that struggle for certain people, that will make some things incredibly easier to solve.
And really, to use a cliche word, talk about disruptive, when you're really disrupting, organ donation and how that has worked. And if you make that less of a struggle, because we were joking this morning with the BioBots thing, we were all a little bit hungover, and Ingrid said, I wish I could print a new liver. And we thought that was funny, but then you think, actually, that's a
I was drunk when I said
important.
That.
You were still drunk from the after party last night.
Go home, you're drunk.
But that could be a hugely disruptive thing. And so I think that's really exciting.
Absolutely.
But I like the variety that we've seen, both with these finalist companies and also with our speakers on stage. In terms of the topics that are being talked about, I feel like it was only a few years ago that the overwhelming majority of disrupt companies and also people on stage were from a little bit of a narrower scope of just software applications, or maybe mobile applications, or consumer web applications. And now I think the definition of what TechCrunch covers and what the technology industry
is touching
is so far and wide. We've had
massive,
we had the Winklevoss twins up on stage today here talking about Bitcoin.
I always love to hear a Winklevoss twin.
The Winklevoss twins. Yeah, it's just such a mix. The other day we had cannabis startups, people making marijuana.
I love the cannabis ones.
Right, marijuana products. And so I think these are all things that are tech companies right alongside, Ship and Foursquare,
So it's kind of interesting, because I've always been a fan of kind of shifting from esoteric into really concrete, and I feel like we're getting a really nice mix. I feel like we're really moving into a time where it's become so mainstream tech that the kind of conversation you can have is a pretty wide one, and it still feels accessible. And I feel like that's what you can get by doing that. And you're right. The other thing is that, I don't know, as tech becomes mainstream, all of these things become more interesting to everybody. So you can extend beyond the average consumer app, and you can be talking about all of these real world problems being solved by tech, which I love.
Right. And once again, if you're just tuning in, we're just minutes away from going back to the stage. And this is our final afternoon, really. It's like the days are long, but the conference is kind of short. It seems like days are long, but Disrupt is short.
I would say that I've lost sense of time, to be honest with you, because on this stage, it's always the same time of day. So
it is. It's always time for some exciting disrupt things. But also on stage, we've done something new this year that our producer, who's behind the camera, Felicia, has really helped set up, Felicia Williams, in getting a lot of New York startups to come here and come on stage. People who aren't necessarily, we had a pretty limited amount of time for the main stage at Disrupt, but we've had a lot of local New York founders from companies come here and do interviews, and we can catch up with them here.
Yeah, this has been an amazing thing. I've also noticed a load of people tweeting about this. they're like, New York Disrupt really is a New York show. And I've never seen anybody say that before. Well done for doing that. Because it's been, I'm congratulating Felicia, because it's been a really amazing thing. Because you definitely, there's a kind of, space and time are at a premium on that other stage. By putting this stage here in the middle of the show and making it into like basically a second stage, we're creating a second place to talk to some pretty amazing companies. I mean, there have been some really, really good ones coming up here.
Right. I just had up here, and I think we're going to air the video soon, is with HelloFresh, who is one of these companies that brings to your door a box of food that you can cook, and he's part of their CEO of their U.S. operation, Seth Goldman, and it's such a big story that they're talking about.
Absolutely. Food, first of all, you've got on-demand food, and then Rocket Internet doing something in the US. I mean, this is like a massive, I'm based in London, and so they're very much on my radar constantly because of the territory that they work in is the territory I live in. So we really see them all the time, and they're a regarded and slightly threatening presence because of their massiveness, of like literally jumping into things and shaking the water for all the other boats are sort of wobbling in their wake. So it's really interesting to see them making a go of business in the U.S. This being their really big effort here.
Right.
So.
Have you? And it sounds like we're only a minute away here. So as you can see, people are coming onto the stage. But real quick, Ingrid, what do you look for? What do you hope for in a Disrupt winning company? Who do you hope the judges, what kind of thing do you hope the judges prioritize?
Yeah, so I think that, there's going to be a lot of, I would really like them to think about something that has applicability both in a kind of immediate, but maybe a longer term, solution to a big problems. People bravely tackling big problems, let me put it that way.
Yeah.
I have to be honest, I'm not, the sort of really fun consumer things are great. I feel like we're at a point in the industry though where we're doing amazing, ambitious things, and I love that. And for us to kind of put a claim down, and to put a stake into one of those areas, that's awesome. I feel, do you know what I'm saying?
I absolutely agree with that. And I think it's like the kinds of things that you would see a research institution building or something that can be used globally and help a lot of people. I think that's where a lot of the exciting developments can be made.
Which is why I really hope that, I was going to make a really bad joke. But so the water, the battery, the water purification or the battery startup, those two just, that crossed my mind, but
Right, I think with this group of finalists, there's many different opportunities that could fulfill your preferences here. So once again, we're just seconds away really from going back to the stage, and what you had seen before was last year's Disrupt winner, the last San Francisco Disrupt winner, Alfred, giving back the cup because it's going to be handed to a new Disrupt winner today.
Yeah, I wonder what you do with the cup for your last final days.
I think that there are some fun things. I think that we should have a video montage of what everyone does. I think there are a lot of beers poured into the cup, and then everyone takes a sip. It's sort of like the Stanley Cup, except it's a Disrupt cup.
Right.
Yeah,
they've got some cup behavior.
Right, cup traditions, and so. Yeah, but it's always a fun thing here too, and we'll have the finalists here on stage. We'll usher them back here or grab them backstage
with their massive paycheck. With their
massive check of I believe it's $50,000.
Yeah.
And in celebratory mode, because it's always a fun night. We're all tired at the end of the conference, but it really gives you a rush of adrenaline to find out who won and see a new startup.
So, I mean, there's always been a lot of kind of excitement around the Disrupt battlefield, but do you think that the whole Silicon Valley thing has added a frisson of interest, more interest to it than there has been before?
I think certainly from a mainstream perspective. I think the show was really just imitating life. They didn't really put any gloss on what really happens here in terms of what the vibe seems to be like in terms of everyone pitching these really, almost you can't believe they're real things, especially here in the Startup Alley.
Yeah.
But I think it has brought a little bit of mainstream awareness. I've certainly seen more tweets of people referencing the TV show, incoming here. But I think it still is the same old Disrupt. It's that same energy. It's just taken up a notch with a little bit, definitely a lot more polish than there used to be.
Right. Yeah. Because I think that it'll be quite. I think that. I feel like we're at a point where it's just going to keep getting better and better. I think it's just, it's at a point of improvement for sure.
Yeah, it's certainly a destination. And I've been enjoying seeing all the local politicians come by, national politicians like, Carly Fiorina, who's running for president.
Would be.
And Tom Wheeler, the chairman of the FCC, and then, Bill de Blasio, the mayor of New York. We're getting a lot of big name people to come. Everyone wants to be part of the tech industry and show that they're hip to the tech industry and show that they're savvy. And so it's been interesting to see. It's gone from our little world of, celebrities of digital media and the web, like people like Dave McClure and
absolutely,
Alfred Lin and Jessica Livingston. And now it's people from other realms who are joining our little world.
Who are they're courting this audience.
Right.
For so many reasons. I mean, it's really interesting. In the UK, we've got the elections this week. And there's been a big discussion about where the tech industry falls on the political fault lines, and it's quite interesting because there's been quite a large coalition of them that have been almost going towards the conservatives, which you wouldn't have even anticipated. You would have sort of, weirdly, I would have thought, oh yeah, they must all be liberal, but no, not really.
Yeah, it's not such a little industry anymore. It's a big industry that has a lot of different kinds of people and needs to think about bigger ideas.
Absolutely. I mean, the thing is that, with the, they contribute so much to the economy. So in a city like London, for example, you're seeing such a massive, amount of money coming into the city by way of the tech companies that are building up there. And so, you have a lot of questions about immigration and taxing and property, how property development is going, all connected in. It's the same thing here in the US. So.
Yeah, I think that's why we're seeing more serious startups, making it to the Battlefield finalists. I think there are a lot of big ideas that are being solved or hope to be solved by technology. It's not so much around, how to meet up with your friends for dinner, even though those are, fun problems to solve, but it's nice to see all these really smart people working on really exciting, potentially life-changing technologies. But once again, we're just seconds away from going up on the stage. As you can see, people are moving into their seats. I'd imagine that backstage right now, they're getting all the judges mic'd up.
They must have stage fright.
But maybe some of them have stage fright. Maybe there's something exciting happening back there. But I think everyone's pretty much a pro at this point. They're probably just making sure that everyone can get on stage. Can we look at who the judges are? Once again, we have a really interesting panel of judges.
Can we go to the judge?
We might not be able to. But anyway, here we go.
Okay.
John Borthwick, who's huge here in the New York tech scene, founder and CEO of BetaWorks, which is obviously a funding incubator here. Dennis Crowley of Foursquare, who was on stage earlier.
Yep.
And is now rejoining as a judge.
He had a very good fireside chat. Alfred was on a panel this morning. Very, very good.
And Rich Miner from Google Ventures was here yesterday, I believe, and gave a great interview. So
this is a great mix because, Rich is like an ex-entrepreneur himself, of course.
Oh, I'm sorry. It was Bill Maris, not Rich Miner.
It's okay. No,
Rich, all these Google Ventures guys, they're all the same.
But Rich is pretty distinctive because he was one of the co-founders of Android.
Android, of course, yeah.
So but before that, he had other mobile startups that kind of essentially worked at the back end. They weren't really consumer app type businesses.
Right.
He's got his area at Google Ventures is very enterprise focused.
Yes.
So we've got it's nice because we've got a real mix up there. If you think of someone like Borthwick, I think very much more about consumer, very consumer-facing services. A really nice mix, basically. I think that we'll see a very good range of expertise.
And Dennis Crowley also, he's a founder, of course, but he's an investor too. So it's interesting to see.
I don't think of him as an investor.
I know,
much.
but
What
he
does
is.
invest in?
He's invested, I believe, in Plated.
Okay.
There's a handful of startups, and he does often consumer investments. Small angel investments from his own, I think, personal money. And so it'll be interesting to see him on the other side of the table and see what his style is like. But it sounds like we're going back to the stage.
Oh, wait, okay.
Right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back your Battlefield host, Jason Kincaid.
Wow, thank you for the clapping. I appreciate it. All right, this is it. Welcome to the TechCrunch Disrupt Startup Battlefield Final Battle. Now, just to recap, over the course of the last 2 afternoons, we've helped 24 companies take this stage and launch for the first time. And each of them deserves a congratulations for having made it this far. They were chosen from over 1,000 applicants, and they all did a great job. But this is the startup battlefield, and only one company can take home the Disrupt Cup. Now, last night, TechCrunch's editors used the input from the judges who have been sitting up here for the last couple of afternoons and used it to help select a group of 6 companies who have been asked to return this afternoon for this final battle. These 6 companies are going to take the stage once again. We'll have another 6 minutes to walk us through their product, talk about how they're planning to make money, whatever they can fit in that 6-minute presentation. They'll then face off in an extended 10-minute Q&A session with a particularly expert panel of expert judges who I'm about to introduce. After we've seen these 6 presentations, these judges will head backstage to deliberate. We'll enjoy a nice cocktail hour, then we'll come back here and announce who's ultimately going to take home the Disrupt Cup. Now, in addition to bragging rights, the winner of the Disrupt Cup is going to take home $50,000 cash. They'll also hold on to the cup itself until the next conference this fall in San Francisco. Finally, TechCrunch would once again like to thank Sequoia Capital for helping each of these companies prepare for their presentations. All right, without any further ado, it is now my pleasure to introduce our panel of expert judges for this final battle. First up, please welcome John Borthwick. John is CEO and co-founder of BetaWorks, a startup studio based in New York that makes essential products that thoughtfully combine art and science. BetaWorks has built many successful companies, including Jiffy, Dots, Bitly, and Chartbeat. They've also acquired and relaunched Dig and Instapaper and have made numerous investments with a portfolio including Kickstarter, Tumblr, Surmise, Ifit, OMG Pop, TweetDeck, and many others. Prior to co-founding BetaWorks, John was Senior Vice President of Alliances and Technology Strategy for Time Warner. And his company, WP Studio, which he founded in 1994, was one of the first content studios in New York, Silicon Alley. Next up, please welcome Dennis Crowley. Dennis is the co-founder of Foursquare, a service that combines social networks, location awareness, and game mechanics to encourage people to explore the world around them. Previously, Dennis founded Dodgeball, one of the first mobile social services in the US, which was acquired by Google in 2005. He's been named one of Fortune's 40 Under 40, a member of Vanity Fair's new establishment, and has won the Fast Money bonus round on a TV game show, Family Feud. He's currently an adjunct professor at NYU's Interactive Telecommunications program. All right. Next up, please welcome Eric Hippo. Eric is a managing director at Lehrer Hippo Ventures. He is the chairman of Rebel Mouse and co-founder of Now This Media. Previously, Eric was the chief executive officer of the Huffington Post and a special partner at SoftBank Capital, where he served as managing partner. Prior to SoftBank Capital, Eric was chairman and CEO of Ziff Davis, which was the largest media company serving the technology sector. He serves on the board of various private and public companies, including Starwood Hotels and Resorts. Next up, please welcome Alfred Lin. Alfred is a partner at Sequoia Capital who works with consumer internet, enterprise, and mobile companies, and currently sits on the board of companies including Airbnb, DoorDash, House, Humble Bundle, Instacart, and he is also an angel investor in Uber. Previously, Alfred was chairman and COO and CFO at Zappos, where he is responsible for all financial, growth, administrative, and warehouse operations, bringing the company to Amazon.com's acquisition of Zappos in 2009 for $1.2 billion. Prior to joining Zappos, Alfred served as a VP of Finance and Business Development at Tellme Networks, and prior to joining Tellme, Alfred teamed with Tony Hsieh to found Venture Frogs, an incubator and investment firm. Before that, he served as VP of Finance and Administration at Link Exchange, where he managed the sale of the company to Microsoft for $265 million. All right, next up we've got Rich Miner. Rich is a general partner at Google Ventures, where he leads their East Coast investment team. He's perhaps best known as the co-founder of Android and has a long track record as a pioneer in the mobile space with over 25 years of experience growing businesses with innovative communications and interface-intensive applications. Based in Cambridge, Massachusetts, Rich came to Google through the acquisition of Android, and during his early years at Google, he helped lead the development of the Android platform and ecosystem. Prior to Android, Rich was a vice president at Orange, where he led R&D activities in North America and was an original principal at Orange Ventures when it was founded. All right, next up we've got Brian Picorni. Brian is a general partner at SV Angel, where he has originated investments in companies such as Instacart, Patreon, Mesosphere, Credit Karma, and Foursquare. He was previously at Airbnb, which he joined via an acquisition of Daily Booth and Batch, a social app that Brian helmed for 3 years as CEO. Before this, Brian was a partner at SV Angel with David Lee and Ron Conway upon the launch of the firm, and before that he was a founding team member and partner at Baseline Ventures, a leading seed stage investment firm. Brian's first angel investment was in Twitter, and he was also a personal angel investor in Square, OMG Pop, TweetDeck, Milo Chomp, and others. Next up, please welcome Alexis Sotzis. Alexia is the co-editor of TechCrunch, a position she's held since 2012. Her career in media began after she attended USC, where she majored in writing and painting, and then continued her studies at NYU. She served as LA Weekly's internet culture reporter, and then as SF Weekly's web editor, where she covered the tech scene and human behavior in the digital age. Since she joined TechCrunch in 2010, Alexia has interviewed everyone from Instagram's Kevin Systrom to Facebook investor Peter Thiel. In 2011, Alexia was named to Forbes' 30 Under 30 media list. I think you should get off the stage, dude.
I'll see you in break. Thank you, TechCrunch. Disrupt.
I don't know what you're gonna do. Please don't do that, because next time there's gonna be like a security guy standing there and he'll tackle you and it'll end badly. So just, this is a bad precedent. All right, well, let's get to it. First up, let's welcome PageCloud, and presenting are Craig Fitzpatrick and Henry Brown.
Hello, everyone. I'm Craig Fitzpatrick, founder and CEO of PageCloud. There's a part of the internet that's fundamentally broken, and I'm not talking about Wi-Fi. It's the experience of creating something, putting it online, and sharing it with the world. We call this web publishing. For the last 20 years, if you wanted to make even the slightest change to a page on the web, like moving something 1 inch to the right, you better be willing to call a developer or agency, pay hundreds or thousands, and wait days or weeks. And we think this is just wrong. You see, the problem is the people that know how to do this, all the HTML, CSS, they're less than 1% of the population. So that means the other 99% at best are able to fill in the blanks of a rigid paint-by-numbers template that was made by a developer. And the experience is terrible. But all that's about to change. In a PageCloud world, everyone with a web browser gets complete creative freedom. Not just to surf the web or to fill in the blanks, but to really create it. Let me show you what I mean. Suppose you're a small business owner, a restaurateur, and you've just paid an agency for a beautiful professional site. But now you just want to make some changes. From the PageCloud menu in your browser's toolbar, which you dragged into position during sign-up, just hit Edit Page. And in a second, PageCloud comes to life, ready to accept your changes. If you know how to use PowerPoint or Keynote or Photoshop, you already know how to use PageCloud. So we're going to make some edits right now. Henry, let's bump the price on the beef tartare by a couple of bucks. Now we'll grab those last 3 menu items and delete those. And I know that Henry's already uploaded a wine cellar tour to YouTube. So we're going to go to YouTube and grab that URL and drag it right to our page. We automatically get a fully functional YouTube player. We'll shrink that a bit and let it hang off the right side. And I know there's a Twitter widget down below, and I want to make some space. So we're going to drag it down, and we'll let it overhang on the map just a little bit. That looks great. Now there's a foodie event, and we're going to sponsor it and sell some tickets. So we're going to go to Eventbrite and drag that URL right onto our page as well. And just like that, we've e-commerce enabled our site. Now we're going to drop the opacity on this a little to let that nice background image show through a bit. When we hit save to look at our changes, they are immediately live on the web. There's no other platform on the planet that gives you this creative freedom. And this is a very different experience than logging into some back-end content management system, fighting with templates, or coloring inside the lines. This is content creation and manipulation without restriction. Now there's one more thing we're going to do to this site to make sure it looks great on mobile. PageCloud dramatically simplifies the incredibly complex task of making web pages mobile-friendly. Just enter mobile mode. And in seconds, you can reflow your content to make sure it looks gorgeous on a mobile device. So this is pretty close, but it looks like there's some text there that's going to be awfully small on a phone. So we're going to bump the font size just a bit. And when we hit save, all of that technology is taken care of for you. Let's look at another example. Suppose you're a designer, and you're creating something from scratch for a client. PageCloud actually changes the very nature of your browser. From the PageCloud menu, hit New Page, and you get a blank canvas ready to bring your designs to life. So Henry's got a Photoshop file open with a couple of layers, and we're going to copy a poster image right out of Photoshop and paste it directly in our browser. Straight from Photoshop to the web. This is a world first. Now, we're going to go back to Photoshop and copy one more layer, and we'll paste it and position it. And we're going to fill in the rest of this page in seconds. We'll start with a 3-column pre-built PageCloud widget from the upcoming PageCloud store. We'll adjust our poster image. Next, we're going to pull in some images right from our desktop. And finally, we're going to finish this page off with a rich footer. But this isn't just static content. This is a live Instagram widget. It will be a live Instagram widget. Cut and paste, Henry.
Sort of the obstacle course today because of the Wi-Fi. We're going to give you more time, though, if you get hiccups, so don't worry about that.
Well, you should see a live Instagram widget and database-driven sign-up form. But to PageCloud, it's all just content. Maybe grab the image there, Henry. You can flip it horizontally and flip it vertically, resize and rotate, even clone objects. And when you're happy and you hit save, your design is immediately live on the web. There's no other platform in the world, when it has internet, that can allow you to bring your designs to life so quickly and easily. Now, we're not all designers. I wish we were. But even professional designers sometimes go through a creative process where they look at the world around them for inspiration. And when they find it, they start from there. So we're going to take a look at the Apple site. They always have great designs. And if we felt that this was a good place to start, from the PageCloud menu, we hit Copy Page. And what PageCloud will do is analyze everything that's on this page, break it down into its root content, and rebuild it in PageCloud editable format. No internet, eh? Do you want to switch to the video? We're just going to fast forward to this part of the demo. Oh, it looks like we're OK. Maybe I'll switch back. So PageCloud will analyze everything that's going on this page, break it down into its root content, and rebuild it in PageCloud editable format. It's pixel for pixel accurate. The only difference is you're now in complete creative control. No, let's go video. Kill the internet. Okay. There's some deep technology at work here. One of PageCloud's 18 patent-pending inventions. These are things that can only be found in PageCloud. And when our page comes back in edit mode, the first thing we're going to do is delete those Apple logos. They don't belong to us. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to replace their poster image with one of our own. Now, we're going to move that text up just a little, and we can come up with our own messaging. There's something we'd like the world to know today. You know, it would take another 45 minutes for me to show you everything that PageCloud can do. We haven't even touched on the great developer features. full access to the source code that PageCloud generates, and the ability to build custom widgets to extend the platform. We're releasing PageCloud to the general public this summer. But today, you can pre-order. And if you do so using the the Disrupt promo code, you're going to get an amazing price of just $75 for the year for your site. When the conference ends, so does the special offer. So pre-order today and become one of the first people to truly experience the web the way it was always meant to be. Thank you.
All right. Great job. Judges, feel free to jump in.
So I'll jump in. I have a bunch of questions, but I'll start at the beginning. So if you sort of look back across the successive periods of big shifts in CMSs on the web, each of them have been driven by some sort of fundamental changes in technology. Your presentation was good, but I'm not. Tell me more about the technology. What are you doing? You know, why is this fundamentally different than the platforms that are out there today?
Sure. So there's two things. I guess you could say that from a technology point of view, we've actually accomplished a lot that's never been done before, which is hard to believe given there are some billion-dollar companies in this space. Copying right from Photoshop to the web, the ability to duplicate a page in place and move it into a visual editor, this stuff has just never been done, and there's 16 other inventions. So we have some deep technology, but when I'm designing, I like to lead with experience, the user experience. And I think that what's fundamentally different here is the approach. I think that what the other 99% of people understand and what they want is to be able to point at some content, go like this, make some changes, hit save, because that's their experience of computers for the last 20 years. And us being in the technical field, we're very rare. We are that small minority. And maybe we don't mind fiddling with HTML or templates or whatnot, but for the vast majority of people, that is incredibly frustrating. And I think no matter how amazing the web and how huge it is today, I think we've just seen the tip of the iceberg. And when you put that kind of an experience and technology in the hands of everybody, like it's just going to explode.
What's your business model?
It's pretty straightforward. It's a SaaS product, monthly fee. We charge by the site. It's pricing-wise accessible to everyone, $24 a month, aimed at small businesses primarily. And if you were to segment that further, I would say the professional segment, so professional designers and the developers that would support those designers. Ultimately, it lands in the hands of the SMB.
And the background on yourself and your co-founders?
Sure. I'm a sole founder. I started writing code when I was 9 years old. I ran product starting at 19 for 6 different startups before starting PageCloud, so I have a deep technical background. But besides the technical parts, my background's a little bit different. My first professional gig, I was recruited into an environment where there were 2 designers for every developer, so I had a lot of the experience stuff beat into me. Instructional designers, graphic designers, and so forth. So that's always played a big influence in my life and kind of led me to come up with this experience for users.
I feel like there's a bucket of other services that are also in this same space. What's the strategy for getting folks to ditch what they're already using and to use what you've built?
So there's 2 things. I mean, from the technology point of view, copy page would help a lot with that, the physically moving. But I think the bigger issue is behavioral. It's about how do you get someone to be willing to change and move from one thing to another. And because my team and I, we're 7 people, by the way, I don't think I mentioned that. We've been quietly showing this to people for the last 8 months. I've been doing some public speaking and I went to a Product Hunt event and we've shown 100 people live. We've shown lots of one-on-one demos of another 100 people. And even though they've tried most of these tools, it's one of these visceral reactions. Like you have to see it to believe it. And when they do see it, it's awesome. Their eyes light up, they swear, like the reaction is just awesome. So I think there's a willingness there. When we look at a lot of the other players out there, they have a lot of users, but a big percentage of them are unhappy users or users that are feeling frustrated. And I know that you can't bring out something that's 10% better, but PageCloud is so wildly different that when they do see it, there is a willingness there. So we might have to catch them on their annual refresh cycle, but we'll catch them. Now, in terms of how we reach those people, we also as a team knew that you don't start marketing when you finish the product. So for the last 4 to 6 months, quietly, we've been running tests in different advertising channels, testing messaging, imagery, conversion rates. We know that we can get a qualified visitor to our site for 75 cents. Qualified meaning they've self-identified as being interested in web design.
We know that we've run test campaigns and we can convert into an email address if we do it right around 15%. We've been able to prove that, so that's very good. We start the remarketing engine. And we've just started to pull in pre-sales as well. And so we have a sense of what our conversion rate is. We're getting very close to proving that for every dollar we spend, we get a couple bucks back in revenue. So for an early stage company, we're very numbers driven.
What's the profile of your target initial customers look like?
I would say it's two. I think it starts with a designer, because these people are still the gatekeepers of the web, at least in the business segment. Most businesses, the irony is that, well, maybe they could build it themselves with a great tool. I personally would never recommend they do that because they're not a designer. So I think, and the PageCloud experience really changes a designer's world. When they can go from Photoshop to the web directly, that's just absolutely paramount to them. And then they will give the keys to the customer and say, okay, I've done the heavy lifting and the creative for you, but when you do want to just change your menu, here's how you do it. And call me back if you want me to redo the creative, or something like that.
What can't you do with PageCloud?
Well, there's a lot of the technical parts of the demo which I couldn't show in this venue. It is actually a full front-end development platform. So what a developer can do, interestingly enough, is we always say you shouldn't have to know code to be able to do everything I showed you. But if you do, sky's the limit. So you can actually do quite a lot. But there's a sweet spot. And I think the sweet spot is SMBs. We're talking 30-page sites or less. On those pages, you can have really rich dynamic widgets. They can go get things from databases. They can be e-commerce enabled. There's a lot of things you can do. I wouldn't try and build 100,000 SKU e-commerce store with it, and I wouldn't necessarily build IBM's corporate site with it. But those are actually a small number of sites. I would say the vast majority of them are 30 pages or less, very content-driven, images, video, that sort of thing. So I think that's actually the mass market.
Don't you think SMBs are content with Weebly? I mean, wouldn't the kind of person that would even realize the need for something like this be someone who's more exposed to tech, or at least?
It would be the designer. What I found in talking to hundreds of these people is that your Weeblies, your Wixes, they don't get taken seriously by the professional. It's because they have dramatic limitations in their experience and their technology for people that are just banging out sites all day long. And that's part of what the draw is to PageCloud for those people. And to a certain degree, those are the tastemakers. They will help bring this into the SMB market.
So, sorry. A quick question about, it feels like that 5-8 years ago, that being just a platform to create pages was enough. And you've clearly built some awesome technology to do that. But how do you think about distribution, SEO, social distribution, the marketing cloud? It seems like a lot of these people and places, once I built my page on PageCloud, how do I get people there? How do you connect me to the audience and to distribution? How do you think about that?
That's all widgets. So you touched on a couple things, and I didn't get to show you this in the platform, but you can pop the hood on the code, and the developers can do high optimization for SEO. They can connect to third-party services, any marketing automation that you want. It's actually very straightforward. And to us, what we have primarily is the world's greatest layout engine. And we don't think that we need to reinvent all of those wheels. What we do think is that we need to integrate with all of them. And so what we've done is made that incredibly easy, whether it's e-commerce, SEO, MailChimp, email campaign tools, all of those sorts of things.
Can I use the product from a mobile device?
You would create on your desktop today. It creates mobile sites, but you wouldn't do creating on your mobile. Yes.
Since you alluded to it, but you didn't, I have a slightly different question about competition. Who are you most concerned about?
Someone like me. Yeah. There are billion-dollar players out there. They, in my opinion, working neck deep in this field for a while, haven't really changed much in the last 10 years. It's been pretty stagnant. So who knows if there's another guy like me in a basement somewhere. I do know that our way of doing things, both experientially in terms of the user experience, but also architecturally, is so radically different that if one of the big guys wanted to start chipping away at us and do what we do, I have a deep enough technical background to know that they would have to throw out their entire code base because we just do things fundamentally differently. Whereas a new entrant like me wouldn't have to do that. So the one that we run into the most, interestingly enough, is not a Weebly or a Wix, because we're in the professional segment. It's the WordPress. They're the gorilla. And it's kind of good for us because we are such different solutions that them being a template-based solution, you start fighting with the tool about 24 hours after getting your site up because it's just very rigid. And when we can walk in and say, yeah, you don't have to worry about that anymore, that's tremendous. So I guess that's a good thing.
Any last quick questions from the judges? All right, that was PageCloud. Great job. Talk about showcasing a web page builder without the web is a pretty tough thing to do, and you did a great job. All right, so next up, please welcome BioBots. Presenting will be Danny Cabrera and Ricardo Solorzano.
Thank you, guys. Hey, everyone. Good afternoon. Thanks so much for coming out. My name is Danny. I'm one of the founders of BioBots. We build 3D bioprinters and bioinks. We're creating a future where patients with organ failures can receive customer placements built on BioBot 3D bioprinters and constructed out of their own cells. Now, we're actually closer to this goal than you realize. Already, researchers on the cutting edge are printing and implanting simple organs, things like skin, tracheas, and even bladders. But beyond replaceable organs, the biotech industry is beginning to take advantage of this technology by replacing cumbersome animal testing with miniature organs built out of human cells. Now, although the first generation tools have really shown us the promise of the field, today they're holding back the revolution. Think back to the dawn of computing. Large mainframes that filled up entire rooms, cost millions of dollars, and were operated by punch cards and teams of technicians. State-of-the-art biofabrication tools aren't that much different. They fill up entire rooms, can cost up to $500,000, and are operated by teams of specially trained technicians. Now, our founder, Ricardo, is one of those specially trained technicians. He spent the last several years apprenticing himself to researchers on the cutting edge. He's learned all of the deep, dark secrets of what works and what doesn't. He started building the next generation device in his dorm room, where he enlisted my help. I studied computer science and biology at Penn, where I spent a lot of time building gene networks for genomic engineering. And together, Ricardo and I have built something incredible. Meet the BioBot 1. We took something that used to fill up an entire room and shrunk it down to a desktop 3D bioprinter that's unleashing the biological revolution. This device features many characteristics with traditional 3D use harsh processes like heat and UV radiation to cure materials. With bioprinting, there's one additional challenge, and that's curing the materials without killing all of the cells. And that's our key innovation. We've invented a new proprietary process that uses visible light to cure materials without killing all of the cells. Now, traditional 3D printers have had standard inks for a while, and there's nothing like that. There's no equivalent in bioprinting, at least not until this week. Earlier this week, we released our first kit. It's a cartilage kit that's enabling researchers to print three-dimensional living cartilage really, really easily. It contains everything that you need in order to do 3D bioprinting, and I want you guys to focus in on that vial. It contains a special solution of collagen, natural collagen derived from cartilage, and it also contains our special secret sauce initiator, which catalyzes the reaction using visible light. Turns something from a liquid into a solid without killing the cells. Now, earlier this week, on Monday, we demoed the product for you guys, printing a new ear for Van Gogh. He's one of our favorite artists, and so we designed him a new ear using Autodesk design software. We then ported that design into our software, which converts from a three-dimensional CAD file into instructions for the device. That tells the device exactly what to do to print. Now, can we please switch over to the camera demo? Our kit really here contains several things, but before the presentation, we actually went ahead and filled the syringe with the cartilage polymer, connected it to the gauge, loaded it into the device, and we started printing. And as you can see, the device really contains a standard 3-axis system that it shares with most traditional 3D printers. It allows us to move in X, Y, and Z. There's also this pressure regulator here, and that's how we control the extrusion of a material. Pressure feeds into here, and users can tune the pressure. For the cartilage kit, to print at 150 micron resolution, you need 60 psi, so that's what we're printing at. There's also one more key thing to note, and that's that there's a series of LED lights mounted in this cartridge. Now, those lights are what catalyzes the reaction. As soon as the material starts coming out, these lights shine on it, and it starts to cure without killing the cells. So, I mean, we didn't want to print another ear for you guys today, so we were sitting around last night trying to figure out what to print, and we realized that we had one of the best nose models in the room. And so we decided to print me a new nose. And please bring the camera over to my hands, if possible. And what we have here is Van Gogh's ear from Monday and a new nose that I printed for myself. Well, let's see. Last time, somebody were telling me that they couldn't see. just regulating the process. So actually regulating, I mean, not necessarily the device itself or the inks themselves, but the process of doing a bioprint and using it to diagnose something. It will be hard.
So unfortunately, we're out of time.
Our software layer abstracts all available hardware into a single virtual device and then applies a variety of techniques to speed up your application. So how do you use BitFusion? Here is one of our customers, Boris, who has developed an amazing application for the pharmaceutical industry, which requires high compute, but helps keep dangerous drug combinations off the market. His software required supercomputers with hundreds of nodes, costing millions of dollars, making it impossible for him to commercialize his application. BitFusion delivered all that power in a single server that's right sitting behind the desk. Let me show you a demo. Here is Boris's application running on a normal CPU. As you can see, it's running very slow. So what do you do to speed up this application? Hire an expert team, spend months of development? None of these. You just simply turn on BitFusion and run the application, as you see on the right. The immediate result is a many-fold increase in speed up. But we can do even more. What do we do for the slow application? Let's turn on BitFusion. While the application is running, no code changes. The application became instantly fast. This means Boris can now take his software to market, potentially saving thousands of lives. To Boris, BitFusion literally represents the difference between having and not having a business. How about a completely different application? Face detection, useful for surveillance, but also useful in locating family members during disaster relief scenarios. Here, we are showing a HD video, and we are doing face detection on multiple faces. As you can see, it's extremely slow. Now let's turn on BitFusion. Again, while the application is running, no user code changes. There's an immense increase in speed up. And now, real-time face detection is possible. We have already shown success. Can you switch the slides? We have already shown success in speeding up applications in scientific computing, bioinformatics, data analytics, by an order of magnitude, as you can see behind me. And we already have early adopters in all of these areas. We want to take it even further to provide easy access to supercomputing a reality. Towards that, this week, through our partnership with Rackspace, the #1 managed cloud hosting provider, we are providing easy on-demand access to the most powerful hardware accelerators through our super cloud. You don't have to write any code, and you don't even have to buy any hardware. AWS made it easy for everyone to access general compute. We make it easy for everyone to access supercomputing. We are BitFusion, and we are bringing supercomputing for the masses. Sign up for early access at bitfusion.io.
All right. Great job. Give it up.
Yeah.
Judges.
So you mentioned a few times about no code changes. Is that the primary innovation that you have, basically taking someone who wrote some software that's used for serial computing and then putting it in parallel computing mode? Is that the main change? Or is there a technology change beyond that, beyond the software layer? And then can you explain the hardware layer innovation that you have against all the other people who are in this space, trying to sort of use GPUs to sort of accelerate compute?
So by the way, we do use GPUs as well as CPUs and FPGAs. Okay. We use some of the more advanced instructions that people may not be aware of on even CPUs. But to answer your question, there are 3 fundamental innovations. #1 is a hardware abstraction accelerated libraries out there, and also use what's out there right now. Third, we have a set of dynamic software optimization techniques in our R&D pipeline, things that automatically re-optimize, recompile, even do source manipulation at the compiler level. And those technologies, we can actually cover applications that are not obviously acceleratable. So science and engineering, visualization, machine learning. Those are the things that are commonly, accelerated. But what about the web apps? What about the databases? What about people using Hadoop and Spark? We think we can even address those customers with some of these other techniques.
And to add to what he was saying, essentially, think of this as a container technology, where as you move an application from a CPU to a hardware accelerator like an FPGA, the application automatically morphs to the device. So our thing is not just portable, but it's performance portable.
And that basically makes a big difference when compared to some of the other solutions, like some people that are on the GPU side, for example, they write their libraries to be only specific for their own single accelerator, right? What we're trying to do is to ensure that the way our libraries are written and then utilized is that you can offload on any available hardware that you may have in that system.
You sort of spoke of a world where it's sort of supercomputer and individual processors, and of course there's plenty of people solving very hard scientific problems using very available techniques like MapReduce and other things that let you take available of large-scale distributed compute resources with relatively straightforward coding techniques. So can you just sort of speak to that? Because those are technologies which allow you to just get the benefit of Moore's laws. You get as many processors as you need. Those processors get faster without you having to do anything. So there's always a tension between that and then highly specialized compute devices, which you're still building here.
So there's 2 answers to that question. #1, we allow you to take a more advantage of your existing infrastructure. So whatever you're doing now, you may be able to do that twice as fast or 4 times faster. In fact, we have an Amazon AMI instance that runs R that's sometimes 2 to 4 times faster depending on the workload. So that's one. Secondly, the conventional wisdom is to scale out. More performance means more nodes, but it also means more complexity. It also means a whole bunch of orchestration. It also means worrying about I/O and where compute is and where server is. It adds complexity to the equation. It adds DevOps to the equation. It adds thinking about performance in sort of irregular ways. We believe that instead of scale out as the first gut reaction, do scale up, which is to pack as much horsepower into one node as possible, simplifying and actually improving performance along the way. As you scale up, you lose efficiency per node as you go up. There's no such thing as linear efficiency. And so we believe that the solution, or a better solution, is to scale up first before you scale out.
And to add to what you said, if you look at the power consumption on a single rack, it's about 8 kilowatts, and you can't just keep adding more and more nodes in a single rack. So with hardware accelerators like FPGAs, which only consume 25 watts, compared to a CPU, which is about 80 watts, or a GPU, which is about 140, sometimes even 200 watts, you can now pack a lot of these things in a single box and do a lot of computations, and that's what we call it a supercomputing in a box.
Yes, and since you were referring to Moore's law, right? In the end, the CPU is a general compute device. When we offload something to hardware specific that does the job that it's supposed to be doing, it is going to be more efficient. Ideally, you would want to build an ASICs chip for a specific application every single time, but that's just not feasible because it takes a long time and it's cost prohibitive. So when you can do it something with a chip that can be reconfigured on the fly to do computation, and you need most right there and then, that's what gives you the advantage.
And these chips have been around. I mean, FPGAs have been around for the last 20 years, but it's become a lost art because it's really hard to use. You need special hardware knowledge. You need to write it in Verilog, VHDL, and advanced C. What we want to do is we want to basically expose that to normal people, so normal people can actually take advantage of those by just migrating their application from a regular CPU to these exotic devices.
How do you explain to normal people what this is? I have real questions, but that's actually a question. What's your customer acquisition strategy? Who are your current customers, and how do they explain what this is to their friends?
So this is more speed. This is doing what you do faster. This means if you're discovering drugs, you'll do that faster. Every iteration is going to be a lot quicker. Time to market is quicker. Developing your drugs, developing whatever product you have, simulating, doing computational fluid dynamics is faster. That's real money. That's actually allowing people to do more powerful things a lot faster. Speed matters, and that's what BitFusion is all about. In fact, we believe in the conventional wisdom is, hey, I'm going to buy really expensive hardware, and I'm going to pay a whole bunch of consultants to take my application and optimize it. We're taking from the other approach. We're actually emphasize zero friction. We emphasize that you can take your application, move it to a hardware accelerator, and bam, you just get more speed. That's our emphasis. And so when we acquire customers, you can try before you buy. Take your existing application, run on a BitFusion-enabled appliance, and see the benefit for yourself. As we enable more and more libraries, as we enable more and more applications, we'll be able to deploy that to more people. In fact, that's what people ask for when we have our customers is, hey, can I try it?
So you're targeting mostly Fortune 500 CIOs, or who are you going?
So the mid-market, right? Mid-market is our, is our customer base, and the way we are looking at it, we have 3 different, options for people trying it. One is basically a software layer that people can install in their existing CPUs to get speed up, on a CPU, because even in a CPU, you can actually potentially give a lot of speed up by exposing fine-grained parallelism. It's like Microsoft operating system you install. The second thing is an appliance with hardware accelerators in the appliance and a software layer on top of it. Again, the same application can run on this appliance as well. It is kind of like buying a PC with an operating system on it. The third one that we just announced is basically a super cloud. Essentially, it's like AWS, right? So hardware accelerators on steroid on demand.
And that is when the kind of like try before you buy comes in, because some people might not have that exotic hardware in their existing data centers, or you might not have it in the public clouds, but now they can log in and they can run their applications, they can try it, and then decide whether they want to stay with our cloud offering, or maybe they're better off going and buying an actual appliance that has these accelerators.
Within the clouds, which kinds of customers who, because it's too costly for them today to have access to that kind of technology, which kinds of customers will be coming into your market and have access, and what kind of products, what kind of the next layer of customers will be enabled by this?
So, to start with, right, startups, young companies in the biotech field, pharma field, who's trying to compete with the Merck and the Pfizers of the world, who don't have money to basically, buy these exotic hardware, and who don't have the R&D to spend on them, they generally want to just try it and use it. And, just like whoever is using AWS, generally the startups and the young companies, they are the guys who will be trying on this, hardware accelerated cloud.
And just to add a little bit of color to that, we've talked to a lot of researchers that literally wait, 3 days before their experiment ends. You just imagine that, how much pain that is. You run an experiment, after 3 days, it's complete. And who knows what happens to the machine, and sometimes you even figure out that you can't even remember why you ran the experiment in the first place. By making that close to real time, the whole way that you interact with analysis is completely different. It revolutionizes the way that you do business.
What is your pricing model?
Okay, so the pricing model depends on the solution that we're selling people, right? So for example, on the cloud offering and data center offering, where we just deploy the software layer itself, the pricing model is a simple utility model where you just pay per metered use, right? Now, on the appliance model, we basically take a cut of the appliance sale, and then at the same time, we do a yearly license or monthly license that people want for the software that's also based on the sale price of the actual appliance, right? And then finally, in our super cloud offering, it's essentially the same as an AWS pricing model.
So unfortunately, we're out of time. You guys did a great job. That was bitfusion.io. Thank you very much. All right, next up, please welcome DigitalGenius, presenting are Mikhail Naumov and Dmitry Aksenov.
Hello, TechCrunch. Hello, judges. Thank you for having us back here today. My name is Mikhail. This is Dmitry from DigitalGenius. So we are building artificial intelligence technology to automate conversations between big brands and their customers. Why? Well, because we've all been there, right? On the way to the airport, when we realize that we forgot to activate our global roaming. So we take out our phone, and we call, and we wait, and we wait, and we wait, and we wait. And if we're lucky, 15 minutes later, a call center representative will pick up the phone and tell us that we're not even eligible for roaming to begin with. It's a hugely frustrating experience for us as consumers and really inefficient for the enterprise. In fact, it's happening everywhere. Telcos, airlines, banks, health insurance companies, you name it. And it's actually a really big problem. So every single day, millions of dollars are being spent in call centers to have repetitive questions answered thousands of times over and over again. In other words, speaking with customers is really expensive. So we built DigitalGenius, a conversation automation platform for the enterprise. With our technology, activating global roaming should be as easy as texting your mom. Hey, Mom, going to London for a week. Please make sure my phone works. Done. It's frictionless. It's an ongoing conversational experience with the telco, and it's available through multiple communication channels, most notably SMS, one of the most intimate ways for a big brand to talk to a consumer. So let's have a quick look at how it feels. Let's switch to the demo, please. So Dmitry here is using DigitalGenius, which is saved as a contact in his phone. It's there to help. He says, here we go. I want to go to London for a week. Please make sure my phone works. Notice he didn't use keywords. He didn't say, please activate global roaming, or am I eligible? He just said his intention, and the system was intelligent enough to understand that his intention to travel relates to his desire to activate roaming. So it told him a confirmation. He said, go for it, which is not a traditional way of saying yes, but the system still understood what he means. Finally, he said, thank you, but then he decided to have some fun. Hey, will it burn a hole in my pocket? It's not the best way to ask a pricing question, but the system has been pre-trained to understand those types of externalities. It knows that the pricing is, first of all, that the question relates to price. Then it understands that the price is being asked relative to roaming, not about a device, not about the plan, it's about roaming. And finally, it knows that his account, specifically, not my account, not your account, but his account is on this current plan. And that happens through the integration with the telco. And then he has, he wants to really test the system. He says, whoa, that's highway robbery. And the system actually understands that it doesn't know the answer. It hasn't been trained, it can't answer it. So this is where we have a seamless transition to a live chat person agent using either our internal chat interface or one of the existing ones out there in the market that's currently being used. So in this case, a live agent will answer and take over the entire conversation from there. continuing to allow for ongoing, meaningful, enjoyable customer service experience. Let's take a deeper look into how the tech works. Let's please switch to the slides. So one of the magic piece of the system is that no matter how you phrase your questions, just to recap, the system continues to understand and continues to provide you with the proper answer, all the way up to the point when it can't. In this case, it transferred it seamlessly to a call center agent who takes over from there. Now, why does this work? Our team of NLP engineers has designed a neural network algorithm that has been trained by hours of chat records and historical chat from the telco. And it's capable of understanding and classifying questions and incoming messages. So for example, if you're asking, what color is the device? The system knows that you're talking about a product. So it understands this and routes this to the appropriate narrow AI module, which contains knowledge and the means by which to answer that product question. If you ask a definition, the system automatically understands that it's a definition question and routes it to the appropriate module there, providing this answer. So through this system and this process, we're able to have these ongoing conversations. So what have we done? We've deployed DigitalGenius with some of the biggest brands in the world, Unilever, BMW, a bank, and a few others. And here's what happened. BMW used DigitalGenius to launch their new electric vehicles, the i3 and the i8. It was their first electric, so they were keen to use something innovative to communicate this to the consumer. So they featured our technology in the form of a short code in every single television advertisement in the UK. And anyone who watched a commercial about the new i3 or the i8 could simply text this number with their questions or with their message and have a conversation. First, it would go through the basic things. What color does it come in? Where does it, how much does it cost? But then the interesting part is it could guide the user through the conversion funnel, helping them schedule test drives, dealership visits, and answering more complicated questions over time. And on the back end, it allowed BMW to capture valuable insights about each consumer by taking sentiment from the language they're using. So how tech savvy they are, how price sensitive they are. And that's a really, really important piece of data that's not being utilized, and we can extract that from conversations. Or in the case of Unilever, where we did over 1 million automated conversations recently around an intelligent recipe recommendation system, which they chose to call Chef Wendy. You're on your way from work, and you text whatever ingredients you have in your fridge, and the system understands and creates a recipe for you and tells you how to prepare it. What's more, it remembers that you're a vegetarian and that your spouse is allergic to shellfish, over time creating a much more personalized experience with the brand right here in your pocket on your phone. So, Unilever is not really a brand that you think of talking to, right? You don't just call Unilever. And we think that should not be the case with technology, right? So we're creating a new space. It's not quite search. It's not quite talking to a live person. But it's a new space where, for the first time, big brands can have ongoing and meaningful conversations with millions of consumers through the devices that we love most. And as of today, DigitalGenius is available to the big brands around the world and Fortune 500 companies that want to use AI and well-engineered NLP to automate conversations with this pricing strategy of an initial deployment fee, which then converts to an ongoing licensing fee with the brand. Here at DigitalGenius, we're automating conversations using artificial intelligence, and we're helping big brands communicate with millions of consumers in a new and exciting way. Thank you.
Great demo. Go ahead.
This is super cool, but I also know this is super hard to do. How do I want to play with this like right now. How do I text Chef Wendy and ask her questions? Can I do that after this?
Well, first, we could do more after this. You can text Chef Wendy. You can, we're in the alley downstairs, so we can show you all the demos we have available. A lot of the deployments are deployed overseas. So Chef Wendy's actually deployed in South Africa. And we did about 1 million automated conversations there. So when it comes to this type of solution, quality is most important. So we all hate chatbots, we all hate IVRs, we all hate screaming representative into the phone. It's a frustrating experience. So for us, it's really important to have like a fluid experience. And when the system gets confused, it can route you to the call center agent. So if we want to dive deeper, and we invite you to test.
Knowledge in AI-based customer care is not new. I mean, I heard about it over a decade ago when I was at Orange. You guys are talking about it like it's a new concept, but clearly other people have tried it, and there's other systems out there in the market. So who's your competition? Why do you guys think you're different or better than other similar solutions? And then also, I'm just interested, you're very focused on text messaging, but I'm assuming web-based interfaces, and ultimately you could put speech on it if you wanted to. So just your thoughts on that as well.
Perfect. So we deploy over 12 different communication channels. SMS has just been the most popular with our brands because it is the most intimate way to talk to consumers. And if you think about SMS, when's the last time you got a text from a big brand via SMS? It was probably a spammy coupon or something you didn't really want. And so now finally technology's caught up, so enabling brands to have a meaningful conversation with you via SMS, and this is a space that's highly underutilized right now. And with the growth of sort of messaging as a platform, this is a space that's really going to be exploding with big brands. And since we're not doing direct B2C, we're working with the enterprise, we think that there's opportunities to co-create a lot of really, really interesting solutions for big brands to communicate with the consumers. That's the first one. And so 12 channels, we just built Slack integration. But aside from that, the competitors, there's two types of competitors we have. One is sort of these antiquated chatbots that have been, every Fortune 500 company has been exposed to them. Most of them don't like them, and we're replacing them in a number of cases, which is great. The other one is more of the pure research-based artificial intelligence companies out there that are building cognitive computing systems, and a lot of them are designed to solve, let's say, answer questions like what's the meaning of life, and read an entire library of books and be able to converse with you about those things. We don't focus on that. We focus on specific business challenges and solving those through conversational automation within a domain. Did you have anything to add?
Yeah, we're building an AI company, not a knowledge management company, and the technology is becoming available right now that allows us to build an AI company and to use this AI to automate conversations around customer service.
So I have a question about the jumping off the competitive set, we can go that way, is that I would imagine that traditional sort of IVR companies who already have the data set, because you're basically, calling this an AI company, I think is a stretch. You're doing structured data around clearly defined problem sets. So these existing companies who have these huge archives of conversations with customers, wouldn't they be the natural competitor, and wouldn't they have a significant leg up on you guys? Because they would be able to, sure, they have to write the algorithms, but they already have the data, they can train it, and they can put something in market far more effectively than you can.
Well, we've had relationships with a number of companies like this. We work with a very, very big telecom provider, and they came to us specifically to solve this challenge. So we work with 3 SVPs of customer service, that they're our sponsors and supporters, and they told us, in fact, that our current providers are not doing a good job solving this problem, and you guys have made some advancements in the space that we've seen through case studies, and would love to make this happen at our telco. So they've provided us with the chat records themselves. So even though other people may have them, it's not the case in every situation, and we've actually gotten access to them ourselves and have been able to use them to train our algorithms. Same thing happens with banks. A lot of banks have done this for us as well. So, do you want to add?
In many cases, the data is actually owned by the company, not by a third-party supplier.
Oh, interesting.
So we are working with a number of companies in a very close partnership to get access to this data and to learn from this data and to train our algorithms.
A lot of the modules that are being created are reusable, so we can use one telecom or one airline's training data to train the algorithm and then reuse it for all the other customers in that segment. That's really helpful when it comes to redeploying.
Who are you? What's your background?
Well, Dmitry and I are both born in Russia back in the day when entrepreneurship was illegal. Couldn't own your own company. And so we grew up when things changed, and all around us were these companies being born, and this entrepreneurial energy was everywhere. So we knew from the very beginning that in order to be happy, we needed to create value and then build the future ourselves, for ourselves and for the world. And we emigrated out when we were very young. I was 9.5. I came to New York City. Dmitry was, well, tell your story.
Sure. Well, I was building robots since I was 7 years old. And by the age of 14, I was building neural networks, and I was focusing on making those robots smart, automating them, making them behave like a human. So I participated in multiple national and international competitions with these robots. Once upon a time, I was fortunate to represent Russia in the UK on a robotics competition. I decided to move on my own, no language, no friends, and to study in the UK. And then I continued this passion and I continued to want to automate everything around me, and I started to code the very first version of this technology myself that automated conversations between smaller businesses and their customers, and then we scaled to a much bigger team and started to work within enterprise segments.
Have you Turing tested this?
Not formally, but we run some experiments internally. We didn't do a formal Turing test yet.
What percentage of the time can people tell that it's fake?
It depends on the complexity of the use case. If the use case is narrow, for example, BMW or Unilever use cases, then in many cases people cannot know that it's actually a machine. The only things that gives it away is the speed of the response.
The BMW makes it clear it's a machine.
Yeah, BMW made it clear in the TV campaign that it's a machine. Unilever didn't make it clear, and a lot of people were sending very conversational messages to Chef Wednesday, asking personal questions and trying to start the conversation.
Ask for a date. I think the idea is, we're not really trying to trick anybody to thinking it's a live person. Nor do we really want to stress the fact that, oh, you're talking to a robot. We want to create a new space where big brands can have these conversations in the first place that haven't taken place before. You don't talk to BMW through your SMS, you just don't. And the fact that thousands of people did after the campaign is validation that showed us that we need to move forward. So after BMW, we had 3 or 4 other major brands, Panasonic and a few others, come to us wanting to essentially deploy the same technology for their specific use case. And that's what we use. We use those revenues as we're bootstrapped to date. So very close to closing our round. And we think that at this point, we've used those revenues to build an internal platform, which allows us to deploy these conversational tools without writing a single line of code. So we actually have a lot of trained linguists on our team to make this thing happen in a much shorter deployment cycle than it takes our competitors.
I'm more interested in the general customer service problem as opposed to a specific application, because I think the specific application is relatively easy to train. So if you had to go into a telco for general customer service, how long is the tuning time for your NLP for it to be up and running? What's your target automation rate, complete automation that you're targeting? And what's the quality rate that you're, whether it's customer service quality rate or NPS quality rate that you're aiming for?
So the deployment cycle varies depending on the complexity of the actual deployment. So if we're doing a full customer service, that takes time. This is not an easy problem to solve. It doesn't happen overnight. So there's 2 cases. One, when we're doing it for the first time with an airline, let's say, that takes a while. It could take 3 months probably, maybe a little longer, to do all the training necessary. And one important piece that happens is before this ever goes live to any consumers, the brand actually opens up their team to stress test the system and break it. So with the telco we're working right now, there's 300 employees in customer service segment of that telco who are stress testing this and trying to break the system. And we're using all of this valuable training data to continue fine-tuning and refining the model. And so this is happening right now as we speak. And it's hugely important, because if we were doing research and building this in a closed-off lab with 20 PhDs and never stepping a foot outside the building, we wouldn't know. We wouldn't have access to these domain experts who are actually testing the system and helping us learn.
We tend to use a modular approach when we are deploying our system. So initially we try to automate a very specific part, let's say delivery or security, and the rest is routed to a traditional journey. Then we add another module, and we expand within.
If you feel very good about your automation rate, one thing you might want to do is just guarantee a certain percent and take a certain percentage of the savings. It'll probably generate you more revenue than what you put on the slide.
It's totally possible, absolutely. With accuracy, one of the cooler features is that we can actually seamlessly hand it off to someone. So there's an opportunity to have 100% accuracy, because you can do it. And after all, customers want to have a great experience, and we want our brands to deliver that using our technology.
Is that 3-month training process, training the model, is that similar to what you were showing on the slide here, where it's humans going through these chat logs and putting different questions in
Answer in like
buckets?
3 sentences.
Sorry?
We're out of time, so quickly, please.
Quick response. So there's 2 types of data that we train on. All structured data is automatically extracted and put into our system, totally autonomously. Anything that's marketing language related, anything that is very, very unstructured, that requires a little bit of work from our linguists to actually supervise the training process. So it's a combination of 2.
All right, we are out of time. Thank you guys very much. That was Digital Genius. If you guys could get that demo ready, Digital Genius guys, if you could get that demo ready so the judges can try it out backstage, that would be great, because I know Dennis wants to. All right, next up, please welcome CloudWear. Presenting will be Evan Tan and Wendell Brown. Take it away.
Every 24 hours, more than 250,000 people are hacked. It looks something like this. And with maps like this one, it's really easy to lose sight of the personal loss from every hacking event. But we don't have to look far. Companies we all know and use are being hacked. Uber was hacked, Slack was hacked, and Dropbox had 7 million accounts stolen just last year. The fact is that as a community, we have been unable to stem this tide. It's clear that the biggest problem in security today is that good security is too much of a pain to use. For instance, we all know two-factor authentication is great and makes us more secure, but how many of us actually opt in and start using it? In most websites, it's fewer than 1%. And any security system where 99% of your users refuse to use it doesn't really protect the masses as it needs to. So with cyber attacks on the rise, it's clear we need to stop making users decide between convenience and security. What we need is a zero-friction edition that works in the background to keep all of our users safe. My company CloudWear has built exactly that. We're from Google, Microsoft, and SpaceX. We've built software for the US Department of Defense and for millions of users of Fortune 500 companies. So we know what it takes to keep users safe online. And we're so excited here today to use that experience to make a difference, solving the very real problem of cybersecurity on the web, with a solution that's faster and easier than 2FA, encompassing the same ideas that we presented on the main global stage of TED earlier this year. This is the first time that we're giving everyone a glimpse of the product itself. Let's look at an example. I'm going to log into my GitHub account online. Unlike two-factor authentication, which requires a 6-digit code, CloudWear is going to log me in instantly because it works in the background. So with that in mind, let's take a look at just how easy it is for the user. On the left-hand side, you'll see CloudWear, and on the right-hand side, you'll see traditional two-factor authentication. So you're in with CloudWear, but if you use two-factor authentication, you're still waiting. Now, that looks really simple on the surface. And like all great products, it's simple for the user with a lot of deep technology being used underneath. Because when I entered my username and password, CloudWear checked my mobile phone's location, even though I was on my desktop. CloudWear checked my mobile phone's location to grab my GPS coordinates at the moment. And using my GPS coordinates, it's able to determine whether or not I should have access to my account right now, just on whether or not I'm in an acceptable, reasonable location to be accessing that service in a much more secure way than IP address alone. Now, the reason why this small, simple change has such a massive impact is because 98% of all hacks originate from overseas. 98%. So what CloudWear does is it ensures that even after my username and password are stolen, I'm still protected from those 98% of attacks that occur today. Now that we've seen how it looks to the user, that is, they largely don't even know it's there, let's take a look at how a company can configure and deploy CloudWear. We have a visual map-based interface to control regions, locations, where you can access CloudWear from. So let's take a look at how one of America's leading enterprises would use this. SpaceX faces hundreds of thousands of attacks every day from Russia, China, and North Korea. Now, their employees are trying to access SpaceX critical infrastructure and data from the headquarters. So let's go ahead and whitelist the headquarters building to give them access within that physical space. And just like that, the CIO just got in. Now, there's a warehouse across the street as well. So let's whitelist that area too. Now, SpaceX is a growing company. It has a new satellite division in Seattle and launch sites at Cape Canaveral. So rather than concern ourselves about each individual place, let's simply whitelist the entire United States, allowing access from this country and none other, in keeping with ITAR export restrictions. So now you can see Cape Canaveral and the Seattle satellite division getting in just fine. Now there's also a recovery ops engineer out recovering a rocket in the Atlantic. Rather than open up a permanent whitelist in the Atlantic, let's give him temporary access. So we'll grant him access to SpaceX systems within a 20-mile radius for a period of 5 days. And following that, the access will disappear altogether. Now that we've seen how a company can deploy and configure CloudWear, let's talk about integration. CloudWear offers a simple mobile SDK that integrates into any existing enterprise's mobile applications. That works in the background to grab your phone's GPS coordinates as you attempt to log into any corporate service, whether through Active Directory or others. We also offer a web-based interface like you just saw, or direct API-level access to configure acceptable locations for your business. So if you don't do business in Kazakhstan, you can block the country off your list. We're so excited today to announce that CloudWear is currently available to companies like SpaceX and others. But we're making it available with a general release soon. Before that happens, go to cloudwear.com, that's WEAR.com, and sign up for early access. You'll be the first to know. I'm Evan Tan. This is my co-founder, Wendell Brown, and we're building a world free from cybercrime. Thank you.
All right. Great job.
I just want to make sure I understand it properly. When I go to log in, once I hit submit, you actually ping my phone, and you're hitting a piece of your software that's running on my phone to make sure that the coordinates that that app is reporting are of the, you're in the appropriate location. Is that correct?
That's exactly right.
Okay.
It's a pretty elegant solution. How protectable do you feel that it is? Because obviously people have commingled location and security and authentication together for a while. So, do you think that either there's existing IP that you might be stepping on, or do you think this is sufficiently protected that that other IP, can't allow the owners of that IP to sort of do what you're doing?
Absolutely. Wendell, do you want to discuss some of the innovations?
Sure. Well, there's 3 key innovations. The first one is integrating the IP address with the GPS and doing that at scale in real time. And the second is on our back end, we're integrating a highly secure, highly scalable back end. And then thirdly, we also have many patents. I've written many hundreds of patents before, and so we've been very aggressive at patent protection as well as searching prior patents as well.
I have a couple of edge case questions. One, why wouldn't someone just assume you're working from your office and spoof your location?
So that's a great point. And in fact, GPS itself is typically very easy to spoof. If you use Android, you can enable developer mode and set your location to appear to be anywhere in the world. With our SDK, we can actually identify you attempting to manipulate your location.
Okay.
And if we see that happening, we disregard whatever you're sending us.
Okay. And then one of the biggest applications of this for me personally would be trying to get to log into AOL enterprise software on an airplane. And on an airplane, you don't actually know where my phone's location is because it's off. So what happens then?
Yeah, we've looked at that application. That's a very small percent of the time. But you can enable, we have an administrative panel where you can enable exceptions for certain periods of time. So you could enable access to you, and you could enable the access before you depart and access it, and enable it for a certain number of hours to enable access from an airplane.
Okay, thank you.
What's the setup time like to have the SDK installed, or how does it work across various apps you may be using?
Absolutely. So we only need the SDK integrated into a single enterprise application that the user of the enterprise would have. So the enterprise integrates the software itself. It's a few lines of code, easy to do, with a lot of documentation and support provided. They distribute it to their companies using their existing MDM platform. And in a matter of minutes, all enterprise employees now have this capability.
It's elegant. Well, first, how are you pricing it?
So we price it based on 2 different models. The first is for a small to medium business. They're more interested in the map-based interface that you saw today. For that, we haven't announced any specific pricing, but we'll ensure that it's affordable for companies given the size. With enterprise, they're more interested in direct API-level access to our systems because they have the engineering resources to build out and integrate it themselves. With them, we're also not ready to announce pricing yet, but it's in line with the value we bring.
I imagine the enterprises that use browser-based access, you can't solve for that, right? You need an application on the device.
What's actually great is that even if a person accesses an enterprise system through a single sign-on provider, say on the web, we're able to check the mobile phone's location during that time. So we are able to protect even web-based access.
Interesting. Neat.
Have you tried penetrating your own system and see the vulnerabilities of your own system?
We absolutely have. So we have some security background. Wendell's experience is prior in the defense industry. And I've written secure cloud software for Harvard, which is now used by MIT as well. So we have some experience in the space. We've definitely looked into it, and we'll be continuing to perform penetration testing on our own systems over time.
You mentioned a lot of the usage will be people trying to lock other folks out of specific buildings, or do you think it's mostly countrywide?
Most of it's countrywide. In fact, that's 98% of the problem. If you can just identify that somebody's not in the US when they should be, when they're accessing a critical system or critical company data, you can stop those 98% of hacks. So some of the companies have come to us and asked if we can prevent competitors and specific other office buildings from accessing any of their systems. But for us, we see the biggest opportunity in just blocking out access by country.
Okay. So since you can't reveal pricing at this stage, how would you describe the size of the business? Where does the business go, and who competes with you?
Yeah, so there are a number of companies in the cybersecurity space, and there's a good reason. There's $450 billion in annual fraud. So it's absolutely huge. It's staggering. In healthcare alone, there's more than $1 trillion in annual billing, and a huge amount of that is due to fraudulent insurance claims being filed. So our first customers that have come to us are insurance companies, healthcare insurance companies, in the financial sector, companies in defense, and companies in the technology industry as well. In terms of size, we've had two global 1,000 companies reach out to us while we were backstage.
Yeah.
So I want to go back to the GPS thing. You said you can detect it if someone's spoofing it.
A lot of other companies did think that we were using Wi-Fi hotspots, looking at SSIDs or MAC addresses or any number of other signals, timing, for instance. It's none of those things. It's pretty new. Nobody's ever seen this from anybody that we've spoken to, and it's very exciting.
Fair enough. So do you see this as completely getting rid of the need to have two-factor authentication? So does this replace two-factor?
For a lot of companies, it will. For a lot of companies, two-factor authentication is unliked by the users, and in most cases, if they're not protecting extremely critical data, probably not completely necessary. For a lot of companies, they're very happy with their two-factor authentication schemes, and we actually integrate into those directly. So you can layer this on top and use this as an additional factor, and oftentimes it's the most critical one.
What is the experience like for your typical employee, right? Boss hands me something, says, I got to do this. What do I do on a daily basis? Anything?
You log in using your normal username and password. That's it.
All right.
And what if you're an employee and you fly to Paris and you forget to tell your boss? And you still want to pretend that you're at home in Palo Alto trying to do your spreadsheet? This is just, hypothetical.
Yeah, you might get busted. In that case, the IT director is probably going to receive notification that you're trying to access the system from Paris. You'll probably receive a phone call to confirm that that's happening right now and that that's really you. And once they can confirm that, they'll grant you temporary access from within France.
Do you think end users, the employees at the company, might balk at this in any way because of privacy concerns?
That's absolutely something we've looked at and we're taking extremely seriously. So we're subject to audits. Anybody can look at the data we keep. In fact, we're happy to allow the company to keep all the data itself on site behind their company firewall. For us, as a security business, our focus is on minimizing the amount of data that we hold because each bit of data, especially identifying data, is incredibly dangerous to us.
It would strike me that the location-based, the ability to spoof location and your solve for that is sort of the critical piece of the puzzle here, because hackers have been indifferent to the location tracking issue to date, because nobody's doing what you're doing. And if you get widely deployed, that will change very fast. And so it's your secret sauce, but I'd love to get a better understanding of that, because my ability to spoof location would seem to be the flaw in this.
Sure. Wendell, do you want to?
Sure. I mean, it's actually pretty hard to spoof GPS. You can spoof GPS, of course, just with Android, as we talked about. But we're looking ahead, and we're already anticipating the next wave of solutions, and we'll make some other announcements later this year to address that exact point. But GPS is actually difficult to hack directly with iPhone. With Android, it's much easier. We can detect that. But there's other solutions as well that we'll be announcing later this year.
I'd still have to have your device, right? In order, if I'm understanding properly, in order to spoof or pretend to be you, I'd still have to have your device so that you're getting that particular ping and still would be within that country, right?
No, because I can pretend that I'm you. I can pretend that I'm in the US.
But I have to have a piece of software that's running on my phone, so you'd have to have my phone in order to access.
That's correct.
Okay.
You would. So it's actually, the spoofing location itself is not sufficient.
Yeah.
So I have to physically steal the device too.
Yes.
Correct.
Which I'm holding onto right now.
Do you envision the government using this?
Can I borrow your phone?
No.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, absolutely. The use case along those lines is protecting documents, critical documents around military bases. It's one example use case. Now, in order to gain access to even a cloud-based file, something hosted on the internet, you have to be on a military base itself to prove that it's you. So there's incredible demand, not just within the corporate side, but within government military as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of headlines, of course, that we've all read in the newspapers about hacking, and we would solve many of those, and many of those companies who have been hacked have been in touch with us, and we're in touch with and working with multiple companies.
All right, so we're out of time. Great job, you guys. That was CloudWear. All right. Next up, please welcome Liquidity Nanotech. Presenting is Victor Wang.
Hi. My name is Victor Huang. I'm the CEO of Liquidity. We design products that make water safe to drink, instantly, anytime, anywhere. To explain, let me introduce you to someone. This is E. coli. He's a nasty-looking creature. And if you drink him, he's even nastier. And it's not just E. coli. He's got a bunch of nasty buddies like Cryptosporidium and Giardia. Every day, they get millions of people sick. 10,000 people will die today because of these guys. 1 billion people on the planet cannot get dependably safe drinking water because of them. Now, why is this so hard? So here's a number to remember. 6 nines, 99.9999%. This is a commonly accepted standard for bacteria reduction in order to get safe drinking water. It's what the EPA uses. But this is a very hard standard because it means that fewer than 1 out of a million bacteria can make it from the source of the water to your lips in order for you to stay safe. This is compounded in difficulty by the fact that you can't see this stuff. These germs are not visible to the naked eye. It's the invisible stuff that kills you. You can't just take water that looks dirty and make it clear in order to be safe. Until now, the world has had to make a fundamental trade-off. On one hand, you had products that didn't work, and on the other hand, you had products that were really hard to use. So common household products that use activated carbon, they don't get rid of the germs that actually harm you. Other methods like UV lights, pressurized systems, or chemicals like chlorine or iodine, they've got all sorts of drawbacks. They take electricity, they require pumping or sucking, they take a lot of time, or they don't taste very good. Liquidity's technology transcends the state of the art. We are able to eliminate those trade-offs. For the first time, you can get instantly safe drinking water with no chemicals, no electricity, and no pumping. Now, why is this important? Well, it means that we can combine effectiveness, remember, 99.9999%, with convenience, something that's hassle-free, to create everyday use products. This is a huge deal because it means that we can finally take water from being a scarce and precious resource and make it into something that's ordinary and commonplace and universal. So we have the TechCrunch staff that was very kind to go up to Central Park just a couple hours ago and get water fresh from the source. This is New York's finest. Wow. And I want to do a demonstration just to show you just how easy this is to use. Thank you, guys. This is what we've got here. And you can see in this bottle, this is a bottle using our technology, just how fast the water flows. Just like that. It's nearly effortless. It's like drinking from a normal sports water bottle. In fact, it's so easy to use, my 6-year-old loves drinking from this. So how does this work? Well, geek out with me for just a little bit as I explain. So we're able to create a dense web of fibers that are amazingly thin. They're 1/600th the width of a human hair. We can take these fibers and put them into a membrane, and then put that membrane into a cartridge, just like this one, which is what I just used in the bottle I just drank from. The way we make this is like a form of extreme 3D printing. We have hundreds of nozzles spinning down these fibers at the speed of sound. It's an amazingly precise, environmentally controlled process with scientific precision. You can think of it as mass production meets 3D printing on steroids. And when these fibers are deposited down, you get this, which is this dense mesh of fibers. And this is a cross-section view. You can see as the particles travel from the top to the bottom in this picture, the bacteria get stuck at the top. They can't make it through. They get stuck like fish trying to get through a fish net. So the bacteria stop, but the water flows. In fact, the water flows ridiculously fast. To bring this idea to life, we had to put together a dream team of some of the leading scientists, engineers, business people, and experts in the world in clean drinking water. These are veterans of some of the leading brands in the business. In fact, every single day, you probably drink water that was filtered by products that our team helped develop. And there's serious science here. There's over 15 years of fundamental R&D from Stony Brook University, supported by the National Science Foundation. And boy, have we tested this. We've done countless tests. In fact, we've published a test report on our website from a respected, independent, third-party laboratory. We're rolling out several different products. The first product is this. This is our personal water bottle. We call it Naked Filter. It allows you to get instantly safe drinking water anytime. We're selling this all over the world. Next, we're going to roll out to a number of other products, including household products, like this one here, where you put dirty water in the top and get clean drinking water out below. And then industrial and commercial applications, like biomedical processing and other sectors. Our plan is to become an Intel Inside that powers an entire generation of new products in the water industry. We're going to roll this out all over the world, but we're going to do it in key stages. So we've already started in the United States and Europe, where we're reaching out to the health and the wellness and the recreational markets. These are the same people that buy from Whole Foods or REI. But there's a huge opportunity where we're simultaneously going after, which is the growing middle classes in the emerging markets, places like Brazil, China, India, Mexico. There are hundreds of millions of people with purchasing power, but still cannot get dependably safe drinking water. So a mother in Sao Paulo who's concerned about her child's health can take this water bottle and put it in their backpack when they go to school in the morning and be guaranteed that they're getting safe drinking water all day long. Once we scale up and are able to reduce manufacturing costs, our plan is to take this everywhere else, bottom of the pyramid, rural villages. Our vision is to reach 1 billion people. We're really excited here at TechCrunch Disrupt to announce that you can now purchase our Naked Filter water bottle directly off of our website, nakedfilter.com. You can go there and pre-order one right now, and we're going to ship them in 3 months. In fact, I encourage you to do so because you'll be getting healthier water for yourself, but you'll also be joining us on a journey as we bring cleaner, safer drinking water to everybody on the planet. Thank you very much.
All right.
So, this is awesome. Can you talk to us about cost and how long does the filter last for? How often do I need to replace it? Cost per unit for the filter?
Sure. Retail price right now, we're selling this on our website right now, $24 for a full unit. You can buy replacement cartridges for $8 each if you buy them in a pack of 3. Depending on the water quality varies dramatically from place to place. So one cartridge like this should last in normally challenging water for anywhere from 1 month to 3 months, depending on where you are. In the United States, we use these, and these last for 2 to 3 months without a problem. In places where it's really dirty water, then it's going to last shorter, but it's going to vary.
And talk about your competition a little bit, because there are the people out there who are building products like this. And so why is this, how is this fundamentally better, fundamentally different than what else is out there?
Yeah. Well, this is the only technology that uses mechanical filtration, where it's actually catching things like fish going through a fish net at this level of filtration with this kind of flow rate. So their competition, they will find, if you look at traditional membranes, for instance, they tend to have a lot more solid area, so you can't get that fast flow rate. You can't just squeeze it out of a water bottle. You have to pump it, right? Or you have to suck it from a straw. The lung power you have to use can be significant. There's UV lights where you have to wait, time, and it doesn't get rid of everything. There's tablets people can use where you have to wait, 30 to 60 minutes in order to get safe drinking water, and then it doesn't taste good and it's bad for your health over the long term. So there's a variety of different competitors, and we realize it's a competitive market space. So one of the challenges is going to be, getting the message out cleanly and precisely to the consumers.
Are you going to? So you talked, I think, about an OEM business model where your cartridges will end up in somebody else's product potentially. Are you also building a brand? Is this a consumer product, or has nothing to do with a consumer product?
Yeah, we're going to pursue both strategies right now because we want to reach out with our own brand to start building a consumer base and getting people to adopt it and start to use it. But there's a huge opportunity in developing OEM products to everybody else, and we're going to pursue that simultaneously.
How do you know when a filter's used up, and how foolproof is that, and are there any dangers if you use a filter for too long?
One of the great things about this is it's good to the last drop. Actually, every single drop coming out of that is guaranteed to filter the germs. And as it gets used up, it just slows down. And when it slows down enough and consumer says it's not satisfactory, just swap out another cartridge.
How does that work? How do you control the flow based upon how dirty it's gotten?
Yeah, as it plugs up, it just plugs up the surface or the holes. And so once it gets used up, nothing else can get through.
Can we see one of the filters?
Yeah, sure. This is a prototype.
Want to try
so these
the
are
water?
not full production units.
Some fresh, clean water you guys could drink if you want. Saying.
Brian, you're from California.
I'm scared.
Membrane technology to filter water is not new. Technically, how does your membrane work, or what does it do that's new?
Yeah, membranes, this is a major fundamental shift in membranes over the last half century. In fact, if you look at the membranes people use today, they haven't changed that much in many decades. They are mostly solid material with holes in them. So about 20% holes, 80% solid material. And the holes are smaller than the bacteria. We changed the paradigm by creating this mesh-like structure. We're able to actually flip it. So instead of 20% air, we're getting 80% air and 20% solid material, like a fishnet. So we're able to get very high flow rates while we're getting that same level of effective filtration. So that's really the big difference.
And in the developing markets, why not just use a chlorine tablet? It seems a lot less expensive than a $24 water bottle.
Chlorine's cheap, but chlorine, if you've ever been camping, or iodine, it takes time. You put it in there, you got to wait for a while, and then a lot of people have dechlorinators or they're iodine removers because iodine doesn't taste very good. Again, it's about convenience, something that allows people to use it every day. You wouldn't expect your kids to do chlorine tablets every day at school. That's really what we're targeting.
How large is the recreational market in the U.S. for this type of product?
Well, it's the Whole Foods market. So the people, Whole Foods and REI. So the people that care about their health, they're athletes, they're people that care about, they eat organic and natural foods, the people that are concerned about contamination, people who are in hospitals, who are ill, maybe who are at risk of disease. So we're really looking at those types of people that are extremely health conscious. For a specific number, I don't have it off the top of my head, but it's a big market.
Where do you focus on the market right now? Is it on that, or developing countries, or OEM deals? I mean, I know you mentioned both, but what's your gut on where you'd spend your time?
The gut is we will be able to build some traction with our brand in the U.S., but we just launched this very recently, just weeks ago, and we're getting requests in the millions of units from emerging markets already. I mean, the demand is enormous. So my guess is that the world, especially where people can't count on their drinking water, when they turn on a tap, that's where the market's going to be the biggest.
What is your cost per unit?
They're pretty good. They're very robust. They're very competitive with the industry. I don't want to, we're able to make this, especially as we get to scale, where we can drive down the costs and be able to sell this pretty competitively with anything else that's out there.
Can I try your water?
Sure.
Oh.
Brave.
Woo!
I'm going to ask the same question a different way. I mean, can you speak to the gross margin of that $8? If I'm paying $8 per filter, what's the...
Well, I will say the industry...
How is
you know what? I'll try it as well.
Rating.
It's the only cup I have, so...
Oh.
That's okay. We're all friends.
You want to use the same cup?
Yeah, I don't mind, actually.
All right.
I'll take next.
If I'm going to drink the water.
We're thirsty.
California.
The industry primarily operates at margins.
Oh, he's got another
you
cup.
get more cups. So thank you. We'll give her a fresh cup. You don't want to get germs.
I'm not concerned about the cup. The cup isn't my main concern. Sorry.
The industry primarily operates in margins of,
Thank you.
50, 60, 70%. If you go to the biomedical industry, we're talking 80, 90% margins. Those are typical filter industry margins that justify the operations that they have.
Well, how will you distribute on scale? And are you at first going to be relying on other people's brands in selling it, or will you have your own distribution strategy?
We're going to work a lot with partners. So there's a lot of companies, especially in markets where we just don't know, where they have established brands for distribution. They have consumer product brands that are out there. So we're already working with a number of them, and we're going to plan on working with a lot more. Just for some, some perspective, for years, this was a science and engineering company. And it took that long, and it's taken that much effort to get this product ready. So right now, we're transitioning to becoming a consumer marketing company. And we have to actually build out that whole part of the company. We don't really have it right now. So this is really the next phase of the company's development.
How long have you been working on this?
The professors worked on it for over 15 years. I met the professors over 9 years ago. So I've been working on this quite a long time. And it's gone through a number of iterations. The company, as it currently exists, actually started 5 years ago. And then we've been developing, getting this right. I mean, it seems simple in concept, but this is so hard to do, ridiculously hard to do.
Can you talk a little bit about how you're going to build trust in the system? Because at least in the developing world, filters were used to improve the flavor of water, but actually trusting that this is going to filter. There's something I think psychologically very different about throwing a chlorine pill into some water, and then and drinking from that, even if it doesn't taste good, versus drinking from where you see the source, right? I mean, it's a very, very different way of dealing with the problem, and you're going to have to build trust.
Yeah.
How do you think about that?
I think that is a key challenge. I'd say the biggest obstacle we faced as a company, really, has been disbelief. People don't believe it's possible because they're so used to water as being this really hard, precious thing. Yeah. And the idea that you can suddenly just make it just like that, that's safe to drink. A lot of people have a hard time with that because it doesn't fit anything they've known their entire lives. So being able to work with partners and brands and people that know how to bring out products that people can trust, that's really key for us going forward.
Go ahead. Are there chemical and environmental toxins that you can't filter out?
This is focused on the stuff that harms you the fastest, the bacteria and the protozoa. So we don't go after chemicals. There are some methods that one can do that already that exist on the market, and potentially those could be added in future versions of this, but we're going after the stuff that is the most harmful right away.
I just was going to make sure that you're a for-profit company.
Yeah, it's a for-profit company.
Okay.
Yeah.
And will you have a program when you distribute it to poor nations, developed countries, where you'll maybe give one for each one that you sell? Do you have any notion of doing some social activity besides selling it?
Yeah, we've actually been thinking a lot about doing something like that. So welcome any ideas on that.
Very quickly, I've been wondering this, both presentations. Is there any possibility of ingesting the little fibers? And if so, is there any risk to the person doing that?
Yeah, the fibers don't come off. They're so long. They just don't stop. They run for kilometers and kilometers. So they're firmly wedged into the membrane.
Awesome. All right. Well, we're out of time. Super cool. That was Liquidity Nanotech. Thank you very much. All right. We're about to welcome the last company of the day. Thank you all for sticking with us. Please welcome Nucleus Scientific, presenting our Tyler Ellis and Don Halstead.
Hi, I'm Tyler Ellis, and we're Nucleus Scientific. We've developed a whole suite of hardware and software technologies that will significantly improve batteries from smartphones to electric vehicles. Our first innovation is an intelligent energy system that reduces charging times from hours to minutes and extends lifetimes considerably. Because let's face it, we all know that this is what a bad day looks like. We've all had to send a critical email or pull up directions to an important meeting only to have our smartphone die right when we need it most. And we end up finding charging locations in all sorts of interesting places, and then we have to wait at least an hour for our device to charge up. So why is this still the case? Unfortunately, over the past century, charging strategies and battery energy densities really haven't changed all that much. Despite all of the recent innovation, especially in lithium-ion technology, energy densities have improved less than 3% annually using the same old charging strategies. At Nucleus Scientific, I'm pleased to say we're going to change that. Our team is a mix of PhDs in chemistry, physics, and engineering, and many of us are from MIT. We spent the last 8 years in the lab designing a whole suite of energy storage and optimization technologies, and today I'm introducing our first commercializable technologies. We have both a hardware and software solution. Our software contains sophisticated battery models that output an optimal charging algorithm that actually changes with time, and our hardware contains considerable innovation in the miniaturization of power conversion technology. So let's look at this in action. Can we switch to the demo? This is a power bank that we've designed that contains enough energy to charge a smartphone about 7 times. We're going to plug it in, and as you can see, we're starting at 0%. Once this reaches 14%, we'll have enough energy to be able to fully charge a smartphone. So let's come back to this in a few minutes. Can we switch back to the slides, please? So as an example of the innovation we've done on the software side, let's first look at an example of what a traditional charging approach looks like for pretty much all the cells on the market today. Throughout most of the charging process, the current is held constant until the voltage gets right below the maximum, and then the current is tapered off to get the last bit of energy into the cell. Our charging process is considerably different. As you can see, it's also a lot shorter. In order to do this, our software actually pulls in data from the battery, uses it to update our battery models, and then that in turn controls both the voltage and the current for the cell in order to implement our optimized charging approach. This software also has significantly enhanced health status monitoring so that if any parameters like temperature or voltage get to a level where damage could actually occur to the cell, the charging process backs off. That actually enables a charging process that could be even safer than the charging processes that are used today. Finally, this technology also can be incorporated into the batteries that are on the market today or combined with our proprietary hardware for even further enhanced performance. As an example of what we've done on the hardware side, on the left you see a standard 100-watt power converter, a big black brick that's commercially available. On the right you see our 100-watt power converter, which is actually incorporated into our power bank prototype. We've been able to achieve over a 6 times volume reduction and a 6.5 times mass reduction compared to what's typically in the market. We did this through a very unique board layout design that has incredibly high heat transfer capabilities and uses high operating frequencies. By combining our hardware and software, we can actually charge cells incredibly quickly. The upper white line shows us charging up a cell which is almost twice as large as an iPhone 6 in only 5 minutes. The lower red line is the trace of a normal iPhone 6 charge, and at the end of this exact same time period, it only manages to charge up about 15%.
That's good.
And that's not even the upper speed limit of what our technology can do. This measured lab data shows us charging up a battery which contains the same amount of energy as 9 smartphones in under 100 seconds. If we double this charge time to 200 seconds, we can double the normal battery lifetime. So when we see this is obviously great for speed, but what about lifetime? I mean, the conventional wisdom is that the faster you charge a battery, the shorter the lifetime is going to be. Well, I'm pleased to say that with our technology, we can simultaneously charge fast and extend the lifetime. The lifetime for the battery I just showed you is 300 cycles. We can expend it 4.5 times up to 1,400 cycles. So other than what we have here, what else do you need to charge a smartphone in a couple of minutes? Well, the answer is actually a new connector. The cable used to charge your smartphone is now the remaining bottleneck in being able to increase the charging speed. And there are new standards that are out there, such as USB-C and inductive charging, but until those standards are adopted, you're going to be stuck with what you more or less have now. In order to, since the cables of today are limiting the charging process, we built a power bank prototype. Standard units require 6 to 8 hours to charge up a 10 amp hour unit from 15 to 85%, or about 5 smartphone charges, and the fastest competitor on the market takes an hour and a half. This unit is able to do it in 15 minutes. We've had this independently verified by an industry leader in testing, inspection, and verification, and if we switch to the prototype, we have pulled off enough energy from the prototype in order to fully charge a smartphone in just the 3 minutes that I've been up here talking. Can we go back to the slides? So clearly the ability to charge up your smartphone in a couple of minutes is great, but this technology has even wider applications, like enabling the charging of an electric vehicle in the same amount of time that it takes to pump a tank of gas. The global battery industry is massive and it's growing, and is driven predominantly by the growth in the portable electronics and automotive industries. Our plan is to propel these industries by licensing our technology to companies that have a massive reach in the space in order to get to market quickly and leverage the sales, manufacturing, and distribution expertise of the existing firms, leaving us to do what we do best, which is technology. Consumers want this. So companies that are interested in incorporating our technology into their products should contact me, Tyler, at nucleusscientific.com, and we're looking forward to bringing the future of energy technology to market. So go to our website to learn more. Thank you.
All right.
So which application are you going to focus on first? Cell phones or cars or
So I think our initial application is going to be in the consumer electronics space, mainly because the development cycle is considerably shorter. I mean, that being said, in order to introduce a new consumer electronics product, it's still about a year from inception to actually being able to ship and being in stores, but that's probably a faster go-to-market strategy.
You take out maybe all of us and people in this room who use their phone constantly. Don't normal people just, they kind of use their cell phone throughout the day, they run out of battery at night, they charge it overnight. 8-hour charge time is not a big deal for them? Isn't that somewhat the case?
Well, for the overnight case, yes, where it does last. However, many of the people that we spoke with are very heavy users, and I've actually noticed a number of folks that actually carry around a spare battery pack with them. Actually, several people backstage have a spare battery pack plugged into the bottom of their phone because it doesn't last all day. So I think that there's a very large appetite for this technology, and I think it'd be widely applicable. Also, given the fact that you can potentially charge up batteries on the order of a few minutes, you can actually afford to carry less battery with you. You know, if it only takes 3 minutes to charge up, then you can quick get another fill up of your phone and then go about the rest of the day and actually reduce the mass that you carry with you on the phone.
That's interesting.
Can you talk a little bit about competing technologies? I mean, the new Samsung Galaxies have a rapid charge. I think there's about 20 minutes for 4 hours that you can just do a quick charge on them. So and I think those are lithium ion. Talk a little bit about the competition and how this stacks up.
Sure. So, I mean, the important metric in that is that it's 4 hours of use time. It's not actually 4 hours to charge the entire battery. With many of these units here, I've seen performance increases of like tens of percents, but the ability to actually fully charge up your battery on the order of a couple of minutes is a level that I've not seen implemented in any other startup out there. There is one.
The defining feature is the full charge.
The defining feature is the full charge, but I mean, the fact that you can charge more quickly, but then also extend the lifetime. I mean, if you can extend the lifetime of batteries 4.5x compared to what it currently is now, that's a pretty significant economic savings as well as environmental savings for reducing of waste.
This is a huge idea, and if you could charge a Tesla in 2 minutes, you would, change that game as well as a couple of others. Why focus on a licensing model? Why not just build your own business and then sell it to Tesla?
Well, so as I mentioned in the beginning part of the talk, this is actually the beginning of a whole suite of technologies. So this is just the first one that we're actually introducing today, but the company's been working in a wide variety of other areas. So, there is more to come, but in this particular business, we thought that being able to commercialize it rapidly and develop new revenue streams, from the immediate integration into consumer electronics was a very good way to go in order to be able to build a sustainable business and pay all of the salaries and cover operational costs.
So what makes your tech, the actual battery cell and the cord, unique?
So the uniqueness is in a couple of aspects. On the software side, it's the first truly intelligent charging system that we've seen. So it actually takes in data from the battery and then uses that to actually adapt the charging algorithm. The charging algorithm from the beginning of life in a cell is different from the end of life in a cell, and it's also different if the temperature is higher outside as opposed to lower outside. And by having all of that information coming in, you can constantly update the software or the optimal charging approach in order to maximally extend the lifetime of the battery. And on the hardware side, it's significant shrinking of a lot of the power converter components, just because, if you're going to charge up your cell phone in a very short period of time, you don't want to carry a power converter that's the size of a massive brick. You want to have something small, because right now the iPhone 10-watt USB converter is just a little tiny brick. You have to get something close to that consumers would actually be willing to carry with them and then plug into the wall.
So I'm not a battery specialist by any length, any stretch of the imagination, but you read all the time that that's the big bottleneck in any device that requires a battery.
Yep.
And you talked about that. I can only imagine that there's a ton of people, a lot of people who are working on the same problem. Mm-hmm. And so why will your technology not become a commodity in the midterm?
Well, I think we have a very protectable approach. I didn't talk about IP, but we have all of our IP completely separately owned by the company. But on the software charging approach itself, we can actually encrypt it and put it onto microcontrollers, and then we can actually control that information. But that being said, the software charging approach is actually different for every type of cell. So even if you were able to find the optimal charging approach for one type of cell, it doesn't actually apply to any other type of cell. So I think from that perspective, it's also a pretty highly protectable technology. On the hardware side, obviously you can crack open a power converter and see that the way you laid it out. We have patent coverage on that, but there's more that you can do on the software side.
I'm interested in knowing the time frame for commercialization, because with startups I often that are of a faster, better type of business model, I find that the faster, better isn't quite what they said it would be. The existing technologies sort of start catching up. We're already seeing on a number of the Android phones that are out there turbocharging capabilities where I can get in 15 minutes 85% charge on a Droid Turbo, for instance. So, and I'm assuming, and that's been out for 6+ months, so you're assuming there's a next generation of that turbocharging capability. So when you come to market, where do you think the state of the art with traditional evolved technologies will be relative to where you are?
Well, I mean, compared to all of the benchmarks that we've done in the industry as far as the charging rates that have been introduced as well as discussed by a wide variety of the companies, we've not actually found any other approaches that come close. There have been some other discussions of very early stage laboratory results, which were promising. But given that we've been at this for 8 years, I mean, we've had the promising lab results, and then the time it takes to optimize those lab results and then put it into an engineering prototype like what we have here, is actually a very significant period of time. And that was a big part of the reason why we waited to come to market when we did, because the state of the technology is such a radical advance compared to what currently exists. We needed to have an engineering prototype to say, hey, we can actually fit it into a product that we could integrate and sell in the market. So that was a big part of the reason why.
What do you anticipate the cost to be for the consumer product relative to what else is on the market today?
Given that there's an additional software component and computational component, there are a few additional controllers compared to a normal CCCV charger that you would have today. We think the cost of those are going to be fairly minimal. So this is an engineering prototype. This is not meant to be cost optimized for a consumer type of product. But we were able to get the cost down to this unit of less than $60. So with going through a robust cost reduction exercise of swapping out components that can do just as good of a job, and then as well as redesigning the exterior packaging, I think you will be very competitive.
Can you give us a little bit of background on yourselves?
Yes. So I did a bachelor's, master's, and PhD in nuclear science and engineering from MIT, and then did an MBA at Harvard Business School just this past year. And then I was also working at TerraPower, which was Bill Gates-backed startup designing a new nuclear reactor concept. So I've been at startups for quite a while in both business development as well as leading the engineering design teams.
In my background, I'm the Chief Operating Officer. I got my bachelor's in mechanical engineering and MBA from Cornell University way back in the dark ages, and have spent about 35 years working in technology industries from IBM to 3Com to venture-backed. So I bring the big company experience to the company.
And what's the genesis of this? How did this, because I was expecting you to say that you've been working on this for quite a while, but you just came out of your MBA last year. I mean, give us the path. How did you get here?
The company was founded by MIT professor Ian Hunter, and he's been focusing on developing a whole wide variety of technologies to really significantly improve, energy utilization and transportation and a wide variety of other industries. My personal passion has always been in energy. I was previously working in baseload. Now I care about using it in consumer-led devices as well as transportation industries. So for me, it's staying in the same industry, staying on the same focus, but still being able to have an incredible impact.
Interesting. You said you're working on a bunch of other type of technologies as well. Are they all battery technologies?
There's a wide variety of different technologies we have. Nominally we try to keep it as a policy to not discuss the innovations that we've developed until we can actually put it into real engineering prototypes, just because a lot of the inventions are pretty radically advanced compared to what the current state of the art is. So we're going to try and do it in a stage type introduction.
Do you have a go-to-market timeline for the charger? Is there any consumer strategy around that?
Yes. So I'm a big part of the reason for me coming here was mainly to meet a wider variety of companies that are interested in incorporating this technology into their devices. So we've been currently talking to a wide variety of companies about actually incorporating this technology into a number of their devices. So we're hoping to be able to get to market very soon.
Did Mofi like it?
Well, we unfortunately don't want to discuss, particular discussions that are going on now. We, prefer waiting to have a proper announcement based on whatever product we're deciding to collaborate on.
Right. We're unfortunately out of time. That was Nucleus Scientific. Really neat stuff. All right. So thanks to all of you for staying and sticking with us. We're going to have a cocktail hour in here right now, so you get some alcohol. The judges are going to head backstage to deliberate and decide who's going to win, and then we'll come back out here and announce who's going to take home the Disrupt Cup. Thank you to the judges. They did a great job. Also, thanks to the stage crew and everyone who put on the battlefield and all that jazz. I'll see you folks later.
I believe we're set. I'm staring at the right camera. Hey, this week on Crunch Week, we're talking about everyone raising money, Oculus not being fake, and it turns out we're in New York. How's it going? And that was incredibly loud and awesome. So cheers, everyone, to the kind of almost end of Disrupt this year in New York. Oh,
cheers.
Wait, yeah, get it right. Don't screw it up. But why are we drinking Budweiser? This shit's terrible. Why did you pick this?
It's the only thing I could find in the bodega, my friend.
Okay,
the only thing I could find in the bodega.
Viva la bodega. But while we're drinking this piss-shitty beer, everyone else is raising tons and tons of money.
Classy beer.
Classy beer. It's classy like London, if you will.
It's a classy life.
Exactly.
It's not classy
like
at all.
Ingrid London.
Can we talk about the floodgates opening for all of the startups that have raised tons of money and are now popping the champagne?
I can announce that I just raised $1 billion at a $1 trillion valuation.
Holy crap!
I'm the very first trillion dollar.
You know what?
Wow.
This is
shut it down.
Like?
This is normal. This is
it's
normal for
me,
this
my
world.
mom, and 2 cats. It's fantastic. No, but Affirm just locked down $275 million.
Yeah, that's right.
And then Zenefits locked down $500 million. And then DJI picked up, was it 75?
75, yep.
So what the hell's going on, guys? I mean, this is like a huge amount of capital.
Well, I mean, the short answer is we're in a massively, massively bull market when it comes to raising money. I mean, and these are just yet more examples of that, right?
Yeah, but I mean, we're talking about more than $750 million in capital into 2 companies.
Right.
I mean, I have a hard time grokking where they're going to deploy that money in the short term.
I have a hard time with you using the term grokking, but I'll get over that and I'll move on. So, with the firm, it's fairly obvious that there's a lot of sizzle around fintech right now, right? I mean, you're looking at a space where you've gotten a couple of really big IPOs that have done fairly well in the market post. You've got a number of companies waiting in the wings to go public. Absolutely. And you're seeing what is a seed change really around, man, I'm going to nerd out about this. This is my Wall Street Journal background, or Dow Jones background. You're seeing a sea change in the ways in which consumers are approaching technology for their money and how comfortable they feel about it. And Affirm's just one example of this. And what they're doing, lending to consumers at point of sale online, is really powerful for both the consumer, the millennial consumer who doesn't really give a shit about banks.
First of all, never say millennial out loud again with your mouth. 2, the round...
He may turn into a pumpkin.
I think it's actually, it kills me every time. But the point is, it wasn't all equity. It was also partially a debt round.
It was essentially a debt round with like a sousson of equity on top, if you will.
Wow,
if you will.
Don't say that word either. Man,
really?
what's with you and your
use
of words today? It's not
all right,
I'm
sorry. I'm making the words with my mouth. But so that's Affirm. But now let's talk a little bit about Zenefits.
Zenefits is an amazing company. First of all, it's been growing massively, absolutely like wildfire since it left YC in, what was it, 2013?
Yes.
And this round, we kind of had the scoop ourselves, I think, a little team of people, where, basically there was a bit of a spread of hundreds of millions that they were raising. Turned out it was even more than when we thought.
Well, no, we said 300 to 500.
Okay,
it was 500.
it was at the
so
very
our
top
scoop
end,
was correct.
But the valuation, we were thinking
between 3 and 4. It was 4 plus half, so
4.5
post.
Exactly. So that's where it's exceeded. And they're still losing quite a lot of money. They're at a 100 million run rate right now.
No, they will be at the end of this year. They had 8 million in GAAP revenue last year. They'll do probably about 50, 60 this year calendar. They'll end 15 on a $100 million yearly run rate, and then accelerate from there. But they're going to lose, 100 mil this year, 200 mil?
Yeah, I think that their revenues have increased like fivefold in the last year, or is that's what they're
So what is so persuasive about the technology? What makes it so special?
So this is really interesting. They are not, okay, so whereas in the fintech space, we're getting a bunch of companies that are essentially disrupting the traditional models of how to deliver money. They are an aggregator, effectively. They're basically a broker. They've got broker licenses in all 50 states. And what they're doing is they're coming and providing a very, very, very simple interface for small businesses and medium businesses to go and buy insurance. It's pretty interesting. They're not. They themselves are not the insurance provider.
The broker. Okay.
But the point is, we're a little short on time. But so why are we on this green thing? Why are we in these chairs? Why are we not in SF? And why are you guys on this show? Where are we?
Because New York is fantastic. It's the concrete jungle where dreams are made of. And Disrupt is the place where dreams come to be born and die, so as Alfred Lynn says.
But this has been our biggest Disrupt New York ever.
Yes, it has.
And it's gone, aside from the street exploding and killing the internet, it's gone pretty well,
apart from the street exploding and killing the internet, it's gone
Stage jumpers.
Tell the story to people who missed it.
Well, so apparently there was a man who, I was watching on the feed, there's a man who decided to bum rush the show, as it were, in honor of Public Enemy, and they jumped up on stage, ran on stage, gave it
Are you talking about the guy who was giving out the business cards?
Was that on stage?
Got man tackled?
Yeah.
Yeah, this was just before the finals kicked off.
Right.
A guy came on stage and started, doing the handshake thing.
Amazing.
I like the audacity, but please don't do that.
Yeah, never do that again.
At the metal concert, at the rap concert, you can get on stage and stage dive, and then it works out great. But on our stage, there's a gap. If you do that, you'll just land on the ground.
Well, I'd really like to see him jump off the stage. That would have been pretty amazing. And watch the sort of Jack Black moment from School of Rock.
That's terrible.
Yeah.
All right, but the real question is, what is the best thing you've seen this week so far? So, Ingrid, what's really made you the most happy you've seen here at the venue?
Okay, this is super cheesy, but it's apart from the fact that seeing my colleagues, because I live in London, I don't get to see these guys so much, and it's so nice to. I really like the stage here. I think it's been, putting it in the middle of the alley this way, I think has been like a revelation. It's sort of connected the show in a way that it's never been connected before. I think it's pretty cool. Also, the battlefield has been phenomenal, in my opinion.
I absolutely agree.
James? Hands down, the battlefield has been amazing. All of the companies that participated were incredible. There's a lot of great tech on display. Even the ones that didn't win or didn't make it to the finals, I thought had some really compelling stories to tell. And it's just great to see all of y'all in the best city in the United States.
Did you just say
the best city when you're not in London? It's the best city.
You guys are both so wrong about where it's nice to live. Your city is cold. Your city is gross. My city is warm and lovely.
In one microclimate, it's warm and lovely.
Yeah, you have to be in the right valley.
Is that like a 4-block radius?
It is, but it's a lovely 4 blocks. Everyone should live there.
And you can't afford that 4-block radius, by the way.
I cannot afford that 4-block
Do we have more time? Because I feel like there's something that we've missed, something that we hadn't discussed.
I think we have a minute, so go ahead and Shapes, bring it down.
Oculus, the reality of the Rift, the reality of the virtual reality of the Oculus Rift, and how well it's done.
The virtual and the real reality.
Right, exactly.
Okay, so the news is the product is coming out, and I think they said Q1 16, but in reality, there's a slight change here.
Well, it's two levels of release. So we've got the big story earlier today was that we've got the Oculus Rift is going to be shipping 2016 Q1. But we've just actually posted a story literally moments ago about Oculus VR, which is the software component.
Is that your Morse code?
Yeah, that was my ticker. That was my ticker. My breaking news ticker.
That was embarrassingly bad.
Yeah. Is that your news ticker?
Yeah.
Apologize again.
I'm terribly sorry.
One more time.
I'm so sorry.
I like that. You're good.
All right.
Yeah, that's the last time. So basically, we've got a little scoop that VR is coming out this year as planned, and we don't know which device with yet. Some say maybe the Samsung, but we're not sure.
But the Oculus, when it comes out, will require the use of a computer, so it's not a standalone device. It has to be plugged in, I presume.
I think so. I mean, I would put money on the fact of all of that getting better and better over time.
Oh, certainly.
We're so early stage, but yeah. You're going to be anchored.
It's less cool if I run around the room with a machine gun in my face and then I trip the cable over and fall down and walk into the wall.
You can put a little. You can run your Mac on batteries, put it in a backpack, and then do it. Run around like that.
That's actually a brilliant way to get around the problem.
Are you going to buy one? Are you going to buy a Rift?
You know what? Probably.
Ingrid, are you going to buy a Rift for your kids or for yourself? Or buy it for your kids and then keep it for yourself?
Yeah, exactly. Asking for a friend.
Right.
Yeah.
I think
so, yeah.
I think the better question is, what do you want more right now? Do you want an Apple Watch or the new Oculus?
Oh, that's such a good question.
So, Ingrid, pick. Right now, if I was to literally have two in my hands, one and one, and zero cost to you, and you get to go home with it now.
In the selfish answer is probably the Apple Watch, but like, you know, because that's not going to be for anyone but me, whereas the other thing can be appreciated by more people. I'm a family person.
You actually are.
Yeah.
At the risk of getting trolled immensely and terribly, I'm going to say, like, the Oculus, I don't give a shit about the Apple Watch. I really don't.
You don't give a what?
I don't give a shit about the Apple Watch. I would rather spend $400 on a nicer, like a nice timepiece than, like, spend $400 on a thing I'm going to replace in, like, 2 years.
All right, so everyone on TechCrunch staff that has the Apple Watch, I've been kind of watching them use it over the last couple of days. Me either. But they don't actually use it. Like, I said next to Kyle Russell, I said next to Matthew Panzarino, these people that really love these devices, and they kind of buzz occasionally, and they look at them and they go like, all right, swipe, and they move on. And they don't actually have any real material use case.
Yeah, Apple's done a brilliant job of basically telling people that this is something that they're not going to be diverting their attention to, like the phone all the time.
Right.
So now everyone's like, yeah, I'm not really wearing a watch. No. It's just buzzing at them constantly. It's giving them like vibrations on their wrist.
It's like the worst possible parent-in-law that you have to pay for yourself and charge every night.
I know, yeah.
So, Wilhelm, you didn't answer the question. Which one?
Which one do you want?
Definitely, whatever the not-Apple Watch is the one that I want. I mean, I want Apple Watch V3 and
Who the heck are you?
Come here, Butch.
You guys sound so intelligent. I just had to join you.
Please do,
Which one? So do you have the watch yet, Butch?
I have a fictitious watch in my head. I have it, but I don't have it yet. No, one day I have a very old-fashioned. It was made by Misfit Shine. Look very old-fashioned.
I remember the good old days. Let's drink the good old days of the
Misfit Shine.
What the hell are all those words?
What?
Nothing. Everything you said made no sense.
Guys, we've had a great time here at TechCrunch Disrupt. Have you enjoyed yourselves?
Yes.
I've had a great time, but I'm about to fall over tired. So, yeah.
Yeah, and I want some of that. I'm going to get me some of that beer action.
I know. Do you want some of this vat of Budweiser I have in my hand?
What is vat of Budweiser?
Everything is bigger in America.
The biggest beer I've ever seen.
Are we wrapping up?
London,
We're getting the signal that it's time, fellas. We need to wrap this puppy up.
All right.
Cheers.
All right.
Are we saying bye?
From the stage of New York Startup Alley at TechCrunch Disrupt New York, this is John Schieber, Mike Butcher,
me, and her.
Ingrid.
See you all next week.
See ya.
Bye.
Hey guys, we are now going to the Startup Alley pitch off with none other than TechCrunch's John Biggs and that British dude, Butcher.
Hello, I'm Mike Butcher with TechCrunch.
And I'm John Biggs with TechCrunch.
Fantastic. Well, here we are in Startup Alley, and for the last few years, you know that we've been running around with cameras, trying to interview many people and get a taste of what they're doing. But we thought we would change the flavour a little bit and do a little bit of what we call Alley pitch. It's like Ally McBeal, but with pitch instead.
That has nothing to do with Ally McBeal.
This is a terrible joke, isn't it, John?
Regardless.
I really apologise.
So we have, I think it was 200 plus startups out here.
Absolutely.
And we're bringing a few off the show floor. There's everybody here is special in their own way. We don't want to single these folks out.
Yeah.
These folks were a little more visual. They had some videos ready that were ready to go. And
yeah, so it's just a flavour of the Alley companies.
And if we did all of them, we'd probably kill ourselves.
Yeah, it's tough to do every single one, but this is a great opportunity. And so with that, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be doing 5 pitches, only a very short amount of time, about a minute long, with a little bit of visual information, and then we'll do some Q&A. So over to the first startup, which is going to be AirSig. Off you go.
Hi, everyone. My name is Roland Wang, CEO and co-founder of AirSig. Our core technology is AirSig. AirSig is an air signature technology which combines authentication and control capabilities. So what can AirSig do? Whenever using any app on a phone, you need to unlock the phone, find the app, then execute it. Is there a better way to identify the user and recognize command all in one shot? Here's our demo. Every time you want to authorize an online transaction, you have to retype your password, which is hard to remember, hard to type, and not safe. With AirSig, all you have to do is sign in your name in the air to get pass, and your transaction will be authorized in no time. It's easy, fast, and secure. But how secure is AirSig? To hack AirSig, it's like trying to win Powerball lottery 100 times in a row. Even you can see how I operated beforehand. You still need to match the same speed, force, writing movement of my writing to hack it. And the possibility is only 0.8% compared to that of password, which is 100%. Unlike fingerprint identification, which needs a specific hardware module, AirSig does not need a specific hardware. Therefore, it does not have extra cost and can be rolled out fast and massively. AirSig is not an app. It's an innovative software technology that can be applied to many domains, like smartphone, e-payment, wearables, even IoT devices. Comparing to existing authentication technologies, AirSig can simultaneously achieve high security, high convenience, low cost, and fast deployment. Visit our website at www.airsig.com for more information. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks very much, AirSig.
Perfect. So I don't think my signature is kind of like, it's just like 2 lines. Do you think it'd work?
Yeah, I'm not sure if I could actually reproduce my signature reliably.
In the air, yeah.
That's the only issue. I mean, I can see where they're doing with the technology. Question is whether or not they could get enterprise customers, particularly for that kind of a thing.
Absolutely. I mean, I think we actually saw this. I think they had this last year. I want to say they had it last year. I'm not exactly sure at this point, but it seems like an interesting idea. These new hardware security things are really important. It's a lot more interesting now.
Everybody needs more security in their signatures and their identification.
Absolutely.
So that's one solution. So
up next we have Class Compete.
Class Compete. So we can throw to them, and right about now, off you go.
Hi, my name is Raul Mana. I'm the CEO and founder of Class Compete, and I'm really excited to tell you about our new EdTech company. We are focused on children and teaching them how to fight test anxiety. So we started this project about 1.5 years ago. We work with the largest provider of after-school tutoring in the country that was government approved. And we took a look at 100,000 children's data points to see why some students would improve and some students would not improve. From that, we were really curious as to what type of learning would affect student outcomes and what would not. Research was showing us that students were casually gaming, both boys and girls, 1 hour a day. And their screen time is up to almost 3 to 4 hours a day right now. That looked like a really interesting, positive thing that was happening. But with the students having test anxiety with all the new Common Core standards and all the new question styles that they were having, we were trying to find a way to marry both items to give them a solution. And that's where Class Compete was born. So we're a testing platform that's meant to improve their test-taking skills by teaching them time, anxiety, and pressure management, all in the effort of boosting their outcomes. We have started this project about 1.5 years now. We piloted with 3 schools in the US and 1 school in Asia last year, and our outcomes are really positive. We took a lot of feedback from teachers, a lot of feedback from students, and a lot of feedback from parents in the process. And when we combined all that together, we launched our product officially in January of this year. Right now we have over 5,000 students and teachers into the system, and we're actively pursuing adding more students and teachers at this time. So we're looking for teachers to sign up and try it. On our website there's a link where you can sign up for your whole classroom to get it for free, to try it out, and to move the product forward.
Awesome. Thanks very much, Class Compete.
Class Compete. So all these pitches have gotten a lot better over the past few years. I remember you would walk through and you'd be cornered for like 45 minutes by somebody who's trying to explain an SDK. It's hard enough for us as dummies to understand, but it's gotten amazingly better. They're actually telling a story, which is great.
Yeah, exactly. What do you think of the idea, John, about whether or not this would actually improve grades? Or I mean, they've got a hurdle. They've got to get kids to sign up. They've got to get parents and teachers on board. It might be a little bit of a tough way of doing it.
I mean, I've yet to see a ed tech tool that's really taken off, that's really changed people's lives. I'm hoping that it does. I know that it has to happen. I know that eventually we all have to use technology to improve education. Maybe these are the folks, maybe they're not, but we'll see down the line.
Exactly.
So who's up next here?
Next up is Conveg, which is going to be talking about real-time interactive environment. That sounds exactly the kind of thing that we would have at TechCrunch. So over to you to Conveg.
Hi, my name is John Kirk. I'm the co-founder of Converge. Converge is a real-time interactive visual environment for visual collaboration with limitless integration potential. What that means is that we've taken an entire wall's worth of whiteboards, sticky notes, printouts, images, 3D models, videos, other applications, and put them into an interactive, visually scalable dashboard that's accessible from any modern device that can run a browser, such as a phone or a giant touchscreen or a laptop, mouse, keyboard, you name it, Converge runs it. We are here at Disrupt to launch our free tier developer edition with our first integration, GitHub integration. So imagine if you're a team of developers and you've taken a whole wall full of sticky notes in part of your Agile process and you're pulling them from GitHub. We've digitized it, made it in a real-time interactive environment that's accessible from any device, anywhere in the world, in real time. We brought a couple giant touchscreens here with us today to the Battlefield and the Startup Alley, but it'll run on any device that can run a modern browser, not just a giant touchscreen. So we can scale this, whether it's in a conference room, controlled by a projector where everyone's using touchscreens they already have, or just a regular non-touch device, Converge will run. We are here to really focus on how to get some of the free tier users as we continue to roll out our enterprise pilots. We're currently focusing on enterprise sales for the pharma and engineering and manufacturing space with a V1 release anticipated this summer. But our free tier is live. If you go to converge.com/disrupt, you'll get signed right up and check us out. Follow us on Twitter, Facebook, and the social what have yous. Basically, we take an interactive environment and put it on the line, and it's ready to go.
Great, thank you very much, Converge. I totally got the name wrong there.
Well, you were saying Converge. I think you thought it was French.
I'm doing a European accent, Converge.
Sure.
It's Converge. So what do you think about that? It sounds a little bit like sort of a Trello type thing, agile development.
I think so, yeah. I mean, it's a lot of people use sticky notes on a whiteboard for this sort of thing, and once you have it all online, it works really well.
Yeah, I mean, if you can access the actual sort of material behind the notes with the, the parts or the, whatever it is, the visuals that you need as part of the project, that sounds like it could be a good fun thing to try out. Good to play with, I think.
To play with, yes.
To play with.
Everyone loves to play with sticky notes.
Yes, well, I certainly do.
Coming up next is Instapet.
Yep.
Or Instavet, either way, we have it either way. But I think Instapet's far cooler because it sounds like a pet that comes out of water.
Yes, instantaneous pet.
Let's see if it's a pet that comes out of the water.
Yeah.
Hi, my name is Eli Kliger. I'm the founder and CEO of Instapet Technology. Instapet is the world's first truly on-demand pet care services platform, offering a convenient and stress-free way for pet parents to book house call vets, groomers, trainers, and a variety of other services related to pets on demand. Just think about, the pain, taking a sick pet over to the vet and dealing with all the, other sick pets and, the stress of the waiting room and all that. That's all eliminated by us sending one of our top-rated house call vets directly to your doorstep. We also offer grooming and training on demand. And these are services that are, we've seen also have a very high demand rate in New York City, where people are busier than ever. They have apps out there that could deliver, food and taxis, and a service, such as important as something that could take care of their pets is paramount as well. And finally, they have a product that could do just that, and that is order pet care services on demand. We're available online 24/7. You could book your appointments. We have a full staff of operators waiting as well to serve you through our phone systems, as well as through online text and support. We also have a mobile app that's coming soon that's going to enable you to book services in a native way directly through the mobile app as well. We invite you to join the future of pet services on demand at www.instapet.com.
Beautiful. So that was it was InstaVet, but it was also InstaPet. So it's instantaneous vet and grooming and training.
Slightly gratuitous video, I thought, but other than that.
Well, did you see the video? The dog, the Basset Hound, it's a good hunting dog, went and hunted out the chocolates, ate the chocolates, was about to die, and the InstaPet people came in a van and picked him up and saved his life.
Fantastic.
Do you have animals?
An emergency red button for emergency call for pets.
I mean, you only do that once or twice, and then the second time the dog eats the chocolate, you don't want it.
Not a heck of a repeat business might be an issue.
Yeah, well, they can feed dogs chocolate on purpose.
True.
All right. Next up, we have
next up,
Plug.Solar. We have that?
Plug.Solar. So solar power's the new thing. Off you go.
Let's take a look.
Hi, I'm Paul Droege, the founder and CEO of Plug Solar, and we've got a Sunport. It's a consumer plug-in solar consumption device. With this device, you can just plug in anywhere on the grid and use solar energy. What we're doing with this device is we measure the power you take out of the grid, and then through a smartphone app to connection to the cloud, we actually match it to solar that's being fed into the grid from another location. And so this lets anybody plug in and use solar anywhere. So you can plug in at the coffee shop, at school, at work, at a hotel, anywhere you go. And up till now, solar has been all about basically people using or generating power on their rooftop. This is a way that people can become consumers of solar just by plugging in. And it's very affordable. This is a $60 item that includes a full year's worth of solar, and then it also allows you to see what your friends are doing through the smartphone app. So we're able to aggregate what's going on in your crowd, and you can see how you're actually driving solar forward, creating demand for solar energy. This is a device that actually allows utilities to have a better sense of what their customers want, and allows people to consume solar energy at will very affordably. The device will be available on a crowdfunding platform later this month, probably Kickstarter at this point, and our website is sunport.co, sunport.co, and so check it out.
Thank you very much. So that's quite innovative. I mean, I would like to use solar wherever I was, but it feels a bit gimmicky. I'm not sure.
It seems like there's presumably it's matching you up with solar power. So the vision is you plug it into the wall, and what the energy that you use is offset by solar power elsewhere.
Yes.
Now, for all intents and purposes, we could say that these sorts of things don't actively work in the way that we say. That it's sort of like carbon credits, I guess you could say.
Yeah,
but
that's exactly what it's like.
As long as it works in a very general sense, then it seems like it's a great idea.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, that's been a sample of Startup Alley, the Alley pitches, and nobody wins any prizes, just for fun.
You'll be walking through and talking to everybody else, right?
We've been walking through. We've been doing that
Absolutely.
over the whole 3 days. So thanks very much, and back to the show.
Thanks.
Hello.
Welcome to Startup Alley. This is I guess it's sort of a selection.
Alley pitch stage.
I'm John Biggs.
I'm Mike Butcher.
and we have a special small alley pitch stage we've set up. We have 5 of the companies that we picked almost at random, let's say.
Yep. And it's a great sort of showcase of some of the companies that take a lot of time out and trouble to come to Disrupt and exhibit their stuff.
Sure. So our first company, we have AV, AIVVY.
AV? Yeah.
All right, let's take a look at what they have to offer.
Okay, let's go.
Good afternoon. My name is Hassan Gajali. I'm the co-founder of Ivy. Ivy is a new, smart, and simple way of you enjoying your favorite music. When I say smart and simple, I mean smart with minimal user interaction. Unlike current music experience, where a user have to search for their favorite music, confirm payment, download, and sync, Ivy is ready the minute it is in your hand. It's that simple. IVQ, the world's first IoT smart headphone. Not just any headphone. It contains internal memory where your songs is preloaded and you're ready to enjoy it. When you play the songs and you like it, you tap to bookmark. The simple user interface, tap for favorites, slide forward to skip, backward to repeat, and the dials for your favorite channels and your volume is all it takes. Just like having Pandora in your headphone, but it's much more. Unlike streaming music, where you have to unlock your phone, launch the application, and then worry about internet connections and also battery life. Ivy starts playing the second you put it on. It offers more than 40 hours of battery life, and it caches more than 3,000 songs. The standalone Ivy plays your favorite songs in high quality without draining your phone battery. It is perfect for lean-back music lovers, especially when you're on the go. So what is the secret? The secret is you and IVQ. Right? The more you use IVQ, the more it knows your listening preference. So all these taps, play, skip, and everything, the Ivy will start to learn your music preference. And it will then learn it and upload the cache. When it's up in the cache, it uploads all your preference, and the server will start compiling your music and will compile the new music from 40 million songs and update the cache.
All right,
okay,
cool.
Great.
Perfect.
Thank you very much, Ivy.
Ivy. So that's it's a pair of headphones. It's hardware, which is really cool. Everybody's got great hardware up here now.
Yep. Doesn't drain your battery while you're listening to music.
Yep.
And also, I think the other cool thing about it is you can just leave it on and you can switch channels, change music without having to mess around with wires and stuff to your phone, which is pretty cool.
Here goes Chimani.
Chimani.
Go for it.
Welcome. So my name is Kerry Galvin. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Chimani. Chimani is a mobile app company that develops apps that help you better enjoy the outdoors. So we focus on helping you better plan your trips while you're actually in the parks navigating and helping you better socialize as part of the overall experience. Now, our focus is different in that we currently are focusing on 15 of the top national parks. And really what we're doing is providing a curated amount of content for the app. So we're really kind of taking the concept of guidebook, but putting it in a mobile app, but then really starting to leverage the platform so that we can do innovative things, such as we can use our augmented reality viewer. You can get more information about the experience. Now the use case is most people are going to these destinations like the Grand Canyon. They're not buying guidebooks. No one buys guidebooks anymore. And so they're essentially showing up at these places. They have their smartphone. They pull it out, no signal. And so it doesn't work. They fire up their various apps, no connection. That's where we differentiate. All of our apps are standalone. They work without any sort of cell phone connection. But at the same time, it takes place, in many cases, helps you get more information about what you're seeing through the augmented reality viewer. It includes things such as a trip planning tool. So it really is taking the concept of a guidebook and really transforming it and really leveraging the computing power in your pocket. Now, the actual outdoor marketplace is tremendous. There's over 140 million users in the US right now engaged in the outdoor recreational economy on a daily basis. So it's quite tremendous. And so our traction to date is We've focused on the top 15 U.S. national parks. We've got just under 750,000 downloads to date. We have an active user base of 135,000 users. And last year, we had over 75,000 hours spent outside with our users. We're very passionate about getting people outside. So we just finished our first round of funding, and we're launched a new team, and we're excited about growing the company. Now, next year is Centennial's anniversary for the National Park Service, so we hope everyone will download our apps, which are all free, and that they can actually get outside and enjoy the park. Sure. Thanks.
Thanks. Chimani, so what do you think? Do you go out hiking much?
Not recently. I used to go when I was in D.C., in Virginia, where we have a few more forests.
Yeah.
We don't have a lot of forests here, which is problematic.
Tricky. But I like that. I mean, it's obviously crucial. It's got to work offline and have lots of information about wherever you're hiking.
And you personally, you actually went on a very long hike. You took the hobbits to Mordor, right?
I took the hobbits to Mordor. They didn't like it. The ice cream was melting. The kids in the back of the car were just screaming. It was a nightmare.
Quite terrible. All right. Next up, we have I. Is that right? ITEL.
Okay.
Okay, go for it.
Simple enough. Go. Technical hitch.
Yeah, I think you can hear it, I guess.
Hey guys, my name is Aid and I'm the founder of I. I have a mobile and desktop application that adds social context and one connection to all your search results. So essentially what I does, it turns all your search results into one single social profile. That profile includes locations, all your social media across all networks, news around the search result, and free chat, so calls and video calls, messages, things like that. So I works in 3 very simple steps. Search for a business, a place, a service, or one of your contacts. Discover, get to know more about them through their social media, their location and news, and connect, so you can connect with all your search results with free calls, messages and video chats. So that's pretty much it in a nutshell. If you want to know more about ITEL, you can visit us at www.itel.com.
All right, super.
Thank you very much.
Pretty simple.
So basically, it's a sort of an aggregator for search results, brings all your social media together.
Sure.
Very simply named. Goodness me, you're not going to forget that
it's
one.
ITEL.
Yeah.
So that works well.
Awesome.
So it's rare. It's one of the rare service companies that we've seen.
Yes.
A lot of them. We're not doing a lot of software now. It's really interesting.
Totally. Yeah.
All right. Next up, we have Glyph-it, glyph-it.com.
Okay.
So, I'm Dan, CEO and co-founder of Glyph-it. Glyph-it is a mobile app that brings augmented reality into social networking. So, how does it work? You just have to snap a picture, add your message, straight to the receivers, and after that, when the receivers scan the app, they will see the message popping up on the screen. So, is your live demo? So, you add the message, you select the receiver, select if it will be geolocated or not, and after that, it's quite magic, the message pop up. So you can think of it like a kind of virtual sticky note, but it's more like a shortcut between the physical world and the internet. So for demo, it's just a use case, but there is a lot of other things we can do with this app. We can share local place, we can create shortcut to website, and you can leave hidden message. For college kids, I think it would be really funny to do this. And moreover, for the business part of this, we see a huge potential in advertising, because I think the dream of every publicist is to connect the real world advertising with the internet. And with our app, you can do this. Think all the ads you see in the subway. You just have to scan it to go to the website. They are linking it, and maybe actually when you think to QR code, they miss something. A QR code isn't social because you have to print it to share content. Here we have the social layer. You just have to scan it, and people will be more engaged in this. So we are a team of 3 young developers. We are French, as you can guess, and we are working on this since last September, and we have really a lot of fun doing this. And so we are launching our Android beta, and the iOS beta will be launched by the end of June. And we are here for the first time in America. And we have a lot of fun being here at TechCrunch Disrupt. So thank you, and if you have questions, you can see our website, glyph-it.com. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you.
Sure, sounds great.
This Glyph thing, I think they could kill off QR codes if they were
I think so, and
that
would be the best thing in the world, to kill off QR codes, because those things are kind of silly.
Super annoying.
So we've got.
Like
I guess we could set up like glyphs just like on your face, and
yeah,
people could
all
just
over
find
my
you
face.
everywhere.
Yeah,
everywhere they want.
Like a post-it note on my forehead.
All right, so last one is Weesh. Let's take a look at these guys.
Hello. Hi. My name is Mike, and I'm from Canada, along with my co-founder Saeed, and we're Weesh. This is Weesh. Weesh is the first synchronous multimedia chat client, which means it lets you watch videos together with your friends. Simply put, the top two things to do on mobile devices are watching videos and texting with friends. And increasingly, it's texting links to videos back and forth. So what we did, and here I'll turn it down a bit because I don't want to drown out my own voice, but what we did is we combined those two activities into one, and we built the entire thing on top of a synchronization engine that can take any number of devices on any internet connections and synchronize them to the millisecond. And we did this with the help of 6 great engineers, and this allows you to come together, like so, and you can text each other, hello, and you can also VoIP. So I'm talking, and I don't know if the mic's going to pick this up, but we also have a low latency, high quality VoIP engine. So you can chat, you can talk, and at the end of a video, so say I want to end this video, I'm going to scrub to the end because I'm the leader here. It takes you to a voting screen. And so this voting screen allows you to select the next video. So it's not one video. This is a way that people can hang out together on the internet, on their phones, and watch video after video after video. And if they want to find new videos, so here we see someone's actually already voted and someone's just talking, someone from Canada. We have a great content discovery system where we have tabs, and actually right now we're featuring the TechCrunch tab. So it's all of TechCrunch's videos, but we have our videos, new music, comedy, news, tech, sports, and all of these are accessible right from within the app. They're updating every 5 minutes with the newest and best videos. So the idea being that you can come into the app, you can invite your friends, you can actually make a mesh, which is what we call one of these instances, open to the public. You can make it open to people in 10 kilometers around you. You can make it open to just your friends, so you can have any size you want. And it's a social network built around media consumption, because that is far and away the #1 thing people are doing. Much more so than live streaming, much more so than even browsing the net, it's video consumption. And this is something that up until now has been done completely in isolation. So we are on the App Store. We are free. We're coming to Android soon. We're releasing a lot of new exciting updates, including the ability to upload your own content and a lot of new content sources. Right now we have all of YouTube, so it's a lot of great content. And come check us out.
All right, beautiful.
Thank you very much, Weesh. Well, I'd certainly want to video chat with you, John.
I would love to sit there and we could watch some old Benny Hill clips.
Yeah.
What else can we watch?
And I mean, certainly, I mean, you got to see a lot of
we should just watch ourselves.
Kids using this.
We just watch ourselves and just chat about each other.
Yeah.
All right, so there you have it. Those are some of our, I guess, some fan favorites from Startup Alley.
Yep, Startup Alley, pretty packed this week.
We are here live at TechCrunch Disrupt, New York. I'm John Biggs.
And I'm Mike Butcher.
Thanks for watching.
Mike Butcher with TechCrunch, and we're here in Startup Alley doing a little showcase of some of the companies here who have been exhibiting here. And this is just a little bit of an editorial pick of some of the companies, and we're going to hear some pitches from them. And I'm about to be joined by my rather beautiful co-host, Mr. John Biggs.
How
are you, John?
I'm excellent. I was just on the radio.
There he is.
There I am.
Good show. And we're going to hear some pitches now. And first up, just a very, very short pitch, a little showcase of these companies. The first company is BitAccess Inc. So let's hear from you. Off you go.
Hello, I'm Hasif from BitAccess. We make Bitcoin ATM. We are the largest manufacturer of Bitcoin ATM in the world. A person walks up to an ATM and just with a telephone and cash, and within seconds he buys Bitcoin through an easily usable interface. You can buy and sell Bitcoin the most easiest and convenient way within seconds. That's what BitAccess does. We are a company based out of Ottawa, and our team, we are a team member of 10 engineers. My co-founders include Mo Adam and Vignesh Sundaresan, and I'm Hasib Awan. The technology that we use, we use recycler technology, which means the money that goes in is the money that comes out. So you don't have to service the machine as often as regular ATM. In addition to that, you can verify your ID within seconds on our machine. Third thing is, you can use the blockchain technology and Bitcoin technology to buy and sell funds. At the moment, we are operating in 15 countries, and we are processing millions of dollars per month. I'm Asif from BitAccess, and we make Bitcoin ATMs.
Great, thank you very much. BitAccess, Bitcoin ATMs.
Did you see the BitAccess? It's over there.
Yeah, we actually have one in the alley now.
I met these guys in Canada. They had a great product. It's really fascinating. How many Bitcoins do you own?
Not nearly enough.
Yes, exactly. All right, who do we have next?
Okay, next up in Startup Alley pitches is Luciding. This is a very interesting company.
Yeah, go for it.
So go for it, Luciding.
Lucid dreaming Hi, my name is Michael, and I am a CTO and co-founder of Luciding. Luciding is a service which provides you with guaranteed lucid dreams every night by using our hardware device. A lucid dream is a dream in which you realize that you are asleep and can try to take control of the plot. So you can try to fly, to travel, to meet with distant relatives and friends, and also our hardware. It works extremely simple. So it's a headband which you put on your head. It detects your REM sleep state and applies mild electronic stimulation for 30 seconds with 40 Hz frequency. After that, your consciousness wakes up in a dream and you realize that everything which is going on is not real. So the idea came from our CEO, who is a professional lucid dreamer for 5 years. And he understood that it's really hard to get into a lucid dream because you need to practice a lot. So he developed a methodology and a hardware device based on neuroscience, which make your dreams come true while you are dreaming. And we are based in Ukraine, and our manufacturing of the devices is in Novosibirsk, Russia. And we have closed 50 pre-orders already and are going to launch our Kickstarter campaign this summer for all of you to have a chance to pre-order our devices. And they will be also probably available for another pre-order session very soon. So thank you very much and have pleasant dreams with Luciding.
nice payoff there. Fantastic. No, I mean, basically, it's Inception. What do you think, John?
We discussed this on the radio show. They're basically sending a 40 hertz signal to your brain and kind of wakes you up a little bit.
Yeah.
So it's not as much control as we would like. I would like it to be like Inception. It would be a dream come true, I suppose, with Luciding. but it's still a fascinating thing. It's pretty
Yes,
cool.
fascinating. A lot of hardware, interesting hardware coming out of the Ukraine right now, like PetCube. Okay, next up is MakerBlocks.
Hi, my name is François Poirier, and I'm the CEO and founder of MakerBlocks. Youth educational toys should inspire and entertain young learners, and yet, when it comes to learning electronics, they're stuck with clunky and outdated tools. Until now. I'm very proud to present to you MakerBlocks. MakerBlocks are electronic building blocks that allow children as young as 6 years old to build real electronic circuits. We're teaching them how to create light, sound, play with resistors, and gradually take them to build real electronic projects like a Simon Says game, a burglar alarm, and a voice-changing microphone that gives them a robot voice. Competitive projects offer a product that are outdated, built by engineers and for engineers. I want to offer children a simple solution and, more importantly, room to grow. You see, I've been a product designer for the past 15 years, and I've developed consumer electronics and also worked with Mattel to develop preschool toys. I've built a strong team of passionate makers who want to make sure that we succeed in giving the best solutions for children. Not only are we the top graduate from the Founder Institute in Canada, but we also won the Innovation Award from the CEDEC, the Crowdfunding Summit, and a few weeks ago, we won the very first TechCrunch pitch off in Montreal. By providing a toy 2 years younger than anyone else on the market, we bring a toy 2 years younger. So we're launching a Kickstarter campaign very soon. Visit makerblocks.com and share our story so we can build the future together.
Fantastic. Thank you. This is great idea to get kids into electronics, so MakerBlocks, good stuff.
The children love electronics. They really do.
They do, absolutely. You got a couple of kids, haven't you? There?
Can you convince my kids not to play Minecraft all day?
Yeah, I know. Right.
That's basically it.
Okay, next up we have MiniBrew. Over to you, MiniBrew.
Perfect.
Yes, I'm Bart. I'm the co-founder of MiniBrew, and we are going to change the beer space. Right now, people like the experience and have to decide to brew beer. They actually don't have a way to experiment or to be successful at the first time. So what we're trying to do is to remove the barriers of the complexity, to reduce the time so people are able to discover the fun of their own taste and they are able to start brewing without hesitation. So the things that we have done, like we're giving the power and the tools to the people to brew it themselves. What we're trying to do is we've built like an all-grain brewing, cooling and fermentation machine. So that means that all processes are completely in one machine, and that ensures the simplicity without compromising in the quality. We only brew by natural ingredients, so people can get as close as possible to how brewing was intended. It's a completely software-driven machine. So that means they are in control, they can adjust the brewing process and to get accurate results. On top of that, we have an app that will help you to discover what kind of recipes you want to brew. You can go from a lager from 2% to 16%. Right now we're in production phase. We are figuring out the prototype, we are building it. We are shipping it and starting in production in October. And we sold about 400 pre-orders for about $2,000 each.
Yeah.
Thanks very much, MiniBrew. That's rather good. I mean, if they could only make it portable,
my concern is it's only a hat brewing system. My concern it's only 5 liters, because 5 liters is like a good weekend, or let's say like a good weeknight.
Yes, it's not a lot. That's why it's called MiniBrew, I suppose.
Tiny
well
brew.
Named.
Right.
So last up, we have is RomePod. Off you go, sir.
Hi guys, my name's Nick. I'm co-founder and CEO of RomePod. We've created RomePod as a device that makes a network for connecting cellular devices together to send and receive text messages without cellular coverage or Wi-Fi. We've done this by combining Bluetooth, long-range wireless connectivity into this device you see here. It's a global device that enables you to both travel outdoors inside one country as well as go overseas. So RomePod connects to your phone, enabling you to send text messages to other people with RomePods. It's perfect for those that are in the outdoors. So people that are hiking and they're going in groups and they want to split up. What happens when you have absolutely no coverage? RomePod is perfect for those kinds of occasions. The other area where it's fantastic is, you're traveling overseas. There's a whole bunch of you. 6 people going overseas in a group getting a roaming plan. That's a pretty pricey proposition. A couple of RomePods will cost you an awful lot less than getting a roaming plan. And you can communicate between 1 to 20 miles in the city or the country, all privately, all securely, whether or not you have coverage from your cellular provider. And sometimes it's not a matter of losing coverage. Sometimes you're stuck in a crowd with, say, 80,000 of your best friends at a music event. How do you send a text message in one of those environments? Well, RomePod saves the day again. You can send and receive text messages at your favorite crowded music festival or Burning Man. We're about to do a Kickstarter campaign, and it'd be great if you guys could follow us. Come and check us out, RomePod.com.
Thanks very much, RomePod. That's rather cool. It reminds me of when you used to have walkie-talkies. And this
I guess
is for the
so,
smartphone.
yeah, but it's like a smartphone walkie-talkie. And
Yeah.
plus, I think the interesting is like, when he talks about the outdoor stuff, that's not quite as interesting. But if you actually, what he said, like you have multiple people sharing RomePods.
Yeah.
And you're traveling around, I don't know, Venice or whatever, and you can all use their connection, so you don't have to pay for Wi-Fi roaming.
I think it's really cool. And also, I mean, if you're having sort of a mass protest or something, then somebody takes out the internet.
I guess you could do that as well.
Yeah.
In terms of horrible situations when you use your
Yes,
RomePod.
exactly. Revolutions.
All
Well,
right.
and there you go, ladies
There
and
you have
gentlemen.
it.
That was our showcase from the Alley, just the flavour of the startups here at TechCrunch Disrupt New York. I'm Mike Butcher.
I'm John Biggs.
See you
next
later.
time.
Oh yeah, this thing.
Hey everyone, we are back here at the second stage at Disrupt. We are waiting for the
No,
final...
Don't call the stage, Alex.
Second
Screwed it up. Screwed it up.
situation, if you will. The second
This
whatever,
should be live.
whatever this is.
The second
we're here,
situation.
and we're waiting for the absolute
The first
winner
situation
of
is in New Jersey.
I love that you're still talking. Anyways,
Sorry.
we have a larger crew this time around. We have illustrious people like Mike Butcher.
Hello, we've assembled a motley crew here because we have time to fill before the judges come out and announce the winner. Of
So this is
Disrupt New
strength
York.
in numbers, right?
This is the TechCrunch way of war.
We're all completely sober.
And we're all being well oiled.
We're flooding the zone, as Howell Raines would say from the New York Times.
I don't even know what that means, but guys,
Nobody
who
can hear
are
you.
the finalists this time around?
Okay,
Right.
finalists.
Finalists, you have the list.
The finalists, let's go for it. PageCloud. First, we can do this like sort of word association.
All right.
PageCloud.
Oh. Web design.
Internet.
Web design.
Web design, yeah.
Web
Publishing.
design. What did we think of them?
You know, it's actually pretty cool.
The demo was really good. I thought,
yeah,
like,
demo was
it was
good.
like showing you a lot of things that, I mean, people brought up things like, companies like Weebly, but it seemed like they have a lot of capabilities that you just sort of don't have with these sort of templates that you would normally have with these sort of simple web creation products.
Well, everyone's
it's like
talking. Go ahead.
Massively advanced. It's sort of
Right.
like taking it to a totally new level. I quite like the pedigree. It's a guy who's a developer, but he worked at a startup where the proportion was 2 designers for every 1 developer. So he said he kind of like really started to understand user experience. So I really think that's kind of like shaped his whole.
Well, and
you know.
everyone's talking about how user experience is so important these days, right?
Yeah.
I mean, like everyone's privileging UX, UI, almost beyond anything else. If you look at everything is design oriented right now. Wow, that's my face in close up.
See, this is the advantage
Stuff
of
of
mobile
nightmares.
cameras. No matter where you are, we can move them live and shoot your face.
The other question is how long you're going to hold that position.
I don't know. I think his leg's falling asleep right now. All right, but who's next?
Our budget only extends to 3 chairs. Next up was BioBots. Now, from building websites to building
ears.
So we've also heard, by the way, the judges have made a decision.
Yeah, so it's
So at some point we're going to be talking, and then we're just going to disappear.
Literally like magic.
And we're going to go to the announcement.
I have a bet on who wins.
So
Who's
your favorite? Let's do favorite startup.
Okay.
Favorite
of them?
battlefield.
Okay, I like the battery guy.
Okay.
The battery.
Nucleus Scientific.
Why?
Nucleus Scientific.
Why?
I think it's a big problem. I think it's good to try to solve it. I'm
not going to go back on that. I'm not going to abandon my team.
Did they make it to the finals?
They did not.
I enjoyed bringing alley companies up from down here and getting them. We had Boxen as sort of 3D print, 3D the interface, and we also had Find, which is take a photograph and up comes the information. Also, we on Battlefield Final we had Liquidity. What do we think of Liquidity?
Yeah.
What was Liquidity? I forget.
They were probably my favorite.
The
Water filtration.
That was awesome.
The water filtration.
Were they your favorite?
I would say they're my favorite.
Why so? Because again, I mean, like it's impressive that they're tackling the water market, which is really important. Why?
Certain producers are laughing off stage, which if they continue laughing, they're going to be brought on camera.
There's something really 70s about it.
It's Leisure Suit Larry,
It'd
but it's Cheever's version.
be better if he had his beard.
Anyway, because while they're tackling a very important problem, the market that they were going after first, and if I remember correctly, the judges were talking about this, they're going after like developed markets first, right? They want to hit the water purification market that's
like
Brita already tackled.
Right.
It's
They
market.
pitched it as the Whole Foods REI market.
Yeah.
And what do we...
but how I mean, like, ultimately they'll get to emerging markets, but what does that fucking mean?
Like, please?
F-bomb on stage.
Say fucking, it's fine.
Okay.
CloudWear, what do we think of CloudWear? That was a security startup.
Well, I think they were probably my second favorite.
Really? That's a big play.
I mean, a lot of it was just like how much like the judges seem to viscerally respond to the demos, and I mean, I think those, I don't know, I think both of them were like just.
Well, everyone knows security tech right now is very, very hot. They're raising tons of money, especially on the cloud side of it. So if you can just work on security at all, you can raise a lot of money. So I'm optimistic about that in the short term.
And it was security in the context of like, let's actually, so there's like two-factor authentication, which means that they send a code to your phone, and like you enter, and it's kind of a pain in the ass. We're just dropping a lot of.
Why don't you have your own? I mean, he's his own type. Why don't you have your own like?
But automated three-factor authentication, which makes it easier.
But one thing I did also think was interesting was Alexia, who is our boss, did talk about the idea of, because it's location-based. The idea that if you get on like a plane, and you're trying to like work on the plane, but if you don't have any cell phone access, like can you still like get in? And then they talked about, well, you can sort of create exceptions for that, but it does seem like that's a use case where
seems to me, the minute you can create an exception, it's like all you have to do is find out when Alexia is traveling through a social network or whatever. She'll tweet something. Boom, hack time.
How do we think Alexia did as a judge?
Beautifully.
I was actually really not. Let's all shine on our boss a little bit more.
Please don't fire us.
No, I thought she was really. I mean, I don't necessarily think she had like. She didn't have the most technical questions, but she had this sort of like the questions that started out of left field and then suddenly like got like really funny and really good.
I think
how would you explain this to normal people?
The other thing is
the spoofing question that she asked of the security company was actually pretty on point.
Pretty much.
That was
the
really.
She immediately highlighted the weakness.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
It's great. You have to kind of have a journalist on stage because they can say things that all those investor type people can't say really.
So our investors are kind of quiet then, or are they just too nice?
Yeah,
too diplomatic.
Mike, are you saying that we should be the judges? Because I would agree with that.
I definitely think we should.
I think we judge all the time.
What do we think
I'm
of?
silently judging all of you right now.
Did anyone see?
The only thing I judge is John Schieber, and always negatively.
Did we think of Digital Genius?
Digital Genius?
Digital Genius.
I didn't see that one.
Oh,
we have a winner.
We have a winner, but they're not cutting from us yet because that would be too obvious.
Schieber is the winner. It's the horrible, horrible situation. I really don't even like him that much.
So they're going to hand over the dish. Oh, so let's start with Digital Genius.
Are they handing over? Okay.
Digital
Genius, very interesting marketing tech. I liked it. So did you.
It was it was like customer service, but like with the idea that it would
That's the winner.
No,
you're the winner.
Okay.
As far as we know, no one outside the judges knows who the winner is.
Did Arrington tweet it out yet?
We haven't been online, so it's possible.
You cheeky boy.
I wish we had internet. That would be amazing.
It's not going to come to San Francisco either.
But neither is Schieber, actually.
Yeah, well, I'm always,
Boom.
We also had...
would be like, thank God, it's so lucky.
At last.
We also had BitFusion. Did anybody catch BitFusion?
Yeah, Budweiser is the beer of high
BitFusion
school.
was the one they were basically sort of like optimizing software applications for the hardware that they're running on, which sounds like very arcane. That was the one that Alexis said, how do you explain what you do to like normal people? And the point was that, it's not really for the consumer use case, but it's, say, like developing new drugs and things like that are very intensive, and this can actually make it work faster.
I like their demo where they did facial recognition of videos of people in real time. It's pretty good.
I mean, basically, the more advanced we get with the kind of stuff we're doing in the cloud, the more you're going to need this kind of stuff.
Right.
So there's definitely going to be a market for it. I think that this is the kind of company that will probably do well regardless, just like the security company.
Yeah. I now know how hard it is to do daytime television. Like, this is a mess.
I think we're doing a great job, Alex.
Great job slash butcher can't.
So here's the thing about like TechCrunch TV, especially at Disrupt, is that there's always like a lot of like uncertainty about how long things will take. So it's always like keep going, fill the time. Oh no, we're going now. And then suddenly you just
I
get
have a
cut
question.
off.
What panel or what sort of interview were you most excited about at the conference? I thought that everyone did a phenomenal job, first of all, with all of their interviews. But like, what were your?
Did we cover all the finalists?
We've covered all.
Well, there's a lot of.
We've
guys
covered
are mics, you can't
all of
whisper
them.
to each
Yeah,
other.
it worked that way.
Yeah.
Audio functions. I thought that the Carly interview was particularly good.
Yeah, I mean, it was very scripted because she is a politician now. But I thought like just having her on stage, it like really brought a different energy to the event.
And she shot on net neutrality, which is a policy position she kind of staked out for herself in this area. And I thought it was good to see her in front of tech say the thing that tech's very in favor of is not something that I'm actually going to be in favor of. Kind of like I'm here, but I'm not going to pander.
Let's be clear. When you say you're talking about Carly, not you, Alex.
Well, no one cares what I think.
I think we also should point out that not only has this been the biggest TechCrunch Disrupt in New York ever, but because we've run this second stage, we've also been highlighting a lot of New York companies.
Yeah, it's the New York.
Again, you're not supposed to call it a stage. Branding, hashtag.
What's it actually called?
It's called TechCrunch TV Live at Disrupt New York.
It's a fucking stage.
It's something to do with like our sponsors. I don't really know.
Wow.
Yeah, it's not a stage. We're in an elevated area where we're doing live television.
It's a stage.
We're on the dais. The Bima.
Very
We're on
large chaise lounge, if you will. You know what I mean?
I call it the alley pitch.
The largest.
I call it the grassy knoll. Yeah.
All right, we're going to the stage. We're going to see the winners.
Bye.
Thanks for watching.
Without these folks, we would be unable to sponsor a terrific 2-day hackathon, 3 days of awesome speakers, and of course, the battlefield itself. So without further ado, let me thank those fine sponsors, starting with our partner-level sponsors. Atlantic.net, a hackathon sponsor, Atlassian. Challenge Post, official platform of the hackathon. Cushman & Wakefield, battlefield reception host. Eventbrite, registration host. Hong Kong Science and Technology Parks. IBM, our Startup 411 host. Layer, a hackathon sponsor. Microsoft Ventures, hackathon custom contest and conference sponsor. Perkins Coie, Startup Alley sponsor. Radium One, Monday night after party host. Sequoia Capital, battlefield rehearsal sponsor. And Yammer, hackathon custom contest sponsor. Let me also thank our product-level sponsor, Beidal Mayok, Domain.com, a Startup 411 sponsor, DoMe.com, host of the New York Disrupt photo site, .me, official photo sponsor, Esri, a hackathon and conference sponsor, Kerio, same page, Moo.com, official networking sponsor, Presidio, Startup Alley Office Hours sponsor. And finally, our exhibitor sponsors, Crowdflick and Voltour. That's it. Let's have a big hand for our sponsors. And now let me bring to the stage Matthew Panzerino and Alexis Soutsis, the co-editors of TechCrunch. Let's give them a big hand, too.
Finally.
Hello, everyone.
Hi, everybody.
Thanks for sticking around.
All right, so are you going to introduce everybody up and I say winner,
Sure.
runner-up?
Let's pull them out.
All right.
All right, so let's pull these startups out on stage. We're going to pull them out in alphabetical order. First, we'd like to bring out BioBots. BitFusion. CloudWear. DigitalGenius. Liquidity. Nucleus Scientific. And PageCloud.
We're going to ask the winner and runner-up to step forward in no particular order, just to add more suspense. Liquidity and DigitalGenius, please step forward. And the winner of the 17th TechCrunch Disrupt conference is Liquidity.
Give all of our other winners a hand.
TechCrunch Disrupt.
All right. Goodbye, everybody.
Bye, everybody.
Thank you.
And a big hand for all of our finalists.
Very nice. When you have an exit, they'll call it a liquidity event.
TechCrunch Disrupt. TechCrunch Disrupt. TechCrunch Disrupt. TechCrunch Disrupt. TechCrunch Disrupt. TechCrunch Disrupt.
We're totally ready for that.
Welcome back to the TechCrunch Drunk Tank. We're very happy to be here. We have a motley crew of useless alcoholics and journalists, but I repeat myself. And Liquidity just took down top. Oh, this is selfie time? Don't do that. Don't do that. Liquidity just won $50,000. The Disrupt Cup.
Just say that one more time because I feel like there's a lot going on.
Liquidity just won $50,000 and the 17th Disrupt. Good job, guys. Well done.
I just want to point out that the last time you saw us, John Schieber was like, you know, casting some shade because I liked Liquidity the most.
So, bad VC, future good VC.
Yes, that's right.
So who got second place?
Wow.
DigitalGenius.
Which is?
That's the, basically, like sort of AI for smarter, like, customer service and marketing.
Very good. So how do we feel about the winner? Are we happy?
I think it's fantastic, yeah.
I like the winner a lot, and I'm just glad that John was wrong.
I'm also glad that John was wrong.
I like them.
What was the one you
were
wanted?
You were sort of setting me up, and then
Devil's advocate. Devil's advocate.
That's right.
Yours is incorrect. You can't call
I'm
it
just
that.
kidding. I'm
You
just
can't
kidding.
call it that.
Although you are a bad person.
I'm a horrible human being, but I covered clean tech for a really long time, and I remember like how fallow, no pun actually pun intended, the water space has been for so long. There's been like very few investments that investors have actually been happy about in water.
Sheeber, did you not get the memo that we're telling jokes now, not being serious? Because that was completely off topic.
This is what Sheeber's like when he's had multiple PBRs. He like just gets very pedantic.
He's had about 2 gallons of beer thus far on stage.
As opposed to his normal lighthearted self. Is that what you mean?
That's
Not
right.
a good idea.
Okay. All right, let's talk some more about John Sheeber. What are other things you dislike about him?
I'm going to tell you something I like about him. I like that I could call him Justin Sheeber.
Do we know whose Liquidity's current investors are?
We don't.
Do we know that?
Hey guys, I hate to break that up. We were going to throw a Crunch Report right now.
Reddit launches video. The Oculus Rift is due out next year. And Meerkat says, Twitter's mean. It's Wednesday, May 6th, and this is Crunch Report. Lots of announcements on stage at Disrupt New York today. Let's just get right into it and start with Reddit. The network's co-founder, Alexis Ohanian, announced Reddit Video and showed us a short clip of what it's going to look like, focusing mostly on the site's hugely popular Ask Me Anything or AMA interview series. You may have seen a few, and bringing the format to video. Pretty good idea. Ohanian says that along with celebrities and politicians and athletes and other public figures, there's still a ton of really high-profile people yet to participate. He specifically called out Jay-Z and Beyonce and Kim Kardashian and Kanye West to do AMAs, also the Pope, if they've got time. As for its formal rivalry with Dig, Ohanian says that building a platform for various different communities instead of showcasing what's hot on the internet is why Reddit succeeded where Dig failed. Zenefits has announced that it's raised $500 million in a round led by Fidelity and TPG Capital, which puts it at a, wait for it, $4.5 billion valuation, which is a healthy bouncing unicorn, everyone. Congratulations, Zenefits. The company manages human resources services for small and medium-sized businesses and is one of the fastest-growing software-as-a-service solutions ever. The company offers its HR services dashboard to employers for free and then makes money by receiving commissions from insurers. Zenefits also said, as part of the announcement, it has signed up more than 10,000 companies in the U.S. and that it closed more businesses in March this year than it had in around the first year of its life. Zenefits said it now manages over $700 million in health insurance premiums as well. CEO Parker Conrad tells TechCrunch's Matthew Lindley that the new influx of money will keep the company growing at a nice, fast pace. But sources also tell us that Zenefits expects to lose more than $100 million this year, which is a lot more than what it spent in 2014. Almost 3 years after Oculus kickstarted its first developer kit, the company has announced the Oculus Rift will be shipping to consumers in the first quarter of 2016, with pre-orders starting later this year. However, the virtual reality headset isn't going to work right out of the box. Oculus co-founder Nate Mitchell told Josh Constein on stage today at Disrupt that it'll require a gaming PC to power it, which could make Oculus a little less attractive to anybody who isn't already a serious gamer. Mitchell said, quote, "We're not talking about a crazy high-end machine, but something that can play modern games." Mitchell also said although the Rift should be affordable, it's going to cost significantly more than the Samsung Gear VR mobile headset that Oculus helped build and release last year. The Oculus Rift will include its own games right out of the box. That's good news. Mitchell says the Oculus is building first-party titles and will also publish second-party titles built by outside developers and even allow third-party titles created independently of Oculus. The company will definitely reveal more at E3, which takes place in Los Angeles next month. Chinese robotics company DJI, which makes high-end drones, just raised $75 million in growth equity investment from Excel Partners to build a drone operations software development ecosystem and supports software that customizes drones for agriculture, oil and gas, mining, and other commercial tasks. The money builds on an earlier investment from Sequoia, which a source familiar with the round tells TechCrunch was around $30 million. So we're looking at a total of $105 million in funding for DJI after years of bootstrapping. DJI's models range from $700 drones to the $1,200 Phantom models, pretty popular, all the way up to pro drones for serious pilots and filmmakers like the Inspire 1, which retails for around $3,000. DJI released its first software development kit back in November. Okay, let's finish off with some live stream startup app drama. I interviewed Periscope founder Kayvon Beckpour on stage at Disrupt yesterday. And today, rival Meerkat founder Ben Rubin took to the stage and said that Twitter only gave Meerkat 2 hours notice when it pulled the plug on access to its social graph. Rubin says that he isn't against the actual decision that Twitter made. He understands the business. Just the lack of appropriate heads up was kind of a bummer. Rubin also confirmed that download rates have dropped for Meerkat, but overall the app now has around 2 million users. Pretty healthy. Rubin also hinted at a long-term vision beyond 3 to 5 years, not in the short term, long term, for a live streaming business model to create a medium that people are willing to pay for because they can't get the same interaction anywhere else. And that is the report for today. In fact, that's a report for Disrupt. Third day of Disrupt, Crunch Report in the can. I'm Sarah Lane. Crunch Report airs Monday through Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific, right here on TechCrunch.com. We will see you back in our New York office tomorrow and Friday.
Hey, and welcome back to the stage. Hello. Everyone's still here. The entire band's here. But who is this person right in front of me that is usually behind the camera?
Felicia. She is she's the Wizard of Oz, sort of behind the curtains.
Yeah. She's the real talent of the operation.
She is talent. Yeah.
Whenever we're in trouble, she's
actually talent in the operation.
While on camera, which is why I have this beautiful headset. I know.
By the way, if you look behind this crowd of like drunk assholes, you'll see that the whole startup alley is being disassembled behind us as we shoot this. So the winners, Liquidity, they're actually going backstage now for an interview with Colleen Taylor, and our job is to try to keep you entertained in the meantime.
Can we redo the Alexia joke about the future sale? Anthony, please.
When you guys have an exit, we can call it a Liquidity event.
No.
Hey!
It's actually worse.
It's like a pun, but it's the same word, so it's not really a...
It would actually be a liquidity event. Oh, which is even worse.
I don't
know. You guys are all not fun at all.
No. So Felicia, how do you feel about how the new setup went for TechCrunch Live, not on a stage?
The TechCrunch dais.
The answer is obviously everything went amazing, and you guys were awesome, and you were great interviewers, and I'm very proud.
Who would you say was the best interviewer?
Are you not really?
Tony Ha. Say Tony Ha.
I'm going to say Colleen, just to piss you off.
What about Tony Ha?
No, I agree with that.
Tony Ha was great.
I don't know who Tony Ha is. Is that a person on the TechCrunch staff, John?
That is TechCrunch ace staffer and advertising reporter Tony Ha.
Wait, so here's what I really want to talk about. Apparently, while Disrupt was going on, there's some sort of One Direction spat.
Oh, yeah. There is a One Direction spat.
Tell us.
Okay, so apparently,
It's really important.
I know
really
only
not.
a little bit.
Don't get this wrong.
Wait, no, I have this.
You're going to get sued.
Explain it to us.
Ingrid.
I think there's some bitterness between, like, there we go. Basically, yeah, they're just, there was one that left called Zane. They're just very bitter about him going. I think that's the crux of the spat, right?
This is related to tech in what way?
Because it's happening
on the internet. It's happening on the internet. I don't understand why this wasn't discussed on Crunch
It
Week.
involves like an Instagram photo and filters. So apparently...
This is the worst beef ever. We're over Biggie and Tupac. Then we got fucking Instagram and tweets. Like, watch out, I'll delete you from my MySpace.
They're having a filter face-off.
They are having a filter face-off.
People are so pathetic these days.
Yeah, it is so bad.
Wait, so when you say this is the worst beef ever, Alex, who would you like to have beef with?
I have beef with you, Anthony. I just can't punch that far.
Why? Do you think if you had longer arms, you'd be a better person? More of a man?
Wow, I don't even know how to answer that.
You did get an 89 in the manly score.
Wait, I got 89% on like the dude score. How do you think you guys think you would have scored?
105.
Let's score everyone else. Okay. John Cheever, what dude score would we give him?
Wait, how do women get a dude
It's
score?
called how dude are you? I believe is what it's called.
What about
Jack it
women?
back a little bit.
Wait, can they do it too? Colleen got an 8%.
She got an 8%.
Oh, so it
Colleen's
detected
8%
that she
dude?
was not a dude. Is that the idea?
But she was 8% dude.
All right, can we back up? For people who are not clear, what is the dude score and how can one procure said dude score?
Can I do that?
These are the startup that's known for like women. It's the app that women go on and rate men.
Does somebody have it on their phone?
I had a good rating last time I checked, but that was like a year ago.
Right. So they released this this like web app. It's not a mobile app because it's really just a hack. I think I forget it's called what the exact URL is, but what's the URL? Ingrid?
I'll tell you in 2 seconds.
Lulu.com.
Wow, when can I yell bored
But yeah,
now
so
about this whole
basically,
thing? Like,
you upload your photo and like it'll tell you how dude you are.
No, I don't think I will.
It's on Lulu.com.
So Microsoft, how old are you thing?
Right, it was a hack to sort of like ride on top of that.
Yeah.
Isn't even like a very, very clever.
Well, my arm is.
Yeah, well, so part of it, I think the idea was to show off the fact that they've developed a lot of technology for gender identification.
Now we can see more of my crotch. That's great.
Look at that.
I think that would help your how dudes score.
You'll be glad to know that
Now
I
I
got
look
99%.
sort of professional.
Oh my God.
Did not. Butcher, what score did you actually get?
I shall show you the video evidence.
That is
the photographic
just
evidence.
picked up on your
We're going to
stubble.
break
Fairly
all the
shortly.
walls, including the fourth, and go, hey, Felicia, when do we throw into the interview? So I can't hear anything in my face.
Oh, is there? Are we throwing the interview yet?
It isn't clear.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
right.
how
Anthony, more words.
dude.me.
How
let's do me and you right now.
Use your own wait.
Just a reminder,
We're
we've
gonna do
announced
live.
the winner of the Battlefield. It's Liquidity.
It's Liquidity.
They're going backstage right now to be interviewed by Colleen Taylor.
you
We're
do two
here
people at
drinking,
once?
and then for some reason
Well, let's just do one
doing
and then
live
the other.
video
I'll just do me and
while they're doing that. Okay, any other random highlights of Disrupt that you want to point out?
Did anyone else appreciate the fact that His Honor the Mayor was in town for this?
He's very tall.
I felt like
I'm
that was actually,
14%
he
dude.
said some really impressive things, and New York has actually launched some incredible programs around diversity. Not to bring it down and make it all serious and stuff, but folks, like there's some phenomenal things that happen at this Disrupt. One of them being the mayor's announcements about things that New York is going to do, including the inclusion program for minorities around internships and.
I'm sorry. We're stop. I just got 100% dude on the app.
We didn't think that was
100% dude. 100%.
He actually did get 100%.
Mike.
That's right.
That means you literally don't have a feminine side, Alex.
He is all man.
That's about right.
That's
wait,
horrible.
all baby man? Is there like a man child?
I shaved, man. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I know razors work.
Going back to what you were talking about, Anthony actually also did an interesting interview on a similar topic. It was a local foundation called Brooklyn Untaxed that came and talked to us about all these amazing programs that are going on in Brooklyn with urban youth communities.
We also had Black Girls Who Code here.
It was a lot of really amazing conversations about how to bring the next generation up into our space and really diversify.
It's going to
be
really cool.
No, I mean, education is sort of key, and Mayor de Blasio hit on that. Mayor de Blasio hit on a number of things that I thought were really actually interesting about ways in which city governments can engage the tech community to make it better. And wow, my face is really close right now.
We should also say that Mayor de Blasio was also a little bit late for the event, and he sent an email explaining that there's a subway issue
on the New York
and then
Times.
he
To the New York
CC'd
Times.
the New York Times intentionally or not. So there's a whole there's a New York Times article that in the text does not mention Disrupt, but there's a photo from Disrupt because that's what it's late for.
Right.
That to me, that's the real highlight is seeing Kim Mai Cutler, who interviewed Mayor de Blasio, on stage. No, she's not here now, John. As far as I know. Okay. Can we talk? Oh, so we're going to interview the winners. Liquidity.
Look, it's our boss.
Hello.
Hey, boss.
What are you doing down here?
Cheaper a blanket because he looked really cold.
Oh my
Laying out
God!
on the grass.
It's free.
Are they still broadcasting us?
I think they are.
Could someone get him a blanket?
Please tell me they're playing the interview now.
Was it because I looked louche, too lewd and crass?
Wait, is this live upstairs?
His legs and John Cheever spreading the word.
If they have not cut to the video, this is us completely candid.
Little did you know how nerdy your news team was. We're live. Okay, we are live. Hi.
We are. Hello.
Hi. We're actually sorry.
Wait, is
for
this
the
still on
shoot.
us?
Yeah, it's still on us.
This is great.
It's never ending
we
show.
have another guest.
Everyone.
Hashtag professional.
So are you Alexis, are you at liberty to reveal any of your favorite companies or not?
Yeah, how did the deliberations go? Tell us about that. I think it was one of the strongest battlefields I've ever seen, and not just because I was in the judging pool.
That was very well, by the way. We liked it.
We already talked about that.
We already talked about that. We liked it.
Anthony was throwing shade.
Please don't fire us.
I was not throwing shade. I said, come on, and ask the most technical questions, but you asked the best questions that were like really normal. They were like, these are the questions everyone wants to ask. Like when you're like, how would you explain this to normal people? That was like a great question.
Thank you. Well, here's why I asked that question. Most companies that would use this kind of compiler accelerant would develop their own proprietary technology for it, and they're saying we're going to market it to normal people. Well, how would normal people even know that they need BitFusion?
They're going to market it to normal people?
Normal people. I mean, companies that aren't Google.
Matthew's calling for
On
you.
that note, now we actually are going to the video interview with the winner's Liquidity. And then we're going to listen to Alexia's phone call.
All right, we're here backstage with the winners of the Disrupt New York 2015 Cup Liquidity Nanotech. Congratulations, guys.
Thank you very much. Thrilled.
It sounds like you're thrilled. And should we put champagne in the cup? I know you have like dirty Central Park water that is being filtered, but
I mean, you could start up some of that.
Can we get cups for these guys?
Yeah, can we get some cups for these guys?
Someone can get cups, maybe. Great. Okay, we're gonna get the cups.
We got someone on it.
But first of all, tell me about the moment that you heard you won. I mean, it was such a great lineup, it seems like. So this seems
there were some amazing companies here in competition. So I mean, it's an honor to have won. Honestly, it's a sense of kind of shock because we've labored in quiet for so long, and to actually be in a position like this has been amazing.
Look at this.
All right.
Let's serve this, for these guys. Thank you, Andrew.
Yeah, thanks, Andrew.
And tell me, what did you think about the judges' reaction this time versus, the first time you were on stage a couple of days ago? How was this different or the same, or what do you think?
Well, we heard some feedback from the judges last time, which was focused around go-to-market strategy and pricing, and so we practiced, those. We've been thinking about that stuff, but we wanted to make sure we had the answers down for the judges this time, and so hopefully we're able to convey that to the judges well.
Right.
I have an extra glass.
And so you have this $50,000 check. What is this going to be used for?
We are in the process of launching our personal water filter, this naked filter. So this is going to go towards getting the product up and going and shipping products out.
Right. And today there were some Wi-Fi issues in the venue, and you guys did that affect you guys at all?
Nope, there's nothing internet-based here. It's all real science.
Do you have any questions?
I mean, I feel like we've kind of answered them all. What's the next step for you?
Huge team party when we get there.
I was really hoping that you would say that the $50,000 was going to be used partially, at least for.
I mean, for sure. Yeah, I'll make sure of that.
A blowout party. Yeah, we'll have a good party. We'll have a good celebration.
And tell us about your team.
It's a dream team. It's I call it the most overqualified water startup team ever put together. It includes like some people who've been in the industry for decades, and great group of engineers, business people, scientists, kind of a dream team of experts in the water business.
And another question, because your first group of people, I feel like a lot of the feedback we saw on Twitter was that the first group of people that you're looking to sell this to is like the Whole Foods sector, and we saw a little bit of pushback from that because people thought that this would help people in developing countries and things like that. Tell me a little bit more about your strategy and why you chose to focus on what you chose to focus on in the earliest stages.
Well, we're doing it all. We're in the U.S. We're going to go after the Whole Foods markets, the types of people that shop at those places. But we are simultaneously right now developing channels to market in the emerging markets. India, Brazil, China, Mexico, those places. So we're doing it. We're pursuing both of them at the same time.
Okay. Are there any shout-outs that you want to give? I know you have your team in Alameda. Mm-hmm. Tell me who else couldn't be here or whatever.
I would say thanks to everybody. I mean, every single person in the company really contributed to this. Sylvie, Michael, Tomas, Deshita, Richard, everybody. Tony for assembling all the filters by hand. The other Victor. John for making the membrane. Way to go, guys. This is all for you.
And can you also tell me about, you said the water was from Central Park. We want to hear the larger story of going to Central Park. Where did the water come from? How dirty was it?
Well,
the pond in
it was coming from the pond in Central Park. It was one of the TechCrunch staff went out and, with 2 hours to go, they sent someone out there to grab it and bring it back.
You have no idea where it came from. It just from some random dirty pond.
From some random dirty pond in Central Park.
And
there were ducks in it, according to him. So.
Yeah, it's pretty nasty water. There's a lot of stuff floating in it.
Yeah.
Did you, and for those that were watching at home, what was the reaction like in the room when you took a drink from that water bottle and you had said where it had come from?
You could hear people kind of gasping, as we were doing that.
Yeah, I thought that the judges had a funny reaction because they were trying to stay like calm and collected, but you could see they were like just had a slight reaction that betrayed that they were pretty nervous about it. But they were game. They were game. I give them kudos for that. So.
Well, because then they ended up drinking it themselves.
Yeah, a few of them did. Yeah, absolutely. They have, usually folks are too scared to do it, but we had a few folks that were willing to do it.
Yeah. So, cheers to them. Cheers to them.
Cheers to that.
Yeah.
And
cheers.
To that, we want to say congratulations to Liquidity Nanotech. Thank you all for watching Disrupt New York 2015, and here's to another great year.
Thank you very much, guys.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Cheers.
Yep. That was good.
And ironically, that is actually the absolute end. This is it. The train has reached the station. We're done. GG. Wrap it up. Kill yourself.
This conference is so over.
So over. It's like Portland in 2005.
But thank you to everyone for watching, especially those of you who stuck around today through some ups and downs of the live stream. And thank you to all the startups who came both on stage and to the alley.
And importantly, thank you to the manhole cover that blew up and took out the Wi-Fi for everyone. You, sir, are the real star.
We're going to find you and we're going to destroy you. We will
And your
destroy you.
parents. All right, anyways, thank you all. We love you. We'll see you next in September. Otherwise, TechCrunch.com and Twitter.com/asshole. Thank you.
TechCrunch Disrupt. TechCrunch Disrupt. TechCrunch Disrupt.